Morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Sorry, I'm coughing. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you on a Sunday. Well, it's great to see you any day, actually. Sunday or not, Sunday or not. Today is, as usual, a beautiful day, and it's a great day to talk about our future and plan our black wealth and make ourselves successful. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're going to do. We are the chosen people. We're the chosen people. All right. So one thing that's interesting um, I saw something the other day where a woman was basically explaining why your kids should not want to be professional athletes. In fact, I would say specifically the NFL. She did this great video where she was kind of giving the backdrop of life, as the wife of an NFL athlete, and she was talking about the financial side of it all. And she did a masterful job of laying out this reality that people don't get. A lot of people just don't know these things because you see the big headlines or you see the stars. The stars do really well. They make a lot of money, but you don't see what happens to the the majority of professional athletes. The majority of professional athletes don't really get everything that you might think they get. It's not to say that they're all in this terrible place. I mean, most of them make more money than the average person, but there's a lot of strings attached that come attached with that. And if you are not financially conscious, if you're not able to look at money in a multi-dimensional sort of way, meaning that you can't factor in a multitude of variables in your economic journey, then it's easy for you to be pulled in as a sucker. You'll be an economic sucker because if you're playing checkers, not chess, and you're looking at everything from one dimension, like, well, how much am I gonna get paid? And they say, well, you're getting paid lots of money. Don't worry about anything else. And you're like, okay, well, as long as I get my money, well, then that makes you very vulnerable because the money is a deceptor. Money can be, people say, as you know, they like to talk about whether or not money is evil or good. And I told you, money is not evil or good. Money's just powerful. So imagine putting a lot of power in the hands of an evil person. Like, I don't know, let's say like your oppressor who spent hundreds of years exploiting your community and financially screwing you and manipulating you and harming you in a multitude of ways, some of which were revealed, some of which were not. Um, well, then in that case, money could become evil. Money could become a pathway for not just control, but destruction. Just look at the hip hop music industry. Look at what hip hop did. It was the most beautiful art form I've ever seen, but it was bastardized and turned into this weapon of mass destruction. Mass destruction. In fact, give me a yes if you've noticed that how our people change, how our people have changed over the last 30 years. Give me a yes if you've noticed this. I mean, in a really bad way. Dr. George C. Frazier actually said something really profound at the All Black National Convention. He said that our people changed when our music changed. He said our people changed when our music changed, but our music was about love and being there for each other and unity and building and growing and education and all that. We were one type of people, but then when our music became about twerking booty and killing each other and getting high as much as possible and throwing our money away and is being as ignorant as possible, well then that's going to have an effect. And what's so really interesting to me, which speaks to where consciousness really has to be part of the conversation is I can tell you how many people who think it's all okay just because they're making money, or people who will make excuses for celebrities because they're making money. Anybody ever seen that? Anybody ever notice how if a celebrity is accused of something or something goes wrong or they do something crazy, there are people that will defend celebrities to the death. It's really fascinating. And I'm like, this person don't care nothing about you. They wouldn't spit on you if you was on the street on fire. Like, what makes you idolize this person so much that you literally will ignore any and everything that you see about this person because they made your favorite song? I find that really strange. I found that really strange. And I think that that does link back to when we were talking about when Constance Carter came in and we were talking about economic self-esteem and just self-esteem in general. If you feel like you're worthy and you are worth something, you're not going to let people just uh, either disrespect you or you're not going to put people on a crazy pedestal. And so we tend to worship those celebrities because they represent something that we don't believe that we ourselves could ever be. And if you notice, most black celebrities, I want you to do a little experiment. I do this experiment in my head every time I turn on the TV. Whenever they show black people that America admires, I do an experiment. I just say this. I say, I wonder what would happen if that person lost all support from white Americans. Like, what would happen if they didn't have a big white corporation with billions of dollars in the bank backing them? If we would still know who that person is or admire that person. Do that experiment. Like your favorite actor. Like, ask yourself, what if Hollywood disavowed that person? Maybe they were too black and said, we're not doing any movies with you. We're not going to finance any of your projects. See, this is all linked back to money. Or look at your favorite singer. What would happen if no record label was willing to put out their album and spend millions of dollars distributing and marketing that album? Would you know who they are? Think about your favorite athlete. You know, they got the Dallas Cowboys logo on their shirt. What would happen if Jerry Jones decided, I'm not going to invest millions of dollars in putting this guy on the field, and the NFL said, we don't want to draft you. We don't even want you here. We're not going to put you on the platform of the Buffalo Bills or the Dallas Cowboys or whatever. I want you to really think about that, because when you do that calculus and you take away the what you could call this call this the white man effect. If you take away the white man effect, a lot of your heroes are people that you never even meet. You'll never know who they are. And here's the other thing too. There are plenty of people in the community who didn't play the game, who decided, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, that you'll never hear about because they did not get the financing to be able to do what they do. For example, if I was even to use myself as an example, I know a lot of you, I've been able to impact a lot of your lives because I specifically aimed for that. My goal was not just to talk and get in front of you. I don't care about being famous. My goal was to actually get a result. I'm a mathematician. When I taught math at Kentucky, one of the things that we learned a long time ago is that if you do a math problem, you got to have a solution. You can't just wave your arms and scream and holler and give a great speech and get everybody singing hallelujah and think that that's the answer. That, hallelujah is not the answer to your problems, right? I'm not saying hallelujah is not important in your life. Sure, go to church, accept the good Lord, do what you're supposed to do. But this idea that somehow we think that having a feel good moment and a rah-rah speech is the same as actually solving a problem. That's just not the case. That is not a solution. What that is the injection of dopamine into your brain to help you feel good, and it numbs you from your pain. See, what you got to understand is that there's a lot of drug dealers out here that don't sell drugs. There are a lot of drug dealers out here who don't sell drugs. For some of y'all, your biggest dope dealer is your pastor. Drug dealers who don't sell drugs, but instead of selling drugs, they sell you dope. Look it up. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feel-good chemical in your brain that you get when a comedian tells you a joke. Oh, they dealing dope. I'm laughing because it helps me get over my pain and my undiagnosed, untreated trauma. When I go to church and the pastor's like, when the good Lord tells you, you got to do it. When the good Lord says it, you got to mean it. When the good Lord steps up and he says to Jacob that you got to climb the mountain. You might not want to climb the mountain, but you got to climb it anyway. And then when you climb the mountain, you got to keep climbing because you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, you can't take a breath. You got to keep going, right? So when the pastor's doing all that and you're like, yes, Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. And then you realize after 2 hours, he ain't really said nothing. He's repeated himself over and over and over again. But you loved it because he spoke at the same cadence and it got you all riled up and he tapped into your emotion, but not so much your intellect, right? You're feeling good. But the problem with inspiration and motivation is that that's very temporary. So you ran out of church doing cartwheels and jumping jacks and you sprinting and you did right, and you just, I mean, you feeling it. No disrespect. Some of y'all going to church today. Go do that. Go do that. Go do that. But then I want you to just notice you can't stay hyped up like that forever. Your cortisol levels will be through the freaking roof, first of all. Like, you can't live like that all the time. It helps. It's a spark. It's a spark. But that does not sustain you. That is not what's going to keep you going on the mornings when there is no spark. And you got to get up and you got to stick to that diet. You got to go to the gym. You got to work on that business. You got to go back to class. You got to teach your kids. You got to do all the things that you were hyped up to do. But now you're tired. So again, dope dealers. You got a lot of dope dealers who don't. You got a lot of, sorry, drug dealers who are actually dope dealers because they're not dealing you drugs. They're dealing you dopamine. That's what a comedian does. They make you laugh. That's what That's what a pastor does. They get you all pumped up and feeling good about your horrible life, and then you go home and you think that because you feel good that you've actually made your life better when really you actually haven't. But there is a value to feeling good. I mean, I'm not saying that pastors can't serve a valuable purpose, though. I think spirituality is a really important part of our ability to make it through the storm. I think that if you can tap into that when necessary, it will help you get through the dark times 100%. But you also got to have a plan. Do you understand? You got the motivation to get through the dark tunnel, but you probably need a map. You probably need some type of consciousness to sit back and say, okay, what am I doing here? What's the next move? How do we get to where we want to get to? So anyway, let me get back into one of the topics I wanted to cover today. I'm gonna play this video, and it's from this wife of an NFL player who, where she's basically kind of given the reality of what it's like to be married to an NFL player. I don't know if her man was a star, but I know that he was drafted I think in the fourth round, and he played for the Jets or something. And she's kind of like, yo, look, it ain't what you think it is. And I appreciated her video, so I just thought that I would bring it into class today. And also, I wanted to mention to everybody, by the way, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all a schedule of all the activities we have going on in the Black Business School this week. That way, if you want to participate, you can take a look. I am going to meet with the stock options group a little bit later. I did something yesterday, a little YouTube video yesterday was I was explaining all the little things you need to know about real estate. Um, that people don't know. A lot of people talk about real estate online, and they get, it sounds exciting and it's really cool. And I'm not saying don't do it, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the details of it that can make you absolutely hate it. So there was a really smart black woman who did a great video where she was talking about her real estate journey. And she literally said everything that I always said in class about cash flow and headaches and everything else. So if you want to see that video, I'll text it out to you guys a little bit later. I think I might have, if I text it twice by accident, please forgive me. It's just me making sure you guys see it because I think it's something that you want to think about as you sort of decide what your next move is going to be. Because I know a lot of your family investment clubs are doing real estate projects, and I really think it's important that you know what you're getting into. All right, so let me jump in and share my screen. All right, so uh, here is actually, let me fix this. Hold on, so I don't do it all wrong. All right. All right, so this is a lady. I have no idea who this lady is. We'll call her random white lady. And she is, I know that's so petty, boy. Stop doing that. Okay, I won't do it no more. All right, and what I'm gonna do is share my sound and let me know if you can hear the video. And I'm gonna play this video. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So here is the video. We're playing it right now. And it has no sound. See, that's where I'm messing up. There we go.
My husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he was on 8 different NFL teams. That means 8 different contracts are being signed and broken. So of course, I don't even have to say this. When you're on a team, it is good money. No matter what, practice squad, active roster, it is all good money, of course. But since these contracts aren't guaranteed, like my husband, he signed a contract and then a couple months later, you get nothing, especially if you sign at the beginning of off season and then you're cut during off season. You're not seeing any of that money because you haven't played again in a game. You haven't gone to practice. You haven't really worked out with the team, even though you signed a contract with the team as a futures contract. And us personally, because we were on 8 different NFL teams, that means 8 different states. We're moving that many times. I moved personally with him to 6 different states. And at one point in time when he was released in 2018, 4 different times we moved to 4 different states. And we were actually at one time paying for 3 different rents. It was a little bit of ignorance on our part, but also we couldn't really prepare for that situation. So he had just signed, renewed his lease for his place in New Jersey and then was released with New Jersey after being drafted the year before. This comment. So my husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he.
Okay, so let's stop there. How about y'all give me a yes if you caught that part about paying 3 different rents. Let's just start there. I thought that was really interesting. Paying rent at 3 different places. Um, okay. That's tough. And so so that right there would be enough for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute, how did that happen? So ultimately, here's the deal with the NFL in particular. A lot of us. One time I spoke at a school with black boys, and they had all the it was a school with all where all the teachers were white and 80% of the kids were black or Latino. And I went into the class for the kids that were labeled as emotional or psychologically or ADHD, psychologically slow or mentally whatever. And of course, it was full of black boys. That's what they do. They this is how the school system screws your sons and destroys your wealth. Because your son's supposed to be an asset to the family, but it's hard for him to be an asset if he has no skill. And in many of these cases, they don't educate them. We know these things. So I'm in this class with all these boys who are supposed to be intellectually deficient, and they seem fine to me. They reminded me of my little cousins. And I was talking to the boys, and I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And about 70% of them said they want to be an athlete. 70% of them said they want to be like a NFL or NBA player. I think most of them were not even on a sports team. They weren't even playing sports. And a bunch of them are short, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, you're going to be in the NBA, but the most you're going to grow to is about 5'8". This kind of ridiculousness is obviously something that just sort of has to be confronted, right? We kind of have to really talk more about this, and because what all is also true is that even if you're in that that 1% of 1% of 1% that does get to make it to the league, uh, it's your life isn't what you think it's going to be. Most of the people I know who became professional athletes did not make very much money for very long. I knew one guy, he was All-American at Syracuse. He played defensive end, he was extremely good, and he was in the NFL for about 2 years. He was on the backup roster or something, right? Like the thing about the NFL is that you have to be an unbelievable talent just to be on the bench, just to be a backup to the backup, just to be third string. I had another friend I saw at my mother's funeral who's an incredible athlete who ran the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds, which is very fast, by the way. And he said, I said, yeah. So did you keep playing football? He said, yeah. I tried out for the Seahawks. And I said, what was that like? I said, how did it go? He said, oh man, you have no idea. It was unbelievable, because the talent was just through the roof. And so this guy that from Syracuse, he was 6'7", 270 pounds. So that right there is just, I mean, how many people do you know that are 6'7", 270 pounds? Anybody? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know like three people that are 6'7", 270. Most of us don't, unless you played in the NFL, right? And anyway, he was in the NFL for about 2 years, and he tore his body up. Because the thing is when you're leaving the league and you're being pushed out, unfortunately, you're losing more than just a job. You're losing more than just a paycheck. You're losing part of your identity. Like your whole life. If you're 6'7", 280 pounds, I would be willing to bet you that most of your life, your consciousness was manipulated. You were groomed as a child, groomed like they're grooming you for the ultimate Diddy party of economics, where they're going to screw you for life. And he was groomed to see himself as pretty much an athlete. Right. So when you're groomed that way, almost like they're molesting your consciousness, right? They're pulling you away from your community. In his mind, all he saw himself was as was an athlete. That's all he could see. That's all he didn't see. Okay, I could be a father. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great husband to somebody. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great entrepreneur. He didn't see, oh yeah, I could be a great intellect. He didn't see the things like people like Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who has a very successful NFL journey. He didn't see all the other things he could have done. And I always talk about Myron Rolle because I just admire the guy so much. Every now and then, like a famous person will reach out to me on social media, and I'll be like, wow, this is so cool. Like I have so much respect for you. Oh, you respect me too. That's nice. We just gonna sit here respecting each other. How about that? And he was one of those people. He had sent me a little nice little note. He sent me a copy of his book, and I said, "Man, you have no idea. I've been talking about you for years." Because Dr. Roll is now a Harvard-educated neurosurgeon, if I'm not mistaken, but he had a really hard time with the NFL because they assumed that because he was a black man that didn't just see himself as an athlete, that he was going to be a problem. They labeled him almost like he was a troublemaker. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like you should be happy that we're going to let you go out here and get your head busted and play football for a couple of years for us. We're all you got. we're your only option. We're your best solution. We clearly must be the best place you could be because there's nowhere else for a black man to go other than the football field or the basketball court or whatever. Like if we don't want you, nobody will. Like an abusive relationship, you know, the abuser will be like, "Girl, if I don't want you, nobody will, because you're ugly and you're fat and you stink," right? And but you know, so that's kind of what they do to us, right? So with Dr. Roll, he said, "No, I'm not worthless without you. I'm okay without you." You're not the prize. He said, I'm the prize. I'm the prize because not only am I one of the most talented players to ever play at Florida State, the second greatest defensive back at Florida State, other than the absolute GOAT, which was Deion Sanders. But on top of that, I'm actually smarter than you too. And so Dr. Roll literally left the NFL. He didn't take I think he didn't go right into the league. He finished college, almost won the Heisman or something. He was like way up there, like candidate for defensive player of the year, that kind of stuff. And he's like, no, I want to just go be a Rhodes Scholar because I'm smart and I have options. And I think that was the most brilliant thing in the world. Whoever raised him right. Because I've told you all that the most valuable thing that a black man or black woman can have in America is options. If you want to bless your children infinitely, teach them how to have options. Options, options, options. If you have options, then you will have freedom because options and freedom are like cousins. They're connected. You can't have one without the other. It's hard to say I'm free when you ain't got no options. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? And what was an option? An option, a stock option, the definition of a stock option is the right but not the obligation to buy a certain asset at a certain price on or before a certain date. But that first part is where it all kind of captures the idea. The right but not the obligation. That means you can do whatever you want. You have rights. I know my rights. We're always talking about civil rights. I know my rights. So you have the right, but not the obligation. Ain't nobody gonna make you do nothing. But I have the right to do lots of things. So if you want to understand one of the keys to consciousness and the ability to see the whole playing field, so to speak, and to succeed in this place called America, learn what it means to have options. I have the right to do this, the right to do that, the right to do that, but I'm not obligated to do nothing. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. Y'all competing for my attention. I'm not competing for yours. So yeah, I'll go to the combine, and I'm sure Dr. Roll had to do all that, right? I'll sprint and show you how fast I am. I'll bench press and show you how strong I am. I'll catch some balls and show you how what kind of dexterity I have, and then I'm gonna let you sit back and try to convince me to come play with you because I got other things I could be doing other than being here. Options. Everything is about options. So you think about this, right? You ask a black man in America, like you say, "Hey man, it's 9:30 in the morning. What you gonna do today?" And he says, "I'm going to work." You say, "Well, why are you going to work? Why don't you go and why don't we go to the movies or something?" And he's like, "Well, man, I can't." Well, because you have to go to work. Why don't you have any? Well, because in that moment you don't have any options. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying this is the way this is the way society is designed. Welcome to capitalism. That's what capitalism, see, capitalism is this thing where it's a little bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way. You could define it like that. Or like Hunger Games, Squid Games type scenario where the people at the top want to have plenty of options, but they don't want you to have no options. That's why wealthy people worked so hard in the 1970s to dismantle labor unions because they want to have options. They want to be able to pick this employee or that employee or that employee. What they don't want is for the employees to either have options in terms of places they can go or some sort of structure where they're unified and the employer has no option other than to negotiate with them. They want to lock them in where they're like, we don't want you to have options. So that's the power game. That's how the power game kind of gets played. One of the problems that a lot of wealthy people had during the pandemic is that suddenly people had a lot of options. Why? Well, the government was writing checks, so people had stimulus money, and they were staying at home, and they started to think about their lives and all the things that they wanted to do. They started to gain consciousness, which really is the enemy of oppression. The oppressor does not want the oppressed to have consciousness. So they started to have consciousness, which is sometimes can just come from sitting around and thinking. You ever see a guy that goes to jail and he loses his freedom and he's just sitting there thinking for like 5 years and thinking about his life? And sometimes they come out super wise. You ever talk to like a smart guy that went to jail for 3 or 4 years and notice that when he comes out, in many cases, if he used his time wisely, he's smarter than most people? Right? Anybody ever know Malcolm X is one great example. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin always does that. You need to stop that. He's always coming up with the right words at the right time. I swear he's got a gift. But literally, so they come out and they have a consciousness that exceeds most people. They're like, oh, well, did you know that the Dalai Lama once said that the key to quantum mechanics is, well, like, and you're like, wait a minute, Wall Street Trapper, Big Trap, that's my buddy. I love Trap, right? So there's so many people that will use that time to gain their consciousness, and then they elevate, and then they're suddenly able to see the world a certain way. So a lot of times when you're conscious, you're in a cage. I think a person that's conscious and they live in a cage is it can become dangerous because then they start to understand the cage. They start to see the cage, and they start to see all the places they could be other than the cage. And then at that point, once they have freedom, and a free person that has consciousness is very, very hard to oppress. They're very, very hard to contain and control. Like if you think about, pimps, the way pimps will control a prostitute, they don't want her to be conscious. They don't want her to have high self-esteem and education and knowledge of all the places she could be. They want her limited in her options, and then maybe they'll give her drugs because a person who's high, they're not very conscious at all, right? So unconscious people are manipulated. That's why Diddy kept the baby oil that was laced with the whatever it was, that drug that makes everybody go to sleep so they'll be unconscious so that then bad things happen, right? So anyway, with that being said, let me finish up this point on the NFL stuff with a few stats that might be interesting to you. Second thing I want to mention really quick, later on this week, I'm going to send you guys a list of of some good stocks that you might want to buy your kids if you want your kids to be introduced to wealth. So look out for that. If you're not on the text list, get on the text list. You can get on there by texting the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or also you can go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in other countries. So if you live in another country, you can and you can't do the text, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, later on this week, Jay Cameron, who runs a great travel company, the name of it's not in my head right now, but he'll tell you he's going to come in on Monday and he's going to talk about our trip to Ghana. And we're also going to have an informational session if you want to go to Ghana in the summer. We're doing a few different trips in February. We're going to do the Millionaire Training Camp. Probably, I think Miami is actually the place that the team chose. We were going to do LA, but no disrespect to LA, but my gosh, my heart goes out. I mean, LA is just, so bad things are happening there. And so the team decided to kind of move it out east. And then also we're going to do a trip to Tulsa. We're going to do a tour of Black Wall Street. That's going to happen, I believe, in May. I think May is the date that they picked for that. And I think that that's everything. And of course, there's the All Black National Convention, which is the weekend of August 24th. That is a big year. It's our 10th year anniversary. We have funded this ourselves for 10 straight years. No corporate sponsorship, no government money, no Democrat, Republican money, none of that. We've done this. It has cost millions of dollars to do this. So clap for yourselves, clap for each other, clap for this, because this is independent, black owned, and you saw that, and it was tested during the pandemic. You got penalized for even having conversations that did not agree with whatever Dr. Fauci was saying, right? And we allowed all conversations. At that convention in 2021, we were in Orlando, Florida, and we brought in Riza Islam, who was literally on the disinformation dozen list. If you remember Riza, who is a buddy of mine, who's been my friend for a long time, he was on this list of people that the government had pointed out, like as being like almost like terrorists, like because they're telling people that they don't have to actually get the shot. Now Riza's being proven correct. In case you don't know, a lot of as the information's pouring out, Riza's sitting there like, see, I told y'all, I told you, I told you. And I stood by that guy the entire time. Man, he came on my YouTube channel. I said, bro, you're gonna get my YouTube channel banned. But I guess this is where your character gets tested. I said, I'm not gonna leave your side. So let's do this. So Riza came in, but here's the thing though, we didn't pick a side. We didn't pick a side. My belief is that you can respect all points of view. So we had doctors there that did think that the shot was something that you're supposed to get, and they gave their point of view. And I was like, look, I don't care what people decide to do. I just want people to have options, right? And we were the only black conference, that major black conference I can think of that did that. I don't think you're going to get that at the NAACP conference because we know who they're in bed with. We know who pays the bills there. No disrespect, but we know who pays those bills. Corporate America and the government, and particularly the Democrat or Republican Party. Usually it's the Democrat. Urban League. They can't have that conversation. We had it and we did it. We did panels on it and everybody walked away with information and that's what it was. So anyway, the convention's going to be August 24th. It's not only the 10th year anniversary, but we're partnering with the Black Business League run by Dr. Ken Harris. Again, one of the best leaders in America. Dr. Ken Harris, last year at his Black Business League conference, they had thousands of people there. They had entire delegations from African countries. I think he might have like five or six African leaders that are going to speak there. And what he's doing is he's connecting African Americans in Africa with black businesses that want to do business in Africa and just doing it on an epic scale. So this year we're doing a joint conference basically. So when you come to the All Black National Convention, you will have access to our convention and you'll also have access to the Black Business League's convention. This happens, so our 10th anniversary happens to be the same year as their 125th anniversary. They were started by Booker T. Washington. Sorry, I almost said W.B. Du Bois. Booker T. Washington. It's going to be in Atlanta at the Hilton, and it's going to be this massive conference with thousands of black people that all have the right ideas. So it's absolutely 100% epic. And one other thing I'll say about Dr. Harris, he has a PhD in economics from Michigan State University. One of the things I admire about Dr. Harris is that he doesn't really get involved in the shenanigans. He doesn't get involved in this Democrat Republican stuff. He does what Booker T did, which was he talks to both parties. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Democrat. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Republican. And he says, "Look, I'm not picking a side. Don't use me for a photo op. I'm not here to be a mascot for you, right?" And he said, "I'm here for the black people." And you don't get that from a lot of your black leadership. A lot of your so-called black leadership has been bought, paid for, sold out, picking a side, all the pre-committing, which is absolutely the worst negotiating strategy ever, where you commit your loyalty before you even begin the negotiation. That's a sucker's move. Only idiots do that. Any book on negotiation will tell you that you don't pre-commit. You don't show up and say, "Okay, I'm on your side, boss. What you need me to do, boss?" You don't do that. You say, "I could be on your side, but maybe I won't be. I don't know. It all depends." I don't know what you got for me, right? What you got for us? What do you have for us, right? And that's what negotiation is supposed to be. This whole idea of like I'm pledging my loyalty in advance before you even offer me anything, you can't negotiate properly if you're desperate. Like that's just weird. That's just sad. It's pathetic. And I'm gonna tell you, as a black man, that offends me. That gets on my damn nerves. Like, don't be out here acting like that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be defending, protecting a community, but yet you're out here negotiating like a little punk. You don't do that. Stop trying to make friends and start trying to make progress. How about that? Stop making friends and start making progress, and then we'll be okay. So anyway, so to some extent, if you want to know my position on black leadership, I think you are the black leader of your household. Forget these people on TV. They're not going to help you. Anyway, let me go through some quick stats. And here's some quick stats to tell you why I don't think you want your kids to go to the NFL. Maybe if they're extremely talented and they're lucky enough to do it, then it might be a pathway or a springboard to something better. I think that that's absolutely appropriate, absolutely fine. I'm from Ohio State. We got some of the best football players on earth right now. We're about ready to win that championship. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but you saw my Buckeyes kick butt, and I was really proud of that. And there's been some great athletes at Ohio State. There's one guy named Robert Smith. And Robert Smith was this amazing running back. He was built like a freaking Adonis. He was a track star and he was a football star. And because a lot of people don't know, I think he won, I think they won the national championship in the 4x400 meter relay that year because a friend of mine was on that team. And, but Robert Smith played maybe about 7 years and he left the NFL early. And I think that he left because he was like, I don't want to keep on playing and get hit in the head like that because that's not good for you. And the CTE is 100% real. Just speaking on other NFL stories, there was a guy I met named what was his name? Antoine Randall L. And Antoine Randall L played at another alma mater of mine, Indiana University. I was at Indiana. That's where I met my wife. And Antoine, I knew about him because he was a great quarterback. He was All-American. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He won a Super Bowl, and I think he won the NFL Man of the Year award, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but he was a great athlete. And so he and I were about to go on a panel, and the panel was hosted by Etan Thomas, who played in the NBA, another really smart guy. A lot of athletes are very smart people, so I don't want to when I critique what's going on, I don't want you to think that I think all athletes are dumb or all rappers are dumb. I have a lot of friends that are rappers and athletes, and a lot of them are good people. Some of them are just dummies, but a lot of them are just good people, smart people making great moves. So anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Antoine, and we're standing outside of the in the hallway getting ready to go up on the panel. And my first thought is, because I used to be an athlete, right? So I'm looking at him, looking him up and down, and I'm like thinking, dude, we're the same height. You play in the NFL. I could have played in the NFL. Like you're no bigger than me. Like what? I'm pretty. I got some muscles, and I'm like, I could have done this. Oh my god. So, but I didn't say all that. And Antoine, if you're watching, just no offense. Like but I'm bigger than you. I thought in my mind I was like I could probably beat him up. But anyway, so so we're talking right, and we had a friendly, great conversation, and we were talking. I said, hey man, so that CTE stuff, which happened to be discovered in Pittsburgh. The black doctor that discovered CTE, the brain damage thing that athletes get, he was in Pittsburgh, and Antoine played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And and I said, "Is that real? Like, are athletes really getting that?" And he said, "Yeah, man." He said, "A lot of my friends." I said, "Really? Like what?" And he said, like you might see your boy that you used to play with, and he'll be like, "Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?" And he said, and then the same guy 2 or 3 minutes later will see you again and be like, "Hey, man, how you been? I ain't seen you for a long time." And like he literally forgot that he just talked to you 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Now, this isn't happening to everybody, right? But that was I think he was talking about a specific example of what he's seen, or like people, a guy going to pick up his daughter from school and then forgetting how to get back into his house, or, or just having trouble. He said, "Yeah, sometimes I have trouble walking down the steps. I'll just lose my balance." And what I did not know at the time, and maybe I've shared this story before, but it really impacted me, and I really was impressed with him. He's a really nice guy, very smart guy. And after we were done, I didn't want to fight. I wasn't comparing to him no more. I mean, come on, man, that's so petty, boys, to be trying to compare yourself to a great athlete like that. Um, but anyway, I remember that after we got done, I did not know that he himself had been an extreme victim of the CTE thing. And a year after our conversation, I saw this headline in USA Today where it says Antoine Randall L. says, "I wish I had never played football." That was heavy. That was really heavy. And I thought back to our conversation, and I had no idea that he wasn't describing other people. He might have been describing himself. This poor guy was ground zero of what is one of the biggest cover-ups in sports history. It's one of these unspoken things. The NFL does not talk about it because there's too much money at stake. Professional football makes a ridiculous and insane amount of money. And it's going to grow because now private equity firms are being allowed to purchase percentages of NFL teams. That's going to inflate the valuations. Like right now, the Cowboys are worth 10 or 11 billion. I bet you in a decade, they're going to be worth 25 billion. Okay. Because when that money starts flowing in, those valuations start going up. It's standard inflation, basically asset inflation. That's the specific term for it. It's called asset inflation. Um, so they don't want to mess around with their money. But what's really happening beneath the surface that nobody's really talking about is a lot of these poor guys are they're basically disabled at the age of 34, 35 years old. And so you live that dream of playing professional sports, and maybe sometimes you find out that the dream isn't what you thought it was going to be. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to quit sports. I'm not, I know a lot of you are in here are football coaches and stuff, and or football fans. I'm a football fan. I told you that. I'd go Buckeyes, right? But I kind of think at the very least, you should know what you're getting into. I think that's really the requirement. It's like investing. When we talk about investing, and someone will say, "Should I buy this stock or not buy it?" I say, "Well, I can't tell you if you should buy it or not buy it because either way, I'm going to be wrong. Because if I say don't buy it, you shouldn't buy it. Well, there's millions of people that disagree with me because there's millions of people that already own that stock. Do you understand? If I say you should buy it, well, that's wrong because even more people disagree with me. They didn't buy the stock. It's really a matter of knowing what you're getting into. If you know what you're getting into and you've assessed the risk and you're okay with that, then I support you 100%. But if you're doing it either because A, you don't know, then I'm concerned for you, or B, you feel like you don't have any options. We talked about that word earlier. Like, you don't feel like you have any options, like I can't do nothing else but play football, then I beg to differ because you're a big, strong, smart black man. You're 6'5", 240 pounds, you've already won the genetic lottery. And there's a good chance you may even have a brain that is just as powerful as your body. In fact, you probably do, because if anybody's ever seen the complexities of the offensive and defensive schemes of professional football, you'll know it's like studying for a master's degree. It's crazy. Like the way the quarterbacks have to remember all these different patterns and setups. And okay, if the cornerback is over here, then that means the linebacker is going to move here, and then the team goes in motion. Then you got to do this with the running back and go into the flat. Like there's a lot of thinking required in these sports, right? So to me, I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know if you realize how special you are. Like I don't know if you realize that those same skills that you have, they come from sports. Hard work, determination, consistency, right? Courage, right? Discipline, intellect, planning, strategy, skill. I don't know if you understand that's exactly what we do in business and everything else. That's exactly what you have to have those skills to be a surgeon. You use those skills to be an accountant, to be an entrepreneur, to be an investor. Like all these things come into play. In fact, the reason I was the number one student at the University of Kentucky, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and I had a triple major. And I got two bachelor's degrees in 4 years. It was all very easy. It was really easy for me, and people didn't understand why it was so easy for me. They thought I was just some genius, and maybe my IQ was kind of high. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it really actually came from sports. Like I just learned from playing sports that if you want to be a champion, you got to bust your ass. That's it. And you can't, and no excuses. You work hard every day. Think about this. This is no different from what you do in football practice. You do two-a-day workouts and you get hit in the head. You got to get up and don't let them see your weakness. And you get ready for the next play and you got to run every play with precision. And or the coach will penalize you and it's hard and you're tired, but you fight through the pain. Imagine if you just apply that to every single thing that we do. Like, imagine if that was just the cultural code. Imagine if that was what black people were known for. We just don't give up. We fight, 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 fight to the end. We do that in sports already. I think that if we did that in the game of life and understand that life is nothing but a sport, it's just your football team is playing against team white supremacy, and they're pretty good. They've got the best athletes and the most money and the biggest stadium and lots of fans cheering for them. So you're gonna have to come in with a battle plan. You're gonna come in ready to play. But if you come in there ready to play, you can actually win. I really think that we already have everything we need. I just think we have to understand that these skills can be applied in everything that we do. Everything we do. So academically, my child goes into class, they understand that they're in a competition. They're going to compete with the best students, not just from America, but from India and Finland and China and Nigeria and everywhere else on the planet because they're supposed to be the best because that's what African Americans do. I don't understand why that can't be just a simple core value. And if it's not a core value for a community, I think it could be a core value for your family. I think that we have those core values when it comes to like entertainment. Like if you are a singer, you got to be the best. If you're a singer and you're black, you go to the Apollo, they're going to boo you if you're not really talented. They booed major celebrities at the Apollo, right? If you're a basketball player, then you play in Wicker Park where they got that guy, that annoying guy with the big microphone. It's like, yeah, he's about to dunk on him. Look out, y'all. What? Right? And all that, but you still got to show up and really play and be excellent and extraordinary. And you're playing against guys who are going to be draft picks. And yet you still rise above all that. To me, that's like a type of excellence that we display when it comes to sports. That's why everyone admires us for the way we perform. They also admire us for the way we play a damn sport. So I'm simply saying that we have to have a battle plan, not for the black men in America who are not 6'8", 240 pounds. What are you going to do with the other 99.9%? I don't want the other 99.9% wasting their time trying to get just five or six spots in a professional sports team. That don't even make no sense. That's not even logical. That's crazy. The only way to think that way is if you have no options and you've been plagued and diseased. Your mind has been literally injected with the virus of significant misinformation, where somehow you think that because you're all city, that your little 5'8" butt is going to be playing next to LeBron. That's not going to happen. So to me, I'm like, well, let's just take what we do in sports and let's just spread it out. Let's just approach everything like we do a national championship game. Let's approach everything with the same excellence that Whitney Houston had when she was singing in the church, right? I think that if we did that, we did that in business, we did that in education, and we did that in in family, in terms of like what type of family structure we want to have. If we did that in raising kids, if we did that with our mental and physical health, right? I want to have excellent health. I want to have excellent physical health, mental health. I want to have strong relationships. I want to know how to build wealth. I want to understand cash flow and financial security at the highest level. If we had that same level of excellence in everything, I don't think we could be stopped by anybody. Racism becomes a footnote in the story of black success. I don't think racism is something that can stop you. I've never met a white man who told me I could not read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. So this default bullshit about sort of looking at racism and thinking that racism is the reason that everything's going wrong in my life is absolutely something I reject completely, and it's something that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I really don't think white folks are really thinking about you like that. I really don't. I think that you're thinking about them. I think that we know that they don't admire us very much, except for when we're playing sports or entertaining them, right? But I don't think that they're really thinking about us. I think that we think about them. I think we admire them. We're like, oh, what that white man thinking about me? Oh, he looked at me funny. He must not like black people. Man, who cares? Who cares? I have a neighbor like that. I have a neighbor who is he is like he's a cop, and he's like a big card carrying big Trump supporter, big American flag, like what's it Blue Lives Matter kind of dude, right? Now, I think that because I'm black, and also because maybe he's Googled me. I have neighbors that Google me and stuff, and I'm sure they whisper about me and stuff. I think that he thinks that I'm offended by him, right? He thinks that I look at him and I get mad, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. But I know that when I've tried to like go up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," blah, 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 it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like at one point, I swear to God, I said to the guy, um, I said, okay, I'm sorry that my package got delivered to your house by accident. I said, but here, how about I give you my phone number and you can call me and let me know and I'll come over and get it. And you know what he said? Normally, most people were like, okay, sure, let me get your number. He goes, I know where you live. I was like, okay, peace out. I'm gone. Yeah, I get it, right? Like just real, like, and he's kind of interesting, right? Like I'm kind of like, okay, are you like, do you have like little dead puppies in your basement or something? Am I gonna find out one day that you just got something going on that where you don't want nobody to even ask questions? He's a real interesting neighbor, and the interesting crazy part is I don't know if he thinks that because he's a cop and the Black Lives Matter whole movement was like kind of anti-police. He doesn't know I that my father was a cop for 25 years, and I don't get offended by cops unless they're bad cops. I think good cops are needed. I think that the fact that we all call the police when something goes wrong means that we should show appreciation to the officers that put their lives on the line to protect perfect strangers. I'm not doing that. Most of y'all ain't doing that. So I admire cops and soldiers. I'm sorry. If you're good at what you do and you're not hurting nobody, you get all my respect. I think you should make $200,000 a year because ain't nobody else out here gonna put their life on the line. That's my practice. That's how I approach things. But this guy, I think that there's something there, right? But I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about me. It's like I got my family, you got yours. Good luck. I don't care. So I think that generally I don't understand. I think as I get older, I have a harder time understanding why we are so obsessed with what others think about us. I think we should be more obsessed with what we think about ourselves. I think that actually is the solution. Because my belief is that if you think highly enough about yourself, you don't really need external validation. You don't need other people to tell you you're pretty if you already know that you're gorgeous, right? You don't need other people to tell you you're smart if you know that you're smart. Like Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson got rejected from the Olympic team, remember first when he first became HIV positive, he was like, I don't really need the Olympic committee to tell me that I'm a great basketball player. I don't need that. I don't need that. Just like I don't need someone to tell me that I know finance. I have 30 years of experience in this field. That's enough. That tells me what I need to know. I appreciate you telling me good or bad, whatever you think. I appreciate your opinion, but that you 30 years late to the party, man. It starts internally. Think about that internal compass. Now, a couple more things. One, those of you that I invited a lot of you into the Fly Newbie Money Club, where Constance Carter did her whole 6 and 7 figure blueprint. There's a lot of other good stuff in there. So if you guys want to join the Fly Newbie Money Club, it's all the teachers are women. All the, so every 2 weeks they bring in an expert in some area and they do a club meeting around some topic that that expert can deliver. So Constance did her thing on Saturday. A lot of you were there. A few hundred of you were there. If you want to see the recording of that as well as all the other trainings that they've done, just go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and I'll send you guys the link. I'll text it out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Somebody said it was fire. Okay, good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, yeah. Constance is great. Constance teaches with us in the Black Business School, and I have a lot of respect for her. So anyway, we'll text that out to you. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And also the Queens go live every day at 1 o'clock. And I really I keep reiterating, like I hope that you we support our women. We got to support our Black women that are doing amazing things. I feel like as a man, I feel like we can do better. And I feel like, and as women, a lot of you women support us, and I want to say thank you for that. And if you're not supporting us, I hope that you'll reconsider that. But anyway, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they can actually let you know when they go live. So text Queens to 87948 on your phone. All right, so a couple stats I want to read to you about NFL athletes, just because I kept referencing this list and I wanted to make sure I share this. Number one, most athletes have a very short career span. The NFL does not stand for National Football League. It actually stands for not for long, because the average career span of an NFL player is about 2.3 years. And after retirement, most of them cannot replace the income that they had before. So not only is the income short term, but it's also very risky in the sense that sometimes your career is even shorter than you think. Like you're thinking, oh, I've only got 10 years to play. No, you might only have 2 years to play. Or you get out there, injuries are pretty frequent. So you get injured one time, you kind of fall off. I knew a lady who, and this is a funny thing too. I noticed this when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, that there were a lot of women that married athletes when they were younger and they thought that they were getting this sort of dream fantasy life because they meet the guy in college and and all these other girls are competing for this guy and he picks you, so you feel like you won the lottery, when really in economics there's a term for that. In economics they call that the winner's curse. That's when you think you won but really you lost. Like you think you won this amazing life, this fairy tale princess life with all this money and status, but really you might have actually lost. Maybe because remember, unfortunately, with being an athlete and having lots of options when it comes to women and fame and power can spoil people. If a person is not grounded and they're not conscious, it can spoil people and cause them to make a lot of bad decisions. So, like when I used to work at University of Kentucky, I used to work in the basketball dorm when I was in college. And I would sit in this dorm and I sign people in and out. So the person who's sitting there silently, like running the front desk, knows everything. Like you're literally, remember the spook that sat by the door? That's kind of what I was. I don't call myself a spook though, but yeah, that's what I was. I was the voice that sat by the door, and I saw everything that was happening in this dorm, and I would see people signing in and signing out, and it was crazy. I would see a girl sign in to see some dude at 7 o'clock, and then she signs out at 8 o'clock, and then another girl signs in at 8:30 to see the same guy. She signs out at 9:30, and then another girl signs in at 10:30, and she signs out at 11:30. I'm like, wow. Now remember, I was a regular guy. I'm not even 6 feet tall. So ladies, y'all would have passed me up in college, I'm sure. And but I was trying to build, trying to be somebody, right? I was like studying and stuff. But back then, when you're 21, you look like a nerd. When you get older, you look like a millionaire. So that changes it. I grew about 7 inches when I got money. But anyway, I was sitting so I was sitting there, I was like, God, like all these girls are so pretty. Some of them would just be white girls, and no disrespect if you're white. That just it's like dating an alien or I did that just I would say like dating a dog, but I don't want to compare anybody to a dog because that's a mean way. That's a mean analogy. So no, but like white girls never did anything for me. The black girls though would just be gorgeous, right? There'd be like all these pretty girls, and I'd be thinking, God, I can't. I'm working hard to get one girlfriend, right? Like, and this dude has three girls coming into the same night, and I'm like, I wonder what they're expecting from this relationship. Like, I wonder if they know about each other. I wonder if they understand like this guy is not the best decision maker, and he's sleeping with all these women without a condom. That's another thing, right? There's STDs. That's a real thing. Um, And I'm like, I wonder like what I like I was trying to understand the dynamics. That's it, right? Like because I was like, if they're all thinking that they're gonna be with him and marry him, he can only pick one. So maybe they'd be better off picking like some guy, maybe like me. I don't know. Like I'll be with you and I'll be just with you. I'm not gonna have 10 girls like coming in like that. And so anyway, there would be one, and then he would pick that one girl. Maybe they get married or something. They go to to the NFL, NBA, whatever. And then sometimes in some cases, you're dealing with a lot of extra stuff, like a lot of shenanigans, right? Like this constant competition from like thousands of other women who are trying to get your man's attention. You're dealing with drugs, right? A lot of NFL athletes have to take drugs and painkillers, especially in order to keep playing. Maybe you're just dealing with like kind of crazy culture, crazy spending, maybe some arrogance, right? Like okay, why would I work hard on this relationship with you when I've got five other women that are telling me how much better they would be for me than you are, right? So a person who doesn't have consciousness or good values, like they're not firmly rooted in terms of knowing, like, okay, this too shall pass. Remember, consciousness is time and space, where they can see the bigger picture, right? They're thinking, okay, this is my wife. And I want my wife and I to have a good family. So I'm not going to get caught up in the temporary shenanigans because I want to focus on having a wife and a family. And sometimes you'll see that. If you watch some of the NFL series like quarterback, it seems like they would show like Patrick Mahomes, who has a $500 million contract, and he could be running to the stripper club, throwing money in the air, living his best life. But he seems like a guy that's like, no, I got my wife and my daughter and my football, and that's it. And I'm not interested in all the extra stuff. But maybe that's just front. You don't know. And so anyway, yeah. So I knew a lady who married a guy who played for Penn State, who ended up getting drafted in his junior year, and he played for the Seahawks, and he thought he was going to have a long career because why wouldn't he? I mean, he was All-American, and they ended up cutting him like halfway through the season because he got injured, and he was waiting to come back from the injury, and he was waiting to get a phone call from the team. The call never came. So, but because he's this athlete, he didn't think of himself as a person that had options. He was a person that thought of himself as only an athlete, and so he just waited. Like, he didn't do anything in the meantime. He didn't try to build anything. Didn't start a business. Didn't go to school. Didn't do anything. So he'd be sitting at home waiting for the team to call. Now, here's what happens, right? So the mental health starts to decline. The mental health starts to dip. Why? Well, because you're waiting for the call because it's impossible that your dream is going to die. You're only 22 years old. Why? It can't die this young, and because you're too good, you're too talented. All you need is that one shot, and you're going to come back, whatever. Well, the team never called. So then you're sad and depressed. So maybe you're taking those painkillers still because they feel good, or you're drinking liquor, right? The idle mind becomes a devil's workshop. If you ever want to know the most dangerous type of man in the world, it's a man who has no purpose. A man who has no purpose, unfortunately, can be a person that that's when you dabble into the drugs, the alcohol, the porn, the whatever, right? Because you're the dope. You're getting into the dope, the dopamine. Everything's about the dopamine injection, right? The pleasure-seeking behavior. So you're dealing with five or six women because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you got a bunch of women, the weed over here, the liquor over here. A lot of y'all know men like this. Give me a yes if you've seen that. And it's sad. It's sad. It's like that Jamie Foxx movie Soul. Remember that Jamie Foxx movie Soul, where they sold people in the realm in the soul in the soul space. I guess that's what they would call it, or like the spiritual world, where they would just be sitting there just drifting along, because they don't have anything that's giving them passion, nothing that's giving them purpose. You have to have a purpose. Right? I think that's really important. And that your purpose has to come from you. It can't come from the world. It can't come from other people. If you have your purpose, then you're truly alive. You're truly living. If you're living your purpose, you feel good. If you're not living your purpose, it's easy to become stuck in a rut where you become this sort of soulless, empty vessel that's just sort of navigating through life. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, get trapped in that space where there's a lot of people that have almost like walking depression, like a spiritual version of walking pneumonia, where they're able to go through the motions and do what they have to do, but deep down they're really, really depressed. They're really, really unhappy. A lady wrote a book like that. I forgot it. I think it's still called Black Pain. Terry Williams. I met Terry a long time ago. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she wrote a great book called Black Pain, and she talked about millions of black women in particular that have depression and anxiety. They tend to go together, but it's undiagnosed, untreated because, well, why would you treat it? Why would you even talk about it? You're a strong black woman, and so you should be able to just function and do everything for everybody all the time, everywhere. And but yet deep down, maybe you're dying on the inside. Your mental and physical health is just kind of deteriorating because you're trying to be this rock for everyone. So I think it's important to kind of do that work. But anyway, like yeah, so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I saw a lot of couples like that. If you want to know how that story ended with the woman that married the Seahawks guy, she got to the point where she said, I was surprised. I thought that I would have an easier life as a professional, as a wife of an athlete. But she said, actually, it was harder because I had to get two jobs to pay all the bills because he refused to get a job because he only saw himself as an athlete. Right. So he would sit at home and she would be out working all day. And then after eventually he became abusive, right? You know, the drugs and the alcohol and all that that does mess with your head. You know, an unhappy man who gets liquored up or whatever, you know, then you have a risk of violence in many cases. And he started beating her up, and then eventually that's when she got the divorce. So everything that she thought would be a dream turned into a nightmare. And that is an example of the winner's curse. So when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, which by the way, you can have a copy of the book for free, an e-copy, just go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com. And anyway, there were several women who had that winner's curse. Several women I saw, because again, lack of financial consciousness means you're looking at what someone is right now, you're looking at where things are right now, and you can't see what's this going to look like 10 years from now. Where's this person going to be 15 years from now? Consciousness is like Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player, used to say, I don't look at where the puck is located, I look at where the puck is going. So in your life and in the lives of others, I think that one good way to be able to see good investment opportunities when you're talking about investing in people, the biggest investments you make are in people. They're not in stocks and bonds and real estate. It's people. When you marry someone, you're investing in them. Do you understand? Do you agree with this? Do you get what I'm saying? You're investing something that's more valuable than money. Money's like this. Your life is like this. So you're investing like years of your life. You'll never be a cute 22-year-old ever again. You might be a cute 32-year-old, but you won't be a cute 22-year-old. Those that comes with different types of benefits, right? So when you choose that man or you choose that woman, you are making an investment. So a big part of investing in financial theory, I could show you 1,000 research papers that break this down, is knowing where the puck is going. You don't look at what a company is right now. Do you understand this? This is how the whole stock market is valued, by the way. The whole stock market, it's not valued based on what companies are actually worth. The stock market is not valued based on what companies actually have or how much money companies are actually making. You do understand companies are valued based on where the puck is going, what they think they're going to be worth, how much money they're expected to make. Do you understand? So the stock market is what they call a forward-looking vessel, and I think it's quite logical. But sometimes you can be wrong, right? If you're not conscious and not intelligent about it, then you'll buy that stock that's shooting up in value because everybody loves it right now, but you're not thinking about where the puck is going. So generally speaking, in your life, I encourage you to always remember that everything you see, most things you see that are in motion, whether you're talking about people or opportunities or investments, what they are and where they are is not nearly as important as where they're going to be. If I'm in a car and I'm going 60 miles an hour down the road, don't judge me from where I am. Think about where I'm going to be in 5 hours. If I tell you I'm in Connecticut and you think that I'm going to be in Connecticut for the rest of my life, but I'm going 60 miles an hour and I'm headed west, then you're wrong. I'm going to be in Connecticut for a little while, but eventually I'm going to be somewhere else, maybe New Jersey or something. So that really, to me, I think is a great principle to apply when you're talking about what moves you're going to make. I also think, just circling back, I think that black families should be fully aware of the limitations of professional sports, so that you'd stop sending your sons off to go become slave masters or become slaves for slave masters like Jerry Jones and stuff like that. I think that that's fine. It's okay if your son can play for the Cowboys, great, but he should always know he has options, and you should also understand those risks. They are destroying the brains of these poor young guys. These guys are getting out of the NFL, and they're never going to tell you because they're very strong, hard, type guys. But a lot of them are living in a quiet hell, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. In fact, I have another NFL story I could tell you, but I'm not going to tell it because I've been telling too many stories. But it involved Dave Durrison. I knew a lady who dated Dave Durrison, who played for the Chicago Bears. He was NFL Man of the Year, just like Antoine Randall L. And he played on that '86 Bears team that was really good. it. They won the Super Bowl, and it was probably arguably the greatest team in NFL history. A lot of people think that they are. And Dave, was a smart guy. He went to Notre Dame. He was All-American, a straight A student, that kind of thing. And a great businessman, got an MBA, just a really great all-around citizen for the most part. But he had brain damage. And Dave eventually, I remember my friend who was dating him at the time. I don't think he was dating only her though. I think it was he kind of was a Rolling Stone a little bit. And I remember her calling me because she would call me and complain about Dave all the time and stuff he was doing and other women and whatever. But then one day she didn't call me and tell me this. I did talk to her 2 days earlier though, and I saw on TV. I was in Chicago, and on the news they said Dave Durison killed himself, and he shot himself in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain, and he asked them to investigate his brain to figure out what's going on with his mind. And when they did, from what I understand, I think they found the CTE. I'm not sure. I got to double check the story, but I believe he was actually featured in that Will Smith movie all about the CTE. So this is real. I encourage you to think about this. If you have athletic sons, black boys are the best athletes on the freaking planet. African American boys in particular, when it comes to football, basketball, track and field, we just are head and shoulders above everybody else. I honestly think it might have to do with slave breeding. I really do. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think that they did something to us genetically that made us just on another planet. Like there is no white version of a Shaquille O'Neal. There is no white version of a Michael Jordan. There is no white version of an Usain Bolt, right? So again, we could talk about that later, but I think ultimately we have this asset called our athleticism that everybody wants, right? The colonizers, they want to come in and get a piece of that. And I kind of think that we should understand either, first of all, we should be the ones who benefit first before anybody else does. That requires development of systems that allow you to keep that wealth as opposed to giving it away. Number two, we got to think about what the consequences are, right? You're literally running our boys through this factory, this cultural factory that spits out all this toxic waste. Where when he's high flying and he's making lots of money and he's on top of the world, then you want him, you want every piece of him, you want to represent him, you want to marry him, you want to keep him with you. But then when he's like this sort of like shadow of himself and he's no longer good for your purposes anymore, you dump him off back in the hood. And we got some guy that's an alcoholic and a drug addict who's sitting around talking about what kind of player he used to be and all this other stuff. And that's kind of the way things work. And that's actually something that offends me. I'm not happy about that. And so the other things too about being a professional athlete that should be considered is that they spend a lot of money on agents and management fees. A lot of that money gets eaten up. Also, there's a lifestyle expectation. A lot of NBA players went broke trying to gamble with Michael Jordan. Like Antoine Walker talks about how he would gamble with Michael Jordan all night, and Michael had a gambling addiction, and so he would just gamble like 24 straight hours, and they would be betting like $100,000, $50,000 a hand, stuff like that. Most guys could not afford that, but there is a lifestyle pressure that comes with making more money. A lot of you felt that actually when you maybe finished college. Maybe you got your MBA from Harvard, and everybody thought that because you got the MBA from Harvard and you got this fancy job making $250,000 a year, that you're just made of money. So when you have that expectation placed on you, because you've let everyone know how much money you have, or somehow they can maybe guess because they came to your house and saw your car, well, then now sometimes there's pressure to fulfill that expectation. Let me know if you've gone through that. Anybody go through that where you go to dinner with relatives and they don't even look at the bill, they don't even look at the tab when they eat with you because they know that you're going to cover it because you're the one who has money. I'm ground zero for that. Whenever I go eat anywhere, people pass me the bill. And truth be told, usually I can take the bill and it's not a big deal. But before I go in, I have a consciousness of what restaurant we're eating at and how comfortable I am with paying the bill for this many people. So if it's like 12 or 13 people, I'll say in advance, I'm not paying for everybody. And not in this restaurant, but we can get a pizza. Right? Well, how about this? Because I want to be generous, I'll buy 4 Domino's pizzas and everybody can eat. But no, we ain't all going to Ruth Chris with 14 people. Hell no. I'm not paying a $1,400 bill. To hell with that. I can afford to pay, but I'm not doing that. There's nothing that makes me want to do this right now, right? So maybe consciousness in terms of setting expectations in advance goes a long way. And because when you have more wealth, you're going to have more responsibility. You're going to have to protect that wealth and be a steward of that. But at the same time, I don't believe you should have to be a miser either. I think that part of the joy of financial success is the ability to bless other people and to be there for other people and to support other people and help other people. And so I don't think it's healthy to go to the other extreme either, where you're so obsessed with money that you become just really greedy and mean and evil. And, you're watching every nickel. Why are you watching a nickel, man? You got $10 million in the bank, dude. It's a nickel, right? So I kind of think that there has to be a balance there, but how you structure that balance depends on you and what's going to actually help you feel good navigating the world. And that's what I encourage you to consider. But so I can't even answer that for you. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's see a couple more things. Pretty soon I'm going to reach out to you guys to do stock options class. If you guys want to meet for that, text the word options to 87948 if you want to get notified when we do stuff related to stock options. And it's really good stuff. So we're going to do some stuff this week. So text options to 87948. And also, we have a social media platform you guys are welcome to join. It's B1 Nation, and you can actually find people that live in your area. There are groups on there, stuff like that. So feel free to go to b1nation.us, b the number one nation.us. And Amani, by the way, I saw Amani, who's on our customer success team in the Black Business School. She's in the chat. So I want to say thank you, Amani, for hanging out this morning. I didn't expect to see her today, but I'm glad she's here. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Be good. Peace. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and also, just in case you don't know, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, which is on Spotify. If you guys want to go check that out. Now, I want to talk to you guys about real estate. I want to break something down for you that is probably going to surprise you. A lot of people love real estate, and I love it too. I do own real estate. I think real estate is great as an investment vehicle for diversification purposes. But I'm going to just tell you the truth. I really actually sold a lot of my real estate, and I'm going to explain to you why I don't know if the so-called American dream of owning property is really what it's chalked up to be. I think it might be a little bit overhyped. Now, what I want to do as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Is I want to play a video for you, and this video is there's a young lady. Her name was Stephanie Kabidi, and I'm going to share her video. And she did a really good job of explaining her experience as a real estate owner and why she's selling a lot of her properties. And so I'm gonna play this video for you guys so you can take a look and hear from the sister's mouth. She's very smart. She looks like she's really deep in the real estate game, and I respect it. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. And I really think this is worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hear you about the homeowners insurance, Jeremy. That's a real thing, especially if you live out west, and y'all know what it is. Okay, so let me play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the audio. I always want to make sure the audio comes through okay. Let me see if I can find this dang video. Hold on. I got it. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. So here's the video. I'm pulling it up now, and I'm going to play it. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear the audio as I play it. I'm going to look for your yeses in the chat. Here we go.
It's in only 18 months, and now I regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building, and here's another one, and here's another one, and there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Most real estate investors teach about buying rental properties, rehabbing them, renting them out to tenants, and then refinancing them with a bank just to only cash flow $300 per month. And that $300 per month may sound like a small amount, but when you have a lot of units, that amount adds up. For the 22 units that I own with my business partner, we roughly cash flow on an average of $600 per month, and that's per unit. And on a monthly basis, that comes to $13,200. And on an annual basis, each year, that comes to $158,400. And that's a big cash flow amount just for only owning 22 units. Now that we talked about the money side of things, you're probably thinking to yourself, Stephanie, why on earth would you regret buying all these properties and wanting to sell them if you're making well over 6 figures with them? Well, because I'm here to tell you the dark side of owning rental properties that the other real estate gurus won't tell you. I honestly thought that as we buy more rental properties, that I would make more money. And as we continue to buy more, I just became more broke. So owning 22 rental properties looks great on social media, but in real life, it sucks. And the 6 figures that you see that we make from all these properties isn't really 6 figures, because as you buy more and you scale, more of that money of that cash flow that you make just goes into buying more properties. And not only that, you have to remember you're dealing with properties, and things happen. So a roof could go out, an HVAC system could go out, windows could need to be replaced. And those are some pricey items. And that starts to add up. Look, think about it. Let's say you own a single family house and you decide to rent it out and you cash flow $400 per month. That's great. That's above average because typical investors look to cash flow roughly $200 a month. So you're making $400 a month just from this one property. Now, let's say your roof goes out, and to buy a new roof, that costs $5,000. All your cash flow of that $400 per month is completely wiped out just because of that one thing, just because you have to pay for that roof. Look, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, whether that's buying rental properties or not. I'm just here to tell you what my journey is and the ups and downs that have come along with it, just so it can help you along the way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that there are pros to rental properties and there are also cons to rental properties. Throughout us buying all these rental properties within an 18-month time frame, I quickly realized that we were becoming equity rich, but cash poor. And having a lot of equity is great, but equity does not put gas in my tank for me to be able to drive to the office and drive to appointments. I don't like living a life having to constantly check if my bank account is in the negatives or not. I just got tired of it, honestly. And with you being equity rich and cash poor and not having enough in your bank account, you have to think of those things. Like, are you going to have enough money for food? Are you going to have enough money to have gas? Are you going to have enough money for just the regular bills in your life? And that's where I just got over it. I was just tired of living a life like that and just came to this realization where I just regret building and scaling this fast.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to start with a financial concept that we've talked about in Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, we do Money in the Morning economic elevation training. We call it the Millionaire Training Camp every morning. Anybody who wants to be invited, just text that word morning to 87948 on your phone, number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that sign up and come in for free. You bring your children, and it helps a lot. And in case you don't know my background, in case you're new, I'm a finance PhD. I taught at Syracuse University for 13 years, also at Indiana University and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. So here's what I want to lay out here. There is one word that this very intelligent young woman shared repeatedly that I think everybody should write down and remember this word, because it often gets forgotten in the space of investing. And that word is liquidity. Liquidity. She didn't even use the word liquidity, but I'm going to tell you what she was saying. What she's talking about is a phenomenon that's really true in academic research in terms of wealth. Remember, as scholars, that's all we do is we look at research and we figure out who has money and who doesn't and why. Well, one of the things that people don't talk about enough, as we talk about all the dreams and everybody gives you the feel-good speeches, about starting a business and buying real estate, is they don't talk about the fact that that most businesses fail not because they're not profitable. They don't fail due to a lack of profitability. They fail due to a lack of liquidity. Liquidity is the availability of cash. The availability of cash. And if you want to look at the dark side of real estate, one thing about real estate is that real estate is a space where sometimes running out of cash can be a real problem. Other areas like fashion. I used to do stuff with Damon Dash from Rock Nation, and he told these great stories about Jay-Z and everything. And one thing he mentioned about when they started Rockefeller, Rockaware, and all that, he said they had no problem with people wanting Rockaware. Everybody wanted to buy Rockaware because everybody wanted to be like them in the 90s and the early 2000s. The problem was that they didn't have the cash flow to run that business. Cash flow is like lifeblood to a business. It's like blood flowing through your veins. It's like liquidity, like water in your body. You have to keep a business highly liquid in certain spaces in order to make things work. Real estate in general, in my opinion, is not a very liquid industry. I don't dislike real estate. I want to make that 100% clear. So anybody who's a big real estate person, do not get offended. I am not saying that you're silly for owning property. Real estate is great in the sense that it holds its value very well. It has made money all through time. But a lot of people are jumping into real estate who don't know a damn thing about it. A lot of people are jumping in because it sounds good on the internet, or they'll go watch an influencer and go put up $30,000, $40,000 for that influencer to show them how to buy real estate and buy property. And I just think that there are better ways to kind of get things done. And so when she's talking about this idea that you have control of all this property, you own all this real estate, and your cash flows down, your bank balance is negative. That's a big deal. That ability to get the money out is really hard. I can tell you this is not just true for real estate, but it's also true for a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. It's very easy to get your money in, but it's really hard to get your money out. So before you jump into somebody's investment or somebody gets you to go and put your life savings into something, You got to think about liquidity and say, okay, if I need my money out tomorrow, can I get my money out tomorrow? If not, how long does it take for me to get my money out? Can I get my money out in, in a month? Can I get it out in 2 months? What are my guarantees? What's my collateral? What's my protection? And I see Joy mentioned, she said, I dropped 1,300 for furnace repair and dryer replacement. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to actually do is I thought that this lady's video was so well done that I thought I would go ahead and like play it and kind of use this as an instructive opportunity for all of us. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Money in the Morning class, you can just text the word morning to 87948. If you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can join for free. All right, so here is this video, which I just love this video. I love what this young lady did. And I just said, man, I like this so much. I want to play this. So here we go. I'm going to play it again. All right, y'all give me the yes in the chat. Let me know if you, hold on. See, I'm already hitting the wrong buttons. Hold on. Let me hit the right button. Hit the right button, boys. Come on. Okay. All right. Got you. All right. So let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. So let me see if I can play it.
I want you guys to know that when you are dealing with rental properties, you need another source of income just to help you sustain. Because as I just said, you will be equity rich and cash poor if you do it this way and just build and scale so fast. So that other source of income that we took into consideration was wholesale deals. But unfortunately for us, our wholesale deals were very, very inconsistent. So we weren't making really any money from that. It was just the money from our cash flow. But you got to think about it. For us, there were some things that did need repaired. And when we had no money coming from wholesale deals, then we would use our cash flow money. But when we were low and didn't even have cash flow money to use that, then we would have to come out of our own pocket. And guys, remember I told you being cash poor and not having any money in the bank account? You're probably wondering, like, how are you going to pay for repairs if you have no money from your personal pocket? Well, the bad thing we've done that I don't recommend is we just put it on credit cards. And that's where you get into a hole. And that's why I'm making this video, because I don't want you guys to be in the same position that I'm in. I want you guys to learn the lesson.
Okay, I'm pausing again. I'm pausing again because here's how cash flow works. Okay, you can think of it almost like when you had those fires in LA and everything. You know what happens? What happens when the hydrant runs out of water? What happens when the reservoir runs out of water? Where do you go after that? So what happens with cash flow generally, because cash flow is liquidity. That's like water being put out. You use to put out financial fires, right? You use the financial water, the liquidity to put out your financial fire. And you know what happens when you don't have enough water? Everything burns down. That's literally a perfect analogy for how money works and how wealth works. Okay. So what she's saying here, which is really interesting, is that most of the time, for most investments that you put money into that are not liquid, that are they're almost think of them as dry, like forest wood. Dry wood can easily catch on fire. So in order to keep it from catching on fire, you have a fire hose nearby, which means she was saying that another source of income is essential for her as a real estate investor. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in general, you have to have some source of liquidity, right? So even if you're investing, sometimes you keep that job or you keep that side business or you keep those other ventures going just so you have a place you can grab cash to put out your financial fire. Do you give me a yes if you get that analogy? So the liquidity sitting over here, you got the fire department sitting here. That's your cash flow. That's your liquidity. You're liquid. And you're standing here with the hose. And whenever there's a financial fire, you can hose it down. If you don't have the hose, then everything burns down. Do you get that? Let me know if you're following this analogy, okay? Because I think it's a perfect analogy. So what she's basically saying is that her financial water hose that she was using to bring liquidity to her real estate business, which is dry wood, catching on fire constantly. Anybody who owns real estate knows expenses are insane. Expenses are high. It sucks a lot of liquidity out of your business. You're paying for things. You're paying for repairs. You're paying for taxes. You're paying for insurance. And God forbid, don't even try to go live in California and do this. Your insurance is so high that you may not even be able to get insurance, which is a whole nother set of issues, right? So you're spraying down this business that keeps catching on fire, but then you run out of water. Well, what do you do then? Well, then she had to go to the credit cards. She had to go get deeper in debt in order to provide the liquidity that she needed in order for the business to survive. So building the business is one thing, but keeping the business alive is another. Pay attention. Building the business is one thing, but maintaining the business is a whole nother adventure. So before you celebrate when you start the damn thing, don't celebrate when you start the business. Celebrate when you kept that business going for 10, 20 years, because that means you sat there with the fire hose and you've been putting out fires for a very long time, solving problems, spraying water on the parts that need it. So it's no different from a baby. Like anybody can make a baby, but only special people can give birth to a baby and raise a baby to the age of 18. So don't celebrate because you had sex. Everybody can do that. That's easy. Celebrate when you don't raise that kid up to the age of 30 and they are a productive citizen. That's when I give you your cookies. That's when I give you your award. That's when you put in 250,000 hours of consistent effort to raise that child to adulthood. So business is the same way. A lot of people can start things, but not everybody can finish and maintain. So the liquidity is required for the maintenance. And what she's saying is that when she was maintaining the business with the liquidity that she had available through wholesaling, that ran out. So she had to go to the credit cards, which tended to make things even worse. Let me pull this up again. Let me share this video. I love this video. My God, it's a great teaching tool in terms of just us really talking about what the real deal is. I believe in realistic investing. I think too many dreams get sold online, and because people sound good and they know how to speak, and like they got the Holy Ghost and stuff, and people get caught up in that, and then people end up either getting scammed or losing a lot of money. And I don't want that to happen to you. So here we go. Let me play it again.
Learn the mistakes that I have made so that you don't have to make those same mistakes. So just remember, if you do want to build a rental portfolio, make sure you also have another source of income just coming in, because if you don't, you may end up real broke. Now, I want to talk about self-managing your rental properties, because for us, that is what we did to save money. And to be honest with you guys, I honestly don't mind it. As long as you have your proper systems and processes in place, then it's more so of a piece of cake. And what I recommend you guys do, if you are buying these rental properties, make sure you're fully fixing them up, just so you're not getting calls in the middle of the night of tenants saying, oh, my toilet's broken, where if you just get a brand new toilet, then you're less likely to have that issue. So just repair your properties up from the jump instead of having someone move in right away. And make sure you have your right proper systems and processes in place. Now, I want to get back into the money side of things, because that's the main reason people truly buy rental properties, is to have that, financial freedom. But I want to take a second to dive deeper on mortgages. And with you seeing that $300 per month in cash flow, that's not because your utility bills are so high.
I want you to pay close attention to what she says here about the real revenue. Like, you got revenue and then you got income. Those are two different things. So here she's going to break this down very well. Here we go.
Honestly, because your mortgage is so high with your principal and interest payments. And I want to give you guys an example. For this 2-unit property that we own, that you guys have seen, the upstairs unit is renting for $1,300 a month, and the downstairs unit is renting for $1,100 a month. Now, for the mortgage on that property, it is roughly $1,300 a month. So that upstairs unit already covers that mortgage, which is amazing. But we still do have utility bill payments on that. So we still cash flow a good amount on that, roughly around the $600 per unit. But still, we have expenses no matter what. But I want you guys to realize that $1,300 from the mortgage payment, that is the principal and interest, which just that part alone consists of $900. And then we have our taxes and insurance, which that's all included within the $1,300 a month. But think about it. That's a big chunk that is coming out of our cash flow. Like, wouldn't it be nice just to have an extra $900 per month in cash flow from just taking away that mortgage? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I would like to have that extra $900 a month in cash flow. And that's where my mind's at. Like, I'm done worrying about scaling with no money, because I realize, like, it can be easily done where you can buy so many rental properties, or just properties in general, whatever you want to do with them, whether that's, fixing them up or keeping them as rental properties. You can do that with no money out of pocket. I mean, that's how we scaled from 0 to 22 units within 18 months. But it's honestly the riskier route if you don't have another source of income, because you slowly get into a hole and you have all these mortgage payments racked up. You have to make sure they're all getting paid, but you also want to make sure that you're getting paid and you're cash flowing as well. So after realizing all this, like I said, I'm done taking that risky route, and I want to take a different approach where I want to focus on limiting those mortgages, having a consistent income, and having a good amount of money in reserves. Because to be honest with you, I'd rather own 30 properties that are 100% paid off than 100 properties that have mortgages on them and only cash flow $300 a door. Because you guys have to remember, it's not about what looks good on social media, and it's not about how much you gross per month. It comes down to truly how much you net per month and how much money is coming into your pocket. And
okay. All right. So I love that video. I love what she did. And again, her name is Stephanie Kabidi, and she's very smart. And Steph, if you see this video, I applaud you for being honest and breaking it down like this. Now, let me kind of do some analysis really quick to kind of help you understand what we just watched and how this works. Let's just do. I'm gonna pull up a quick spreadsheet. Today must be a special day because I'm literally gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go through an Excel spreadsheet where we can kind of just see the reality of owning real estate. Just what does that actually look like and feel like for a regular person? All right, and I agree with you, Linda. Cash flow is key. So let's talk about cash flow. So let's say that you get a place in Atlanta, and let's say you put $50,000 down, and you of your own money, and you buy a $500,000 property. Okay. So let's assume that they give you the property with just 10% down. So in general, first you got to pay your mortgage. If you have, say, a 5% mortgage, 30-year mortgage on the balance that you borrowed. Give me 1 second. This is my wife. Hold on, everybody. Hey. No, I'm in class.
You teaching a class? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in your schedule to do the pictures?
It was, but I don't want to.
Okay.
Like they said, I'll see you later. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right, so here, let's assume that you spend you get your mortgage. Your mortgage is 2415, and then you have taxes, and let's assume your taxes are 416. I base this on average amounts in Atlanta, and let's assume that you can rent. Your monthly rent is $5,000. Okay, so your tenant's paying you $5,000 a month. Now, just so you know, I think this number is very optimistic. My wife and I owned a property in Atlanta that we paid $590,000 for, and the income that we got was $3,500 a month from the tenant. But we didn't charge as much as we could have charged. Maybe I'm thinking we could have got at least $4,500 a month. But the tenant was a single mom with 3 kids. I just didn't want to overcharge her. I wanted to just pay the mortgage and the expenses and leave it at that, because we're going to get the capital gains, right? As the property value goes up, that's our windfall, and that's what it was. So here, let's keep going. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. So let's assume your insurance is $150 per month. This is based on averages for Atlanta. Utilities, let's say your utilities are $416 per month. Okay. And then let's assume that your management fee is $500 per month. Now, one thing I did not include, Jeremy, is HOA. Yeah, we do pay HOA 100%. So just right there, though, here's the deal. Just right there, your income is only about $4,100. I'm sorry, $800 left. I think so. Let me add this up. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a sum. Okay, so let's add up all of our expenses. $38.97. So I'm sorry. So if you take $38.97 minus the 5,000, you get what? Let me see here. 5,000 minus this, so $1,100 a month. Now, here's what we didn't include. We didn't include HOA fees. HOA fees can be pretty high. I have to pay those in the property that we have. And also, we don't know how much that's going to be. You know, I'm not going to put a number there. But then you throw in like another variable, headaches. How much is a headache worth to you? How much is it if somebody's stressing you out? How much is that worth? Headaches. I think that's priceless, right? Because one of the things that we did not factor in here is the amount of work required to just deal with tenants. Has anybody, give me a yes in the chat if you've ever dealt with a tenant who did or did not pay their rent on time. Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with trying to find a tenant. Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with repairs and things breaking down. Here's the thing. If you were to look at sort of a list of all the things that people complain about when they own properties, first of all, you got tenant issues, especially if you live in a place that is very overly tenant friendly. They assume that landlords are all super rich people. So rich people are evil in those places. So they pretty much every ruling's in favor of the tenant. They can squat on your property and it's hard to get them out. Late payment of rent, non-payment of rent. If they don't pay the rent, you have to still pay the mortgage. Your expenses still come in even if they don't pay the rent. So there's $5,000 or $3,800 a month in expenses, which happens on a normal month. That's assuming nothing breaks down, by the way. That's assuming that I don't have, a broken, busted toilet or a broken, or I don't know, like something doesn't happen with the electrical system or there isn't a leak somewhere. And believe me, that happens all the time. How many of y'all have ever owned real estate? Anybody ever owned real estate and rented it out? Like, just say something in the chat about just how much stress it was and financial stress it was to pay for everything, be responsible for everything, take time out of your day to fix things. Even when you have a property manager, they still got to get on the phone with you and talk through it and say, we're going to fix the such and such. And you got to send us a check for $2,000 to get a new blah, blah, blah. Right. It's crazy. Right. So the headaches are priceless. Some other things that people you have to deal with. You got to screen any new tenants that come in, maintenance and repairs. We talked about that. If the property is getting older, you just might have to maintain it because it's getting older. If the property is vacant, then you still have to pay the mortgage, even if it's vacant. That's thousands and thousands of dollars lost. Now, mind you, you're defending all this with an $1,100 a month income, right? So your $1,100 a month is very fragile. That's the point. If you have one thing go wrong, that in many cases will wipe out every penny that you make, and then cost you more money, which is where she had to keep going back to the reserves. She had to keep calling the fire department to put out the fire because she didn't have enough liquidity in her business to even sustain the business. The business couldn't sustain the business, so she had to have another business to sustain the first business. That's the reality. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what it is. Also, don't forget, you in different cities and states, you have different building codes, eviction laws. Sometimes the taxes can be complex. If you talk about managing property, you either pay a management fee, roughly 8 to 12% a month of your rent, or you do it yourself, and that's extremely stressful. Oh, and then we didn't even talk about the liability. We didn't even talk about liability. What if you own the property and somebody forgets to check the carbon monoxide detector, and everyone in the house wakes up dead? Well, then they're suing you. They're taking everything they can get their hands on. And then you got to like do little stuff like get an LLC for every individual property to protect. It's a lot of work. It's stressful. Okay. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just make sure that you're clear on this if you decide to go into that space. There are different ways to invest in real estate without having to actually buy it. They have real estate investment trusts. I sent you all a list before of different real estate investment trusts that I like that you can invest in that will still give you the benefit of owning property without actually having to own property, so to speak. You let somebody else kind of handle all the headaches of the management of the property, and you just become the investor. I'm a big believer in investing. Maybe I'm biased because my doctorate's in stock market stuff, but I'm just telling you, like, this is the number one wealth builder in America. There is no jobs don't build wealth the way investing builds wealth. And actually, what I'm going to try to do is find this list of real estate investment trusts, and I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And also another thing too, if you want to know what I think is a better use of that money, I really think selling stock options is a beautiful way to generate that cash flow at a higher level, in a clearer, easier way with fewer headaches. So in a more liquid way as well. And you guys know me, you know how much I love stock options. But anyway, there's that list of REITs. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the description of the video. But anyway, let me show you another calculation here. And we do stock options. We sell stock options in the Prime program. So if you're interested in taking a look, go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. It's on the screen. All right. So here is, let's take a look at stock options. Let's see what we could do. Now, remember, the original capital base that we had was $50,000, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that $50,000 and I'm going to do something else with it. Let me erase the real estate. So actually, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. All right. Don't mess this up, boys. Here we go. All right. So here is, all right. So let's imagine that we took the 50,000, we did something else with it. Let's assume we go to even Robinhood. Like, you can do this on an app, very easy to do. And we go get some margin, and we can then go, let's say we want to go into business with Mark Zuckerberg. We're going to do the opposite, right? Remember, there was a time where other people, where they got all the benefits and we did all the work. Well, I think with investing, you can let them do all the work and you get the benefits by being an investor. You just have to come up with the capital. So let's say we take this 50,000, or let's say we get it up to enough money where we can buy 200 shares of Meta stock. Okay. And the cost per share right now, you can do this. You can do this tomorrow, actually, if you want. Not tomorrow, whenever the market opens on Monday. The cost per share is $615. Can y'all see this on the screen? Let me know if you can see this. I want to make sure it's coming through okay. Can y'all see this? All right. So the cost per share is $615. So the cost of 200 shares would be $123,002. Okay. Now, you can get margin. They'll loan you half the money. They'll loan you, like whatever you have 50,000, they'll loan you another 50. If you got 60, they'll loan you another 60. So actually, this will require a capital base of about $61,000. But you can do this, right? You can do this tomorrow. So what I could then do is I can go into Meta right now, and I can sell a call up. Today is January 11th, so I'm going to sell a February 14th call option with a strike price. And you got, if you don't know what strike prices are, it's basically you're placing kind of a bet on your stock. You're letting people, you're telling them, like, look, if the stock goes above this price, you can have it. So I'm gonna pick a strike price of 640. Okay. So that means that if the stock goes above 640, they get to buy my stock for 640. But I'm not mad, because if the stock goes all the way up, if it goes up $25 a share, then I make an additional profit of 25 times 600, which I guess is what, $12,000 or something like that, for $14,000 that I get because they're buying my stock at a premium. They're not buying it at the current price. They buy it at the premium price. So I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about that. So that option right now on the market would be worth $24.45 per share. I've got 200 shares, so I can sell 200 of those suckers. And that would give me an income right now in my bank account of $4,889. That's how much money I get. And what I want you to notice is, first off, $4,889 as an ROI on the investment is a hell of a lot higher than $1,100. That's a hell of a lot higher. That's you're 4xing your money. You're making 4 times more than you would make if you went out and bought a whole bunch of real estate with that same amount of money. First of all, let me just ask you all this simple question right now. Give me a yes if I've convinced you that this is at least something worth considering. Give me a yes if you can see why I like this so much better than real estate. Let's start there. Give me a quick yes, because I want to make sure you're following me, because I don't want to go over anybody's head. So I just sold this option. And what I basically did was someone gave me money. They put almost $5,000 in my bank account instantaneously. And all I got to do now is just sit there. I don't have to do anything. Okay. That's the first piece, right? And it's a lot more than this 1,100 I would have made by taking that same 60 grand and going out and buying a bunch of real estate and paying mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee. And but then here's the other part that's interesting that you got to really process is quality of life. I didn't have to get out of bed to get this money. I didn't have to make any phone calls. I ain't got to deal with no tenants. I ain't got to worry about a squatter in my property. I ain't got to worry about a broken toilet. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't. So not only do I not have any expenses, but I don't have any headaches. I have no mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee, HOA fees, no headaches. And I can do this with my family. My family, we get together, we got 60 grand, and everybody's like, let's go buy some real estate. That sounds good and it feels good, and you can show it off and tell everybody. But I'd be like, let's just take the 60,000, get some margin, go buy some Meta stock and collect those dividends on the options. That's the options, just so you know, this isn't the same as a dividend. This is better, in my opinion. But here's the other thing too, right? So I sit back and I watch. So what if the stock goes up to 640? Well, then guess what? Christmas really came early, because if the stock goes up to 640, then I'm making an extra $25 per share on my stock. And the stock, let me see, $25 a share. Let me do some calculations here. 200 shares times 25. I'm making an extra $5,000 for my trouble. I said for 12,000. I got the math wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me. Maybe I'm sleepy today. So this to me is far superior. Then let's go through the reasons why. Number one, not only is the income much higher, and this isn't even, I don't even own Meta. This isn't even the stock that I work with, because there are other stocks that are far better than this one. I just did this one because it's the simplest way to exhibit the point. Not only is the income much, much higher, and there are no expenses. Also, there are no headaches. There is no work required. I don't have to do anything. And also, the other piece that's really important to consider is liquidity. I can sell this asset in 5 seconds. You cannot sell real estate in 5 seconds. It's very hard to sell real estate in a day, a week, or a month. You got to call, you got to talk to brokers and deal with banks and make sure the financing comes through. And then remember this 1,100 isn't just a lower number. You got to think about the other, what they call the second derivative. The second derivative relates to risk. People forget about risk. This 1,100 is very, very fragile, very, very fickle. You may not get 1,100 that month. In fact, I dare say that for most landlords, you don't get the whole net income, because in many months something goes wrong. The tenant doesn't pay on time. Something breaks down. Whatever it is, right? So this is not just lower income. It's less sturdy income, right? So it's not just, and with investing, it's really important. People forget about this. It's not just making money. It's how do you make your money? It's not just the size of the cash flow. It is the stability of the cash flow. Stability. It's like two basketball players. One player is Allen Houston from the New York Knicks. Super consistent, will give you 20 points a game, shows up to get every game, doesn't party too much. He's a good citizen, no problems. The other one is Latrell Sprewell. And if you remember the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell scored about as many points as Allen, but Latrell was wild. He liked to party. He may or may not show up. He was not as consistent. Sometimes his jump shot would be off. So those are two different assets to the organization. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you think about investing, I encourage you to not just think about how much money you can possibly make. I want you to look at risk. Risk is extremely important. That was what I did in my whole doctoral program. I worked under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State, go Buckeyes, who was one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And I really would be willing to bet you that most people don't process risk at a level that they probably should in order to understand how to invest in the right way. Okay. So that's the point I wanted to make. I like this young lady's video. I thought that she did a great job of laying out something that I think is important. I encourage you to consider other alternatives. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing what I know and what I've seen. If you want to join us in the Prime program, we have a good program in the Black Business School that does all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing and exactly what I'm buying and how I'm doing it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested. You can also text the word options to the phone number 87948. If you text options to 87948, I'll send you a link that way as well. So thank you all for listening. I hope this conversation was helpful. And thank you to Miss Stephanie Kabidi, who did that great video. She's super smart, and I love the fact that we're starting to see the truth about investing. When I started doing a lot of this stuff back in 2006, 2007, a lot of our people weren't as into investing as we are now and into generational wealth. So I remember just kind of going around to different shows trying to say, like hey, we got to invest. Like, we like money. We got to go make money. But what happened, unfortunately, is that when we started, a lot of people were just doing it wrong. They were taking too many risks, and they didn't understand the difference between investing and gambling. And also, we're not factoring in the important variables like quality of life, risk level, liquidity levels. All these things matter when it comes to picking an investment. So it's not just about making money at this point. It's about how you make your money and doing it in a way that is comfortable and satisfying to the other parts of your life that are more valuable and more important than money. Okay. So anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. It was great to see you. And again, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in jumping in. And I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Love you. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. That's our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants to build a future for themselves and their children. So if you don't want to have a future, and if you don't ever want to understand how money works, then you should probably leave. I'm sure there's something good on Netflix for you to watch. So, or maybe some sleeping you could do, because some of us be sleeping until noon, right? But we don't do that in here. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the probably about the 6:45 a.m. club, but I did go to the gym and I did do my workout, and I'm telling you, it makes you feel good. Now, give me 1 second here. I'm going to get us set up, and I want everybody to know I sent you all a text. Let me know if you got the text, because I sent out a text this morning letting everyone know that we were about to meet for class as we do every day. And I'd heard from some of you who actually reached out to the support team and said you were not getting the notification, which concerned me. And so I want to be careful about that. So give me 1 second here. One of the things I want to talk about today that I think we can learn something from has to do with a new show on Netflix called Squid Game. And what I'm going to do is my goal is to rock your world in terms of sharing with you something that'll make you say, I never thought about it like that. And this is the purpose of Money in the Morning. In case you haven't been here in our millionaire training camp, the goal is to embrace something that we do in the Black Business School that we call conversational learning, which is better than like sitting there and just with a pad and a pen and always taking notes. Sometimes just having discussions and talking about things is how you learn, right? Because economics is culture. And as you guys know, in my book, I wrote a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, The 10 Commandments, one of the things that I want to impress upon you is the importance of understanding the connection between where your wealth and your financial situation ends up and the things that you think about every day, the things that you do every day, the people that you talk to, the lifestyle that you live. In fact, if you go to my Instagram at Dr. Boyce Finance, I put up a video of Mike Epps, who's a comedian. I do not know Mike, but I know someone who knows Mike really well. I've told you guys many occasions. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys is one of my buddies, and Willie is good friend. Willie is buddies with Mike, so I don't, but I don't know. I don't. That's just the connection there. But Mike Epps did a great video where he was explaining how bad culture can really weigh you down. He talked about how, did anybody see that video by chance? It went kind of viral. Mike was making a really honest emotional appeal, and he was basically saying, that when I was struggling and I was on drugs and my life was bad and I was making bad choices and I was in bad situations and barely hanging on by a thread, I got a lot of love. He said my friends would say, "Oh man, I'm praying for you, brother. I love you, man. I got your back, man." But then when he started doing well, he was working out, he was eating healthy, he was living a good life, he was doing well financially. He said that a lot of those people did not support him like they used to. They liked him better when he was in the mud. They actually could empathize with him more when he was in the basement with them and engaging in bad habits like them. And I love the fact that Mike then connected that to our kids. And he basically said a lot of our kids fail because they're trying to fit in with a loser. They struggle because they're trying to fit in with degenerate culture that is heavily promoted, particularly to black males. We've talked about this extensively, how it's sort of interesting to me that there is an appreciation for black men who are broken, busted, torn to pieces, weak, uneducated, not working, lazy. There's a celebration of that. But then, when you show up and you say, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm actually all right. I read books. I don't know. I'm not gonna pick up the liquor bottle. I'm not gonna go to the club and shoot somebody and get 30 years in prison. I actually do take care of my kids because that's what you're supposed to do. Not because I'm special. I don't take care of my kids because I'm a credit to my race." You ever see that when people are like, "You take care of your kids? Oh my God, that's so wonderful. You take care of your kids." I'm like Chris Rock. Chris Rock said you're supposed to take care of your kids. That's what human beings do. So the fact that they convince you that it's normal to not do that is fundamentally hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you what really burns me up as a black man. And I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps and that little thing in a minute. Then I promise I'll bring it back to my key point. Is I saw where Zendaya, the Disney lady. Anybody know Zendaya? Give me a yes if you know who Zendaya is, if you've seen her. She's beautiful, smart, talented. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She's got a real black family. She actually had a show where she told them to put black people on the show. Like I much respect to Zendaya. Our kids love her, and so I get to learn about the Disney people because of when you got girls in the house, you gonna know Disney. And so anyway, Zendaya is engaged to Tom Holland, who was this white guy that played Spider-Man. And it's an interesting match. He's like about 2 feet tall and she's like, statuesque. It looks a little weird, but whatever. Love is love, right? But the interesting thing to me was I compared and contrasted that to two other Disney-ish types of young ladies. Well, not Disney-ish. One was Disney, one was not Disney. One was the Disney lady. You know what I'm talking about? The one that played the Little Mermaid. And the black girl, you know what I'm talking about. Put her name in the chat. I don't remember I'm bad with names. But anyway, very talented. And she ended up having a baby with a rapper. And the relationship ended after about like 6 months or something. They had a baby and then decided, oh, now that we've had a baby, we should break our family apart. That's the perfect time to destroy your family is right after the baby's born. That way you can make absolutely sure that the baby is born in a big pile of piss, right? They're born in a big pile of just messiness and ugliness and trauma, and that's because for some people they think that's what it means to be black. And then I saw the tennis player Naomi Osaka, right? Who was, really like the number one tennis player on the planet, and she was dating a rapper too. And I was like, what is it with these girls and these rappers? Like, don't they understand that most of rap culture, not all of it, but not all of it, not all of it. I'm not because I got some friends that are rappers who are good people, D1, Immortal Technique, guys like that. But some, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff that you hear, if you are a rap fan, a lot of that stuff is not pro-family. It's not like, hey, brother, settle down, pick one woman, yeah, start a family, live a quality life. Like they don't rap about that. They're like, I got hoes in different area codes. In area, I got hoes. I got hoes. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? That's that. Forgive me if that word is it's breakfast. I'm sorry. But anyway, so hip hop is not. It's not. I'm sorry, especially gangster rap is. It's just not pro family, right? Lil Wayne literally had a song. I swear to God, in this song, he literally said that I will steal your girlfriend, make her into my hooker, and then I will use her up and make money from selling her body, and then I will chop her dead body up and put it in the trunk of a car and mail it back to you. I swear, go look it up. Look it up. It's like whoa, that's not even sex trafficking. That's Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff, right? But everybody's like, oh, that's so, but the song is so good, the beat is slamming, yo, and they because they didn't take a psychology class on the subconscious mind and how how words have power and the things that you recite over and over and over again become mantras. What's the quote people use? What is it? Words are spells, basically. And I do believe that. Like you repeat it over and over and over again, that does seep into your culture, and you do see some of that, right? So long story short, here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. The problem for me is that because we don't understand the connection between our economics and our families, we think we can destroy our families and build our wealth at the same time. You can't that doesn't it's not happening. You can't destroy your families and build your wealth at the same time. Why am I talking about Naomi Osaka and the Disney Halle Bailey and their rapper boyfriends? Well, because if you're integrating your children into a culture, see integration with white folks, we already know the damage that was done there, but what we don't assess the damage of is the integration with hip hop culture. So you're integrating your family, you're bringing a child into the world, and the daddy's a rapper, where all of his friends are in his ear telling him that relationships are a burden. Children are a pain in the butt. I heard Hallie's boyfriend say that having a relationship is like having a part-time job, man. Like that's not because why would in his mind it's like if you're all addicted to the dopamine of new experiences, then why would you settle down with one woman when you could have 12? Right? That's the thinking of a 22-year-old child, right? And so ultimately, long story short, what you have is you have a scenario where the infrastructure is broken before it even gets built. There's nothing there that says, okay, I'm going to take pride in being the kind of man who is married to my wife for 50 years. My mother, my mother passed on Christmas Eve. We talked about that, and I think about her all the time. Just be ready to hear about my mama all the time. I'm gonna carry my mama right here in my soul for the rest of my life. And when I spoke at her funeral, I looked down at my father and I saw a man who was once a 21-year-old man. I knew my father when he was 21, 22 years old. I remember that. And he was very handsome. He had those green eyes that apparently, for whatever reason, girls like those green eyes. Maybe I'm just a hater because I don't have none of that. I'm just an average guy. But yet, despite the fact that his little green eyed, light, and he was light skinned, you remember back in the day, people, if you light skinned and you got the curly hair and the green eye, right, all that stuff. He's still, because of how he was shaped as a man, because of how his father shaped him, looked at my mother and said, I'm gonna marry that woman. He didn't say I'm gonna get all them hoes. He didn't say that. He said I'm gonna marry that woman right there. And he claimed her. He went and he pursued her and he married her and he stuck by her side until her last breath. When she took her last breath, he was laying right next to her. She passed at about 4:30 in the morning. He was asleep and he woke up and she was gone. But every single time I talked to him about my mother, his whole conversation was, my job is to take care of her, period. And what I don't get, here's what I'm not processing because I'm old fashioned apparently, is I just really, when I saw Naomi Osaka with this rapper and I saw Chloe Bailey with the other rapper, both of whom have already broken the relationships have already ended. I was kind of like, I wonder why young ladies aren't interested in men like that anymore. Like, I wonder what it is that would make you look at someone who's a complete, who's not going to have a great future, most likely because he's engaging in some unhealthy habits and not really interested in like family and all that is not really kind of like a role model in his head. What would make you want to align your children with him versus the guy who says, I want to be with you. I want to marry you. I want to cherish you. I'm going to take care of you until we're old and gray and dead. I want you to die. If you die first, I want you to die right next to me. If I die first, I want you next to my bedside. I don't know if this is where integration was bad for black people, and I'm not talking about civil rights integration. I'm not talking about Brown versus Board of Education. I'm not talking about we shall overcome. Let's go to school with white folks and get jobs working for white. I'm talking about integration with hip hop culture, which is also white culture for the most part. The reason I call it white culture is because the person who has the gold makes the rules. If you want to know who defines what something's going to be, it's the person who writes the damn check. I say this as a finance PhD. The person who writes the check, the person who pays the bills, decides what the culture is going to be. They decide what the rules are going to be. They decide which songs are going to be on the radio. You don't own no radio stations. You don't own the systems of distribution. You haven't raised $1 billion in capital to start a record label. Not one rapper on in the history of the world has ever gone to Chase Bank and gotten $1 billion to start a record label. Never has that occurred. So stop acting like hip hop culture is black culture. That is not black culture. That is white culture where white people are saying, this is what we need y'all to be. This is what we want y'all to be. We want you to be losers. We want you to be degenerates. We want you to have broken families. We want you to be on drugs. We want you to be drinking all the time. We want you throwing your money away. We want you ignorant. We want you lost. We want you with STDs. And if you step out of that role, then you're not interested anymore. So let's circle back. Why was I on the treadmill, feeling some kind of way when I saw Zendaya, engaged to Tom Holland, and I thought about the other Disney princess who got with the rapper, who's never going to have a family with this man. He's already declared that. That's already that the baby's born, but the family breaks apart as soon as the baby's born. There's no consideration like, well, what about the children? How whatever, none of that, right? It's like, oh, I can be I can just still I'm gonna come see my son once every month and he's gonna be fine. And okay, whatever, do your thing. But here's the thing: the reason that got to me is because I think that what's happened is that because we've allowed people to use their wealth and their money to bastardize the image of the black man in such a terrible way that people look up to rappers more than they look up to scholars, it makes Tom Holland look like a wonderful guy, right? And when Tom Holland, who doesn't have all these crazy cultural influences, says, "Oh my God, I am next to this wonderful, statuesque, extremely talented African queen. I'm going to worship her. Like I'm going to wash her feet every morning because I am honored to be with this woman." They call that simping when you like express your admiration for your woman. Oh, you a simp, you a simp. That's white culture, hip hop through hip hop. To just so when he does that, other people are gonna go, oh, the white guys are so much nicer to their women than the black guys are. Because I saw the rapper with his Disney princess, and he spit on her in public and cussed her out and called her a blanket. In fact, actually, when the Zendaya, not Zendaya, I'm sorry, the other Disney Halle, when she broke up with the guy, he went on Twitter and said something crazy like about her, about I'm not even think about sex, but think about something that involves your mouth. That's all I'm gonna say because some of y'all got kids watching, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all grown, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but you can't say that about a Disney princess. Come on, man, don't do that, man. Like, seems in a Disney movie, bro. We don't want to. That don't even make sense, So my point is to say that when you talk about culture, and it's not entirely true. It's not everybody, right? There are some rappers that have families and and completely have walked away from the culture. But what I'm saying to you is that there's just this awkward bastardization that takes place where Zendaya, who's hanging out with Tom Holland, looks like she made this superior choice to the other Disney princess who now has a baby daddy, right? Or when the rapper Eve goes over to London. Has anyone ever seen the pictures of Eve with her white family? It's really fascinating. Like they look like something out of like they look like a British aristocrats. It was like her with a big long. It was one of those big long tables like the King Henry VIII would have, and it was nothing but like 25 white people at the table and then her, right? And it looked kind of weird, but she looked real happy. She had this big gigantic house and they're probably on like 1,000 acres of land and it almost gives this impression. Or even when the one lady, what's her name? I forgot her name. Meghan Markle married Prince Harry. I saw a lot of people really fantasizing about that wedding. Like they were really excited about this royal British wedding. And what I really think is fascinating, what made me kind of salty a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, is that I know millions of black men, or not millions, but I know a lot. I know a lot of black men who who love women that much, who honor women at that same level, who some of whom may not be able to give you the royal British wedding, but they will treat you well. They will honor you. They'll be honored to be with you. And I think that it's fundamentally unfair that these guys get overshadowed by the rappers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And that actually made me, and I thought about that when I thought about even the Mike Epps video where he talked about how there's something about this promotion of degeneracy that can occur in the community that fundamentally undermines the community, not just in terms of wealth, but in all the things that allow you to even have a chance to build wealth. It's really hard to build wealth when you own crack. It's really hard to build wealth when your mama is running the streets. It's really hard to build wealth when your daddy is in prison. It's really hard to build wealth if your family is in complete chaos and in the middle of trauma. And just divorce alone, just baby daddy, baby mama-ism alone is a major factor in killing your ability to really thrive in this society. You're kind of in survival mode at that point, almost like a basketball team that has completely thrown out their playbook and is completely disheveled, and half the players are injured, and you don't even know what to do next, and you don't even know which basket is your basket, and you don't even know how to dribble. You're not going to win an NBA championship with that kind of a team. Do you understand? You to win a championship is already hard, even if you're organized. It's hard, even if you have great athletes. Right? It's hard even when all the players show up. It's hard even when you have a game plan. It's hard even when you've been practicing. So if you've never done any of these things, you haven't practiced, you have no game plan, you have no skill, everybody's injured, half the team showed up. What in the hell makes you think you can ever win anything? What makes you think that you can compete with anyone who is structured, organized, and prepared? And so a family really is your team. And so really me, again, as the 53-year-old man who shakes his fist at the air, I probably sound like an out of touch old man because half the stuff that y'all young people think is lit and cool and hip, I think is stupid because I see what's going to happen 20 years down the line if you keep doing that dumb stuff. And maybe you'll receive it from an elder and you'll say, "Oh, an elder's talking and he's an educated elder. Maybe he has a point." Or you're going to say, "Ah, man, you just a dumb old man. You just out of touch, dot. You just da, 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 da." Okay, cool. I don't care. It's your choice. But I because I'm really saying this for people that want to listen and for people that want to hear a different voice. Because when I would see just this sort of fascination with like this sort of thing that's being promoted amongst black males, the very unhealthy stuff, liquor and drugs and STDs and ignorance and wasting all your money and and the babies mamas and sleeping with everything that moves. It's really sad to me. And it's sad because not only do people, a lot of young people make these mistakes and they don't know what's going on because nobody ever explained these things to them. But it's kind of like when you try to help, you get sort of attacked a lot. You get kind of like you get made fun of, right? You get called a nerd or whatever. And the secret, the reason I related to Mike Epps' video, let's go back to Mike Epps. And this problem, I promise you, this relates to wealth because Mike became rich and famous, and all of a sudden, his old friends from the hood, a lot of his friends had an issue with that. When I saw Mike talking about his experience, and the video's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you can go watch it. I said, wow, I had the same experience. When I heard Mike say, when I was struggling, when I was in the mud with you, you really were happy for you. You were my friend. You loved me. But then when I climbed out of the mud and I said, "Hey, I made it, y'all. I'm doing better. I'm going to the next level." Suddenly, I became public enemy number one in your eyes, and I had to detach from you because you're no longer an ally. You're now an enemy. I related to that because one of the I don't get to talk about this much, but one of the things that one of my secrets to success as a young person was to detach from a lot of the black men in my life. Not all of them. It wasn't like I didn't want to be around you because you were a black male. That's not true. But I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I didn't, and I had greatest gift and the greatest curse that I had in my life was that I never fully related to white people. And so I would get rejected by a lot of white people, and I didn't fully relate to black people because I was detached enough to look at some stuff and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to the club. People get shot at the club. I saw a video. There was a video. There was not. It wasn't a video. It was a post by a man who was in prison who had an epiphany where he said that 5 minutes ruined his life. And I said, I bet I know what he's going to say. Because he said, and here's what he said. He said something that I've been thinking about this for 30 something years. Because I know a lot of people this has happened to. He said, I was in the club, somebody disrespected me. I pulled out my gun and shot them, and then I got 30 years in prison. And I was like, yeah, I know some guys like that. And I think that just that lack of a critical thinking skill, that lack of ability to disconnect and kind of say, what do I want from my life? Do I value my life? Am I even going to participate in something that might cost me my life? Um, I wish that was more popular, because I think that for young kids especially, and when you have music and stuff that's really telling you, like if somebody makes you mad, you should shoot them, or even that you should punch them, or maybe people that make fun of you. If you don't go and get violent with somebody, let's say you're in a restaurant and some toothless redneck calls you the N-word. And I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm going to jail today. I'm going to jail today. I'm like, I'm not going to jail today because I don't care what this toothless redneck thinks about me. What makes you put those people on such a pedestal that somehow you think that their approval of you even matters? I don't care what you say about me, but maybe it's because I've had some experience. A lot of people say a lot of things about me, right? And it doesn't. The good stuff, it kind of matters. The bad stuff kind of matters. But at the end of the day, what matters is what you think about yourself. So, what in the world? Who trained you to even think that you should give away that much of your power to someone who has no power, by the way? A lot of people that hate on you and say things about you or attack you in some way or call you the N-word to get you out of character, they don't have power, so they're seeking power by seeing if they can influence your behavior. It gets you unfocused, get you off of your game. That's what they're really doing. And I just it just it's not logical. It's not logical behavior. So ultimately, I think, and the reason that I think when you have an economic conversation, you have to talk about behavior and choices is because behavior and choices is everything when it comes to wealth. Like you can't have rich people versus poor people without having different choices amongst different people. So the question is, what are your choices? What choices are you going to make today? Because you're gonna have a range of possibilities. Like E40 says, everybody got choices, right? What are your choices? What choices are you gonna make, and who's gonna influence your choices? And because culture influences the choices that we make, and what kind of culture are you building? And then the culture that you build is going to shape your access to wealth and resources. Now, what I want to do is I want to break into another quick angle on this in a minute. But before I do that, one thing I want to let you guys know is later on this afternoon at noon, the Stock Market Club is going to meet at noon to talk about the stock market. That's my thing. I wrote my dissertation on stocks, so I love the stock market. I love the stock market. The number one wealth driver in America. It's the number one place to make money on the planet. So if you want to join us and you want to do a free trial, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, if you there's another thing. I did put together a list of stock. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that investing in water is going to be a big deal, that literally in the next like 20, 30, 40 years, they're expecting a water shortage. And so what I did was I put together a list of investments you can make in that space if you want to make money from that. I'm going to text that out probably tomorrow. My team's kind of putting that together and getting that ready. So I will text you all the link. If you want to receive that, then make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you that list. Thirdly, you guys may or may not know, but we're actually going to Ghana in July. We're doing a group trip to Ghana, and we have this thing, the B1 Voyages that we created where we can travel together and stuff like that. We're going to Ghana and also to Black Wall Street this year. So if you want to be notified when we go on the group trip and you want to connect with some of the other people that are here in this space, get on the text list for the travel. Just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948, and we'll send you notifications. So text travel to 87948. I'll send you information. All right. So how many of you have watched the Squid Games? Give me a yes if you have seen. I love the Squid Games. I saw the first one; it was really, really good. And I'm looking forward to watching the second one. The Squid Games has been, I think, the most popular show in the history of Netflix, and it's really powerful because I think that the Korean South, I think it was made in South Korea, right? If that's the case, I know that there's something about South Korean filmmaking that really resonates. Where they're just so creative. The movies are kind of different, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was gonna happen," because we're used to the American stuff. I think South Koreans are brilliant at making movies. They made that other movie. I forgot what it was. It had a one word title. It was called Beef. I think it was called Beef, and it was the craziest movie ever. I think it was called Beef. And then there was another one, um, where the people were living Parasite. Yes, yes. Thank you, James. Parasite was amazing. Beef was amazing. Squid Games was amazing. Like they're good. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Armando. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna go find that one. Thank you, Armando. I appreciate your contribution. Oh, Queen of Tears, is that another one? Okay, I'm writing these down because the Koreans just have a great ability to zoom in on things like economic inequality in a really unique and creative way that I think is just really powerful, right? So anyway, with Squid Games, I want to kind of talk about that as an economic lesson because if you don't, in case you don't know, this movie's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about economics. It's all about economic inequality. And so here are some financial theories you can connect to the Squid Games when you're watching to kind of understand how economics works, and also to reiterate the importance of making sure that your children are trained on economics, making sure you're buying stock for them when they're babies, making sure that they understand the different ways to make money in the economy. Like that song. Remember that song? I'm on the highway, making money the flyway. You gotta get a better way. And I was like, what's making money the flyway? What is that? Now, maybe he was talking about something different. I actually met the rapper who made that song. I think it was Lil Troy. I met him. I think he passed away, but he was a very nice guy. I met him at a party. Willie D had a thing, and I went down there and I met him. It was really cool. But anyway, it was so in this song, one of my favorite songs, they talk about making money the flyway. Well, in my mind, making money the flyway means making money in a way that's actually going to accelerate your wealth, allow you to not have to trade time and energy and years of your life to make a dollar. And that really requires a type of economic consciousness where you can see the whole court, so to speak, and position yourself properly. Just like in a basketball game, LeBron James, the reason he was a great player was because he had extraordinary court vision. He had great basketball consciousness, and he could see where everybody was and get the ball to the right spots. Well, the same thing is true economically. You have to be able to see the whole court in terms of how the whole economic game is played and say, okay, I don't want to be over here. I'd rather be over here, right? So basically, in America, it's very, very simple. It's kind of a horse and jockey sort of system where you have the ways that people make the most money through things like real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. Those are the three biggest ways that people make money. And really, you could say real estate, stocks, and general investing in other areas. The hard ways to make money are definitely through labor, like working for other people. America does not support its workers. I just heard something on this show called Morning Brew Daily that I listened to, where they said that these ski resort workers are on strike and they work for this massive corporation that makes something like, I forgot how many billions of dollars a year that they make, and they literally couldn't get them to give them a $2 raise. Where literally, I think they said it would cost them $900,000 to give them the raise, but the company's net income is like either in the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars. So literally, they could give them the raise, and it wouldn't even affect their bottom line hardly at all. And I remember thinking, well, the government should be stepping in and forcing them to treat their workers properly and give them worker labor rights. But again, I've explained to you guys in previous conversations that our government has kind of been bought out by the capitalists. So they're not giving and supporting power to, you know, to workers. This is just not the country you live in. So making money by working and all that and picking a career and working into the ground and all that just really isn't the best approach. Not just because you don't typically get enough money to thrive, you only get enough to survive, but it's also uh, costly because you're giving up so much more than just your skill. You're actually giving up years of your life. And so even if you do something like become a surgeon, if you become a surgeon and you go to school for, what do you do? Go 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, a 1 year internship, 6 years of surgery, surgical training, right? So you've gone to school, what's that, like 14 years of your life, and you go to school 14 years of your life, just not to make money. It's not like you do the 14 years and they're like, okay, here's a $5 million check for all the years you put in. Now at that point, you have what is referred to as human capital. That means that now have all this skill in your brain. God forbid that you slip and fall and bust your head and or get killed in a car accident on the day of graduation. That's got to be terrible. But even then, you don't have money. You have the ability to make money. So you can go in now. Now, yeah, you can go and you can do surgeries and make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, whatever. But that's even then, you're still working so much that it deteriorates other areas of your life, right? There are a lot of people that are very successful professionally, high-paid attorneys, high-paid surgeons who have horrible lives, right? Whose mental health is gone, their physical health is gone, their families have fallen apart, or they sacrifice family altogether just for their career. And I personally think that building intellectual capital, building an economic base off of an organic entity, which is you, I think that's a misalignment. I think that is a severe problem. I think that's an addiction a lot of people have. It's what we're taught as kids, and a lot of people aren't really talking about it the way that they should. But I think that that's really, really, really a bad trade. It's a bad, horrible trade, right? Horrible trade, right? So instead, why not do a better trade? Why not trade dollar for dollar, capital for capital? So that means, if I've got a kid and I'm like, hey, I don't want you in none of this. I don't want you to even the best parts of this system as a worker. I don't want you to have that. So I'm going to just buy you some stock and get you a capital base. Start when you're little. I remember if you bought $1,800 worth of stock for your kid in 1997, they'd have a couple, $2, $3 million now and never have to work for anyone ever. So I'm going to buy you little shares of stock. Then by the time you're 20, 25 years old, you're going to have a capital base. And also I'm going to give you some knowledge, not anything fancy. I'm just going to, maybe I'll bring you to Dr. Boyce's class every morning with me, and we'll just sit here and listen to this weirdo talk. And then after, a few of these trainings, you'll understand economics at a higher level so that you then have the ability to take this capital base that we're building and then be able to kind of make things happen. Okay. So ultimately, this is the trade-off that I think works best. And I think Squid Games is interesting because Squid Games does a good job of really highlighting what happens, or the necessity of economic preparation as a protection against financial exploitation and economic vulnerability. Okay, so let me pull this up. I made some notes on this. And by the way, I see some of you are asking about the list of water stocks and investments you can make in terms of water. I'm gonna text that out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send it to you. I cannot email it to you. So because I don't have everybody's email right now, I will try to figure out a system. I don't know, or maybe you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live out of the country or something, go to drboyceelevate.com. That'll get you on the email list, and then I can also email it out to everyone that's on that list. That way, all of you can get it. All right, so here are a few things that pop up in Squid Games that I want you to look for when you watch the movie. First off, if you notice in Squid Games, the participants are risking their lives in order to make a dollar, right? They are in the midst of a significant economic desperation, which was typically caused by structural inequality. So you have rich people who are the players of the chess game, and then you have poor people that become the pawns. Okay, so ultimately, the wealthy have a different type of consciousness because they're looking at the economic game from the top down. They're just looking at the different players in the game, and you're looking up at them, and they're just moving you around like little chess pieces. And the Squid Games does a good job of connecting to this. There's something called Tom Piketty's Capital in the 21st century. He has a theory on this. He says that unchecked capital accumulation can exacerbate wealth inequality, leading to social instability. So players that have the debt, basically they're trapped, and it reflects how systematic inequality can force the poor into exploitative systems. So systematic inequality is a real thing that does exist, but it's not an excuse. In fact, my argument is that if you have awareness of the inequality and you have time, which I've mentioned to you all that time is the most important element in any wealth equation. Time matters more than money, actually, and this is a mathematical truth. Then you can actually navigate around some of the pathways through which the inequality is created. For example, if I tell you, for example, if we're talking and I say, corporations get you to become a consumer by basically manipulating your dopamine levels by advertising in a certain way, to make you feel aspirational or whatever. Like for example, like that video, how to sell to the Negro. Then now you're aware. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you know. Now you have a choice. Before, maybe you didn't have a choice. Before, you just didn't know, or you just weren't aware of what was going on. But now you know the game. So then at that point, the question is, how are you going to play that game? How are you going to circumvent those issues? Number two is debt as a tool of exploitation. So one thing that happens in Squid Games is that a lot of players join the game because they have so much debt. And remember, debt is something that is powerful. If you use it properly, it can become incarceration, financial incarceration. if you use it improperly. So a lot of people, because of student loan debt, they get locked into the corporate plantation because they went to college, and the same institution that will loan you $200,000 for a student loan would not loan you $25,000 for a business loan. Why is that? Well, because a student loan works to their advantage, a business loan works to yours. A student loan means that all you're doing is you're taking that money and you're turning right around and handing it to them. So it's like you're giving them dollar bills, they're giving you Wendy's coupons, right? So if I buy $1 million worth of Wendy's coupons, that's not like having $1 million in cash, because Wendy's coupons are restricted in their use. I can only use that if I go to the restaurant and pay for their product, which already has a markup attached to it. But if you give me $1 million in cash, that's a whole different reality. So if I had a choice, if somebody said, Dr. Boyce, which would you rather have? $1 million in Wendy's coupons or 100,000 in cash? Oh, give me the 100,000, because then I have the ability to apply those funds in any way that I see fit. I don't have to go buy a bunch of damn cheeseburgers at your restaurant and somehow feel like I spent $1 million. So ultimately, that's so debt is when it's sort of applied in a way that's not beneficial to you, it does become a trap. And so when people have in Squid Games, a lot of the players are in debt and they're trying to get out of the debt. And there's a theory. Karl Marx had a theory of exploitation. He explained that capitalists can extract value from workers through asymmetric power dynamics. Their workers have less power than the employer, which is what's happening in the ski resort out in Vail. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the ski workers are saying, "Hey, we just want to make $23 an hour because we can't live in Vail. Our customers can, y'all can, but we can't." And that fits with what Marx said. I'm not a Marxist, but Marx was right about this. And he says that it says here, in modern economics, financial institutions also play a similar role, where they leverage debt to perpetuate class subjugation. So debt is powerful, but you must be very careful with debt. There is good debt and there's bad debt, and so debt can be a good thing in your life or it can harm you. The illusion of meritocracy. This is what's interesting. So the game of the Squid Game appears to be fair, with everyone having an equal chance to win. However, factors like physical strength, alliances, and manipulation of the rules reveal that outcomes are far from equal. And that's kind of like, in a way, what it's like to be black, right? A lot of people are pushing right now, like McDonald's, for example, just got rid of all their diversity programs apparently, and which I personally think, I mentioned this on my podcast on Spotify. It's called the Dr. Boyce Daily, Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. You can go listen to the segment if you want. But on Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, what I did say was, I said, so McDonald's is interesting because there are a lot of other corporations where diversity was cool when it was convenient. Now it's inconvenient because they've got the Republicans that are kind of putting pressure on. There's a guy named Robbie Starbucks, and all he does is spend all his time going after companies that have DEI programs. And now, on one hand, DEI kind of got screwed up in the sense that they started equating gay people to black people, which is not the same. I'm sorry. I love my gay friends. Nothing against you, but still, that's not the same. Stop that, right? And then suddenly, you got gay people and white women and everybody else benefiting from the DEI programs. But I do know some black people who are fans of DEI who benefit from DEI. I got my first job at Syracuse University through a DEI program. They had to force them to hire us. They did not want to hire black people at that university. They had, I think, almost 100 faculty in the business school at Syracuse, and not one of them was African American. Not one. They did not. They were like, we don't want no black people up in here. We want y'all playing basketball, picking up the trash, and tackling people on the football field. We do not want you teaching our white kids. That was. But we'll take black students because we're getting their money. But we don't want black professors because they're the ones making money from the university. Yeah, that's what it was. So they had to force them to hire us. They hired three of us, and one of them was gone very quickly. Two out of the three were gone, and the third one, they treated her so badly. I never forget this lady. She was half white actually, so she was like kind of one of them in a way. And she and she really she played the game. She really, I can't play. I don't play games that well. I'm not good at that. I can't pretend. I'm the Negro that'll get you fired. I've always been that guy. You can go back 25 years. When I was 25 years old, I was the same dude. But with her, like, she did everything right. She made friends. She would go to their kids' birthday parties. I didn't know where all the people I work with, I did not know where they lived. I did not know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't care. I was there to work. That's it. I worked on my research, and that was it. That's my flaw. That was who I am. She did all the social stuff. She connected with them, and I was like, oh wow, this whole like being white thing is really working out for you. Maybe, boys, maybe you're too radical. Maybe just slow down. They still treated this poor lady like crap. When she actually got promoted and they gave her tenure, Not one single person. Usually, when you get tenure, and I can just tell you about the rules of academia, when you get tenure, everyone's like happy for you because it's like a kind of a big deal. It's kind of like getting married or something, right? It's like, but tenure, it's like a lifetime job, kind of like welfare for smart people, right? So you can work forever and they can never fire you. My wife has tenure. She's actually a full professor. Very few PhDs become full professors. Very few black female PhDs become full professors. So give that black woman her props. But anyway, so she got promoted, and even though typically everyone congratulates you, not one single person in her department sent her a congratulations letter because they were resentful and mad because they felt that she only got it because she was black. And so and so what really kind of like made me sad for her was I said, man, you did all this selling out. You did all this bending over. You were literally doing everything they told you to do. Me, I understand why you'd want to get rid of me. I'm just not pleasant in that way. I don't fit in those spaces. But you, I didn't understand it. And I remember her kind of talking to me, and I said, okay, so I get it now. There's just kind of a disdain that they have for those of us who want to fit into certain spaces. That's it. Like when they talk about black jobs, they're really talking about black jobs. They're not talking about the white jobs. Right? There's certain roles like they're like, okay, if you want to be a rapper who comes and like wants to hold your testicles and call yourself the N-word at the office party, then we're gonna cheer for that. That's amazing. If you want to be the big basketball player who shows up and in your basketball uniform and talk about what it's like to play for the Lakers, we're gonna honor that. We love you, man. You're awesome. But when you show up and you're black and you're like, I don't play basketball because I'm not tall enough. I don't know how to rap, but I can program a computer, or I do have a PhD and I can do cutting edge financial research. It's like, nah, you're not interesting. You're kind of boring. And and I think that this is something that we have to kind of acknowledge and understand. I'm not saying that some of us can't find our way to wiggle through the system. Some of you have, and I congratulate for that. I support you 100%. But I do think that there is kind of a belief about sort of us being in our place, right? These are the places that you can fit. Even when I was on the campus at Syracuse, I remember that there were black people that were kind of kept in in a certain place. There was like they would put everybody like in Africana studies. They call that the ghettoization. So every all the black professors, they'd be like, "Oh, you'd be great for the Africana studies department." And that just speaks to the idea that in some spaces, the first thing they see when you're black is that you're black. They don't see you as a human being first. They see you as a black person first. Right? And so what this means, in my opinion, is I think this necessitates the absolute essential nature of what we're dealing with. It tells us what we must do. It tells us what we have no choice. We have to develop spaces and institutions of our own. We have to. We have to develop spaces, not so much where we're just disconnected from the world or that we just walk around being mad at white people all day. No, I think that we get rid of all that because if you're focused on what you're doing, you're not so worried about what he's doing, right? If you got something of your own, you're not jealous of what somebody else has got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think being conscious of what we're conscious of. So like the consciousness of our consciousness is critical in the sense that um every day I wake up, I got to be conscious about what I'm thinking about because there are some things that you can sit around and be mad about all day that are just not going to benefit you. It doesn't benefit me as a black man to sit around and just be angry all day about what white people are doing. I don't think that's gonna fix the issue at all, and they don't really care that much. So really, I'm kind of just hurting myself. I built this little world that only I live in, where I'm just boxing, I'm shadow boxing all day against something that really, to some extent, exists in my imagination. Not that racism is not real, not that discrimination and segregate, not that all those things don't exist. They're real, but that doesn't have to be the only world that I live in. I think that there can be another world where all of our children are raised with basic ideas like get up every day, do the best you can, read books, work together, build wealth, don't give your money away, be smart economically, make a plan, love your wife, love your kids, build your community, take care of your health, stop eating McDonald's, and all these other things, right? So here's the point, right? Let me go back to McDonald's because I didn't finish that part. So the point that I made about McDonald's and their lack of diversity initiatives is I said, well, we could just say like we're mad, like let's just all go boycott McDonald's, which is totally cool. But I said, but really, if you think about it like this, though, let's go deeper. Should you really be eating McDonald's anyway? Like does McDonald's rise to the top of the ladder of like healthy food choices in the first damn place? Do you know what that food does to your colon and your kidneys and your heart? I mean, do you know that you're also listening to a black man whose mama just died a week ago who ate a lot of McDonald's through the years? Not that McDonald's took my mother's life, but damn, it probably didn't help. So, so, so to me, I don't need McDonald's to cut their diversity programs for me to have a reason to stay away from that damn crack house of a restaurant anyway. I don't need a reason to not give them my money. You shouldn't need a reason to support your own businesses. You shouldn't need a reason to eat healthy food. You should just be doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. Because it just makes more sense anyway. Do you follow me? Like there's people like Juiced Up Reese. Y'all don't know Juiced Up Reese. Look her up. She makes these juices and they're good and they're healthy. And she'll be like, oh, this one has turmeric and vinegar and blah blah blah, and it'll help your heart and your lungs and your like all this, right? And I'm like, I should be. This is what I was supposed to be doing in the beginning. So I'm not really supporting your business because I'm doing something for you. I'm supporting your business because I'm doing something for myself and doing something I should have been doing from the very beginning. So I think that like with our economics, I think that hitting kind of the reset button and instead of building black wealth in response to white oppression, I think we should build black wealth because that's the damn thing God put us on this earth to do in the first place. That's where you were supposed to be already. You were already supposed to be doing what's best for your family. These are the things. So you don't need to be mad at somebody else for you to start loving yourself. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope you get that. I hope I help somebody today with that because that's something I think that if we process this properly, I think that we can really do some things, man. I believe our potential is just infinite. I think that our kids are just amazing. I think that if we do our job in this generation by guiding them in the right way and developing spaces for them to really truly be who they're supposed to be, they're gonna just run off here. They're gonna run out here and just kill it. They're just gonna be amazing. So it's just, now some of us, we're getting older, right? So some of us we got a lot of regrets or whatever, but I don't think we should raise our children to have those regrets, right? And that's my thought for today. I don't have anything else to talk about. I do, but if I do, I'll be talking all day. So how about this? Before we go, one thing, if you want to get that list of investments in the water industry, I'll send that out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us or interested in generating income by selling stock options, which is a great way to make money, we're going to meet. The Prime program is going to meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I also texted you all a Q&A that I did. I'm going to do another one today where I answer your questions on video and I send out the video and you can watch it and kind of learn the process. And if you are interested in options and you'd like to participate, you can text the word options to that same phone number, 87948. And you can also go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And then, oh, and last but not least, I forgot Tierra KJ Williams is in the chat and she's screaming at me because I forgot to mention that also Constance Carter is doing a great like a little boot camp this weekend in the Fly Nubian Money Club, where basically this is where black women teach. This is all black women teachers. You can be in the audience if you're a man, but this is where we listen to our women because our women are smart and they're the greatest on earth in terms of what they can accomplish. And I just really think that that's important. So if you want to participate in that, just text the word Queens to the phone number 87948 and we'll send you a link if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. So just text the word Queens to 87948. And this is for the men too, right? These are just amazing women. Constance Carter, Tierra's awesome in terms of business storytelling. Dr. Lene Javette is part of it as well. She's an expert on Black entrepreneurship. Dr. Alicia Watkins, my wife, is a participant as well. So if you would like to take a look at what they're doing over there, just text that word Queens to 87948. And I'm really also just really talking also to the men too. Like let's put these suckers to the side. These guys that just really don't want to have a good interaction with black women. I think that that's very unhealthy. So let's really show our women how much we support them, how much we love them, how much we honor them. And really maybe I'm feeling extra sensitive about that because y'all know how much I honor my mama. And because without these women, we would be nothing. We would not exist. We wouldn't be a fraction of who we are. And so I think that that's just very natural to do anyway. So anyway, take care, guys, and have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to our Money in the Morning Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I was a couple minutes late. Sorry about that, but I had to discuss some stuff with my wife. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling extra black, extra proud, extra wealthy. I hope that we are all committed this week to being wealth builders, the wealth builders that we are. The stock market, let me see. I think the stock market is off to a good start this week. Let me take a look here and see what we have. Looks like stocks have rebounded from last week. Oh, look at that, 303 points up on the Dow. What? Money in the building. We're making money today. That's what I love. I love to see black people making money. And one other thing I'm about to do is send out a text. For those who want to be alerted via text. A lot of you are on the text list, so I won't repeat the number right now. But anyway, I hope you're feeling good. And I have something that I wanted to kind of break down and share with you from an investing standpoint that I think will benefit you tremendously to at least have this on your radar. All right, so this morning. I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm really good at drinking water. I drink a lot of water, and I found out that drinking water is really important for your health. I think we talked about that. That literally, I read somewhere that you have to drink half your body weight in ounces or something in water. So that means if you weigh like 200 pounds, you got to drink 100 ounces a day of water or something. And apparently, water is bigger than I thought in terms of being a really important investment. And so what I want to do is actually explore some reasons why investing in water, is the next big, is one of the next big things when it comes to wealth. Um, so give me one second here. Yeah, so here's the deal. Apparently, and Dr. Claude Anderson, author of powernomics.com is his website. He's actually discussed this on many occasions. He's actually talked about how water and medicine and land and just sort of the basics and the bare essentials are going to become much more important in the next several decades. That this is something that you kind of want to alarm, not alarm, but alert your kids to. You don't. There's no point in being alarmed, right? So, um, so basically, when you talk about the next big thing of investing, I was really intrigued by the research I did on water, and also what I want to do, in fact, is give you guys some ways to participate and to make money when this perceived water shortage starts to emerge. So what I did was I put together a list of different stocks you can invest in that will make money if it gets to the point where the water shortage starts to emerge. And so if you want to get this list, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all out this list probably tomorrow. Just gotta put it all together and get it ready. And also on Tuesdays, you guys know we have Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to learn more about stock market investing, which I think is the best move you can make, you can feel free to do a free trial at drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So anyway, give me a yes in the chat if you even knew about this. How many of you even heard about this? That a lot of the wealthiest people in the world are buying, like Bill Gates and other people. The conversation now is they're not buying all this land. I don't know if y'all know that Bill Gates is like the second largest landowner in North America or something crazy like, or maybe it's Ted Turner or both of them. Both of them have a ton of land and farmland and everything else. And so the argument that some people are making is that they're buying this land just for the water rights, which is just crazy. And apparently, the accessibility of clean drinking water is going to be a big deal with the growing global population, and then also the fact that we're kind of ruining the earth with a lot of global warming, a lot of pollution, stuff like that. And that companies that can really sort of capitalize on this or innovate around this are going to absolutely make a complete killing. I don't know if some innovation will come along due to AI or perhaps quantum computing. Quantum computing is a very big deal in terms of being able to solve problems that were considered previously unsolvable. And I gave you guys that list of quantum computing stocks. I don't have the list in front of me now, but I did pass that out to you guys via text. And some of them, like IONQ, have done extremely well since that time because just the conversation of quantum computing was big enough to have a deliberate and very powerful price move. Now, give me a second. I'm bending over so I can put my shoe on. I know that's ghetto, but I got to do this. All right, there we go. All right, shoe is on, and I'm okay now. All right, so anyway, give me 1 second, and here are some reasons why investing in water has become a very big deal. One is water is becoming more scarce. There are many regions in the world that are experiencing water shortage, and this is primarily due to climate change, population growth, and overuse. Investing in water can provide exposure to companies addressing this critical need. So this is when I send you all this list of different companies you can invest in to be able to benefit financially from the water shortage. Some companies in that list will be companies that are able to help solve this problem. Essential resource. Water is indispensable for life, agriculture, and industry. That's another reason why water matters and why water. I think they now trade water futures on the open market. They opened a futures market for water where they're treating water similar to oil or gold or whatever. Infrastructure needs. Aging water infrastructure in developed countries and a lack of access in developing nations creates demand for investment in water treatment, storage, and delivery systems. So the infrastructure apparently is falling apart, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. And I see someone's mentioning that Chicago has an issue with lead pipes. Chicago got a lot of issues, man. I don't know how I don't know. I'm curious. I'd be curious to know among my friends in Chicago how many of y'all love and support the mayor. Whenever I talk to black folks in Chicago, they do not like the black mayor. They are really mad at him, Brandon Johnson. I think that's his name. And Jamal Green is a guy that I know in Chicago who I like a lot. He's actually 30 years old, I think, or 31. He ran for mayor of Chicago. I hope he wins. If he runs, I'll endorse him. I don't endorse politicians hardly ever at all, but I would endorse Jamal because he has the right idea. He also understands the importance of economics when it comes to elevating our community. He kind of gets the fact that if we don't get our economic game right, we're not going to have anything else. There is no civil rights without civil rights. There is no political movement without an economic movement. There is no power in America without having economic power. It has to start with economic power, which starts by basic things like learning how to make more money, which is why we need to train our kids to start businesses and make investments and not just chase jobs or NBA contracts. Number two, it goes into taking that money that we have and keeping it, right? Keeping it in our pocket, either through investing and saving or in supporting our own businesses as opposed to everybody else's. And then just generally, economic education needs to be the gold standard for the black community. Like anyone that you love, anybody that you care about, anybody that matters to you on this earth should be incentivized or encouraged or pushed, persuaded, yelled at if you have to understand like you got to learn your economics, you got to get your money right, you got to get your money right, you have to learn how this stuff works. If you don't learn how the money works, then you will not have any money. And when you don't have any money, it creates a lot of other problems. So anyway, so ultimately, I think that this is kind of the mandate for this century, and I'm issuing the clarion call, and I'm speaking on this consistently every single day because I kind of need you guys to really make sure you internalize that and also share that with people that you love. I can say this not just as a financial person. I'm a financial scientist. I've studied this stuff for a long time, and I can tell you this is where it's at. This is the big deal. All right, so let me keep reading here. Clean water initiatives and technologies are really important, like desalination. I guess where they can take the saline out of the water. Like they have these cities that are surrounded by all this salt water, but they can't drink it, which is crazy. I used to watch those movies. Everybody used to watch those movies where somebody would be stranded on a little ship in the middle of the ocean, but they would be dying of thirst. And it was like the most confusing thing I've ever seen in my life. Anybody ever feel that? I'm like, you can't drink none of that. You can't take any of that water. Like you're surrounded by water. How are you dying of thirst? That don't even make no sense, right? But that's true, right? You get in the ocean and you start drinking the water, you're gonna have some problems. Also, global regulation, governments and international bodies are implementing stricter water usage policies, which boost companies that offer solutions like efficient irrigation, conservation, and purification systems. So again, again, like I said, what I'm going to do is later on this afternoon, I'll compile and review and analyze a list of companies that are in this industry and ETFs that you can take a look at. And I will send you all out this list. Make sure you are on the text list to receive it. If you want to get the text, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's something else I wanted to share with you that I thought was really, really intriguing. There was this uh, thing I saw. Hey, how many of you let's give me a quick yes. How many of you are aware that there's a sports betting epidemic developing in America? How many of y'all know that sports betting is now considered to be like I did a conversation about this. We broke this down in the class. It's really it's if there ever was like a financial crack or a financial fentanyl, that would be sports betting. And the thing is, you can't really explain this to somebody who's doing it because they're not going to believe you. They're not going to listen. They have to hit rock bottom. They got to lose everything and then, get to a point of hopelessness where they're depressed and thinking about unaliving themselves or their families falling apart, right? Or being in this really horrible situation before they start to say, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But when somebody's in it, the problem is that they're young, and a lot of young people, their brains haven't even fully developed till they're 25. So they take advantage of young people, mostly men in their 20s. And now, just like we've been talking about this for about a year. I've been mentioning this for a long time since they legalized it. I said apparently people don't know history. You don't know the history of the horrible things that have happened when it comes to sports betting and why they made it illegal in the first place, why they pushed it out of the NFL, why they pushed it out of the NBA, how many Major League Baseball players got banned for life and lost everything and ended up on drugs. There's a Ohio State. Oh, I love my Ohio State Buckeyes, right? Y'all do know this. I'm a proud Buckeye. That's where I got my doctorate. Ohio State right now, in case you don't know, has the greatest football team in the country and maybe one of the best football teams in the last decade, like as good as the old Alabama teams when they would just dominate everybody and how good Georgia was. So anyway, there was this quarterback that I didn't know about at Ohio State before my time named Art Schlichter. I think that was his name, Art Schlichter. And Art Schlichter, I believe that's his name. If I got it wrong, please correct me or forgive me. Anyway, he was the superstar at Ohio State. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the man. They wanted him big out of high school. He goes to Ohio State, takes him to the win. I think they either won the Rose Bowl or almost like did some amazing things. So he gets drafted in the NFL, and he's a very high draft pick. Well, the thing was that while Art was in college, he ended up forming this addiction to sports betting, and he would bet on anything, horses and football and basketball, whatever. And he goes to the Indianapolis Colts or some team like that, and basically they find out that he has this addiction, and he ended up taking his whole signing bonus and literally blowing his entire signing bonus like on like betting on horses and sports and stuff. And then they're like, okay, but he's really talented. Let's work on this. Let's fix this and give him a chance because he was that talented. And they gave him another chance and he blew it again. And literally, if you want to know how the story ended or how the story's going right now, 20, 30 years later, Art just got arrested about, maybe like 2 months ago. And they found him with a crack pipe in his back pocket. So he's literally now, a 66-year-old crackhead who has no money. He used apparently, from what I understand, again, all the, maybe some of this is all alleged, innocent until proven guilty, all that. But it's really fascinating that this person who was at the top of the world, he was right there where Travis Hunter is and the best athletes on earth, where they thought he might be the Michael Jordan of football, and now he's literally at the absolute lowest point that a person can be in society, pretty much, right? It's hard to get lower than a broke crackhead who has no friends anymore because you scammed all your friends. That's what he did. He used his reputation to go and get his friends to invest in stuff. And apparently there was accusations that he pretty much scammed them out of their money because that's what drug addicts do. Drugs are the closest thing to a zombie virus that there is. That's why I hate drugs. I think drugs are just the worst thing ever that ever happened to the black community. I mean, crack was crazy because you got to understand, if you understand biochemistry in the brain and the bond between the mother and child and how strong that is because of the oxytocin, you would be astonished by the fact that there was a drug that could literally break that bond, that could make a mother not want to be with her own children. That's crazy. And so when they did that to us, not only did that just cause so much pain, but it took so much of our wealth, so much of our wealth. the mother is the foundation of all of this. I just lost my mother, and it reshapes my whole universe. My whole universe is different because mama's under the ground. It's like, well, wait, that's not the way the world's supposed to look, right? But all of us, a lot of us have gone through that. Every one of us, most of us will go through that at some point. So if you see your mama, give her a big kiss, or tell her every day how much you love her. That's what I did with my mother. That's why my regrets were minimal. But still, though, just this idea that a drug could disrupt that meant you're disrupting many institutions throughout the black community. And when you disrupt institutions, you're disrupting wealth. When you can't have when you don't have some sort of structure around your ability to survive and thrive economically, it's typically not going to happen. It's like the difference between going to battle with an organized, structured military and a battle plan versus just having everybody scattered around doing whatever they want, or a football team that's very organized and everyone's on the same page versus a team where everybody's kind of running around just doing whatever they want. Like teams like that don't win, right? So that lack of structure that they created, that chaos is a wealth killer. Right? So chaos is not good. Structure is very good for wealth, and also structure requires energy. Right? Energy, we talked about even scientific concepts like entropy, which is pretty much chaos and disorder that naturally emerges through any closed system. So effectively, that chaos or that entropy is contained by using energy to make it stay together. So in general, let me circle back around and talk about your own life. In order for you to have structure, you're gonna have to apply energy to that. Structure leads to wealth. So a structured family is where everyone's on the same page, everyone's operates on the same code of conduct, is going to be a family that also is able to build wealth because you're putting all your energy in the same direction, in the same place. You're putting all your coins in the same bucket, right? Do you understand? Tell me if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to get too philosophical here. So that structure requires energy, so you have to put energy into the structure. People who don't believe in structure, or who believe everyone should just do whatever they want to do, or they don't want to commit or submit to anything bigger than themselves because their consciousness is on a level one when it should be a level three, four, five, where you're thinking about the bigger picture. People who don't think that way, I want you to notice that those individuals don't typically have any wealth. They don't typically build anything because what's happened is that if you look at a building, all a building really is this organized structure where a lot of energy has been put into the same objective. They came in and they stacked one brick on top of the other brick on top of the other brick. They had a really detailed architectural design where everyone put all their energy into the same little project. Do you follow what I'm saying? But imagine another scenario. Imagine let's think about the worst parts of our community in terms of where we have our biggest challenges. Imagine if everybody just showed up and threw a brick at the threw a brick in a pile, like just came in, just took the cement and just dumped it everywhere, right? Same amount of energy, but a different outcome. Same amount of energy, but you have chaos instead of structure. Exact same amount of energy. It would take the same energy to go dump your concrete everywhere that it takes to pour it into a contained space. But the difference is that with the structure, in the first scenario with the structure, you built this building. Now you can charge rent and you can make billions of dollars because you built the Empire State Building. But in the second scenario, you just got a big pile of bricks and concrete and everything else. You actually have a mess. So not only did you waste your energy creating the chaos, but now you got to spend more energy cleaning up the chaos. That's where I see us economically as a community is that we really got to take that time and really sit back and say, okay, what are we doing here? Like what's really going on here? I mean, really think about this, and this could be taught to children in school. Imagine if every child was raised in an environment where you were taught to do one simple thing. One simple thing. You were taught to sit back and think about your next move before you make it. You're not operating just on emotion. You're not just operating based on a trigger. You're not operating based on how horny you are, how mad you are, how happy you are, or how you're feeling the Holy Ghost. You're not operating on none of that. You're literally just sitting back and you're saying, okay, let me think about my next move for a minute. Let me process this. Okay, should I sleep with this girl or should I not? Should I take this job or should I not? This guy made me mad. Should I pull out the strap and handle it, or should I not? Right? Imagine if every person was taught to kind of do that. Just sit back and process. Okay, I'm about to put out this energy, and where should I apply it? How should I apply it? Right? I think that would change the whole world. That would change everything. I'm about to go to the mall and I want to go blow a band. I want to pour liquor out of the club and throw money in the air at the strippers. But let me think about that. Let me just process whether let me just look at myself and just think about what I'm doing here. Like what are you doing? You know, like does this make any sense? You know, and actually that's another psychological phenomenon. Did y'all know that children they did this experiment that kind of connects, but it's coming to mind. So just bear with me on this. Okay. So they had these kids where they did an experiment with them where they left out some Halloween candy and they put up a note they told the kids very clearly. They said, only take one piece. Do not take more than one piece. So what do you think the kids did? What do you think the kids did when they came in? They saw the sign. There's nobody watching. What do you think do you think that they followed the rule? Yes or no? Do you think that they just picked one piece of candy up? How do you think the kids responded? No, the kids didn't give a shit. The kids are like, all right, but some of them followed the rules, but most of them did not. Well, you know what they did? They did another experiment, another version of the experiment where all they did was they put a mirror up where the kid when they the same sign, same candy, same everything, but there was a mirror where, whatever you chose to do, you had to watch yourself do it. So that means that if you took one piece, you watched yourself grab one piece, you watched yourself follow the rules. If you wanted to take a handful, you had to watch yourself be a thief. You had to, the mirrors confirming to you that not only did you break the rule, but you stole something. Do you know what happened? The percentage of kids who broke the rule went down dramatically. It went down a whole lot because they simply forced them to take a look at yourself. That's consciousness. Stand outside of yourself, and I need you to look at what you're doing. And think about this. This can happen a lot. Like imagine, like think about it. Like you're about to cuss somebody out, and because you're mad and you're triggered or whatever, and you're about to go off on somebody, and then somebody says, "John, don't do that. You're a Christian," and you're like, "Oh, I am. Okay, okay. All right, I'm gonna calm down, right?" Or you're about to go and do something, about to violate your marriage, and then somebody's like, "No, you're a husband and a father." And you're like, yeah, like that movie, I Think I Love My Wife with Chris Rock. Remember that where he had the old ex-girlfriend that he liked and he was gonna go sleep with her. And then right in the middle of it, he started thinking about his wife and his family and everything else. And he was just like, I don't want to do this. Right? When people start thinking, it changes their behavior. Because what's happening is that you're coming out of this unconscious state. You're not hypnotized by the situation anymore. You're not trapped in the moment. See, sometimes I think we can get incarcerated in the moment and act based on the moment when really we should be acting on a bigger picture. And that's what consciousness is. And that consciousness arises when we get closer to God by sitting back and thinking about something, maybe even meditating on it for a little bit, and really just kind of sitting back and you get that God consciousness where you can see all and see everything. You see the future, you see the past, you see the patterns, you see the world, and you say, this ain't for me. I'm out of here. I'm not doing this no more. So consciousness and critical thinking skill are deeply connected, and they're also, and I guarantee you, 100 times out of 100, that a conscious person with critical thinking skills and the patience to execute those skills is going to be far more wealthy and far happier than the person who does not do that. The person who just acts on the situation, responds to the moment. So I think that this is a skill that can be trained. This is something that can be taught to the children. But we have to do this. I don't think that capitalist America ever wants you to be conscious of anything. They don't want you to be conscious of what you eat. They want you to eat the cheeseburger because it's good and because you're hungry. Don't worry about the diabetes and the cancer and the Alzheimer's and everything else that's going to happen from all the sugar, fat, and grease you're going to consume. Just eat the Popeyes. It's delicious, right? They want you to even when it comes to your economic choices, they don't want you really sitting back as a 19, 20-year-old and looking at a job and thinking, okay, how's this going to work for me when I'm 40? Is this really the direction I want my life to go? They want you to say, oh, well, I just took that job because they paid me money and I'm struggling for money, so I have to go get this job right away, without even considering that there are millions of people who started a job when they were young just to satisfy a temporary financial need, and they ended up in that same job when they were 30, 35, 40 years old. right? And so that inability to sort of sit back and say, well, what's the plan for me? What's the big picture in all this? How does this fit into the plan? How does this next move fit into the final objective? When you don't do that, that's how you end up in places that you did not intend to go. Last piece on this that I'll lay out there, and this relates to investing. I remember my father said something to me when I was 17 that really got my attention. It was very quick and very simple. And he wasn't that old. I was 17. My father was 35. And he said to me, um, I guess because he felt like I wasn't focused enough. And boy, you better get it together because one day you'll wake up 35 years old and you won't recognize your own life. And I thought about that. And then when I became 35, I started noticing how many people, if you go to most people that are 35, 40 years old and you say, when you were 20, did you think that this was the life you were going to have? Did you think that this is where you would be? Where did you think you were going to be when you were 18, 19 years old? A lot of people have a disconnect. There's a disconnect between where they thought they'd go at 18 and where they ended up at 35 or 40 years old. And what had happened was it's like the compilation of a bunch of little decisions that were made in the moment. And the next thing you know, you just have this big thing. Like your life in the way, it's kind of like your life is like a painting where, if you want to create a masterpiece, you have to think about where every stroke is going to go, right? You have to kind of lay it out like that, right? But if you just are taking the brush and just you don't know what the hell you're gonna get, right? You're gonna get a big mess. You're gonna get chaos, right? Because maybe it took some discipline and energy to minimize the amount of entropy that would occur in that process. Meaning that if you put that energy into saying, okay, let me be structured and careful here because I can only paint this one time, then you could get the painting that you want. And life is like that in a way. I mean, to some extent, we can only do it one time. You can only be 27 one time. You can only be 32 one time. You can only be 45 one time. And, and it will only be January 6, 2025 one time. So that specialness of the moment is something that I think is something you may want to think about in terms of having the ability to really, really center in on building the life that you want. Like really know the specialness of the moment, know the specialness of today, know the value of right now and how the strategic use of right now can really fit into your long-term plan for yourself, for your family, or whatever the case may be. I hope I didn't get too weird and deep with that. I just, this is what's coming to mind, and this is what I think about when I think about investing. Remember, money is not the destination. Money is the tool. Money is the vehicle to get you to the destination. Only you know what the destination is. I don't know what your destination is, but I'm sure it's something nice, and I'm sure money can help. That's why you're here, right? So go get that money. Make those investments, make those financial moves, but always see the bigger picture. And that's how you win. That's how you succeed. Okay. All right. So anyway, I didn't want to say much today. I just want to hang out with you all for a little bit. Believe it or not, my goal every day is to try to finish in 30 minutes. But y'all know sometimes I just get to going and I'll be in here for an hour and a half and stuff. And I don't want to do that though, because I got like this whole team of people that are trying to meet with me and stuff. And I end up missing so yeah, so anyway, so literally this is exactly when I want to try to finish. Plus, y'all got stuff to do. Y'all ain't got to be sitting around listening to me all day. So again, I'm gonna send out that list of the stocks that I found that relate to that whole trend of water becoming scarce and how you can make money from that. I'll send that out today. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948 on your phone. And also, you can go to Dr. Boyce Elevate to sign up for this Money in the Morning thing. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and you can bring your whole family, bring your friends, all that stuff. And then the other thing is tomorrow we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays at noon. So if you'd like to do a free trial on the stock market program, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing Mental Health Mondays. She is the head of our Black Financial Therapy department, and she is a great therapist. In case you don't know, and she's going to do Mental Health Mondays tonight. So if you'd like to receive information from Dr. Alicia and join her in Mental Health Monday, I know last night she did her book club, and hundreds of you were there. And so if you'd like to join tonight, at I think it's like 9 o'clock or something, I'll send you a text. Text the word love to the phone number 87948. So you can text love to 87948. Oh, and last but not least, those of you that are doing stock options, you will hear from me today. We're gonna do our class meeting. I think that's tomorrow. So that's the Prime program. So if you are interested in generating income from stock options, it's a great way to make money. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right, guys, have a good day. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care until we meet again. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. We meet 7 days a week. You guys know this. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I'm having a good day, even though this morning I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club. That's just freaking pathetic. But I did get up and get on the exercise bike for almost an hour. And so that makes a difference. It makes a little bit of a difference. But yeah, I messed it up today, man. I messed it up pretty bad. But yeah, we was up late last night. Had some teenager stuff going on that involved the late night phone call, to kind of, so somebody's gonna get grounded this week. Somebody lost her phone. Somebody did not it had her phone confiscated. You can imagine the rest. I'm not gonna be snitching out here in public on the little girl, but yeah. So that kept me up last night. But you know how it is as a parent. You kind of I don't know. I personally enjoy the dad stuff. Even the bad dad stuff. It's all part of an amazing experience. So anyway, I hope you all are doing well. And what I'm doing is I'm sending out that text to get us started. And if you're not on the text, let's make sure you text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you a wake up call. And then also, Dr. Alicia later on today is tonight she's doing her mental health Monday. We've talked about how mental health is a very important part of financial health, that you can't have one without the other most of the time, that if you have a lot of money and you don't have your mental health, you're going to lose all your money. And if you don't, also, if you have good mental health and no money, well, a lack of money can jeopardize your mental health. Give me a yes if you have ever been in a situation where the stress of being broke and the stress of making horrible financial choices has ever just driven you to like borderline insanity. I know I have. I know I have. Money has made me insane before, because you can't focus on your big dreams if you're stuck on the little stuff, right? You can't really make a 20-year plan if you don't have enough money to buy food this afternoon. So so that stuff becomes a distraction. Being broke is a huge, horrible distraction. And I'm just telling you that you want to get that distraction out of the way so you can focus on your higher level of consciousness. All right, so let's talk about the black wealth problem. I believe that this thing I'm going to talk to you guys about today will solve the black wealth problem in about a decade, right? I believe that within 1 decade, the black wealth problem would disappear if we all did this one thing. And this one idea, which I think is worthy of consideration, is being presented to you by a guy who has spent decades studying this stuff. My background, in case you're wondering, in case you're new, I'm a finance professor. I got my doctorate in finance over 20 something years ago. And if you want to know the awkward experience of getting a PhD in finance, it's that you almost have to become an alien, because the type of thinking required to even do the insanely difficult work that we were forced to do is not normal thinking. Like you would get scrutinized beyond belief. Every idea was challenged. Everybody was a hater. Every professor in the department was a complete hater. Even if you spent 100 hours doing the most brilliant work imaginable, imagine just doing all that work for 6 months and having somebody chop it up and tear it into pieces. And so, anyway, and by the way, I forgot to mention, thank you, Patricia. You reminded me. If you want to join Dr. Alicia in Mental Health Monday, pull out your phone and text the word love to the number 87948. She's a relationship therapist. She believes deeply in black love, as do I. And so, they cover a lot of mental health topics, things that relate to men, things that relate to women, things that relate to family, even children, things like that. So anyway, so yeah, so let's get back to where was I? I lost my train of thought. All right, so let's talk about the black wealth problem and what's really going on. Um, if you're talking about the black wealth issue, the biggest issue that we have is that our wealth is going down. Our wealth is going down, just like population is actually going down. In case you guys don't know, the world global population is declining, and a lot of this, in my view, is due to very bad policies. Where for many, many decades we were worried that there were too many people. And if you remember, if you're old enough to remember, you remember there was a time where they were campaigning actively for people to have fewer children. Anybody remember that? They were trying to reverse Mother Nature, almost like playing God in a way. They were like, no, 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 go ahead and terminate the pregnancy if you get pregnant. Make sure you're doing your birth control stuff because you don't want to have kids because kids are a burden and they're expensive and they're hard to raise. Well, now they're flipping out. They're going the other direction. They're now saying like we need more kids, right? Well, because human beings are an economic entity that has tremendous value. Human beings possess something that's really important called human capital. Human capital matters for a country. Countries that cannot have babies are poorer countries. They lose their wealth. Why do they lose their wealth? Because a lot of your wealth is connected to your productivity. If you don't understand, if that doesn't make sense, let me give you an example. Give me a yes or no. Do you make more money when, or not even a yes or no, just answer the question in chat. Do you make more money or less money when you're productive? Do you make more money or less money when you're working hard? Typically, on average. Do you make more money or less money when you're putting more hours into whatever it is that you do? When you spend 50 hours a week at the factory, do you make more money than if you spent 10 hours a week at the factory? That's all you need to understand why human why having more human beings matters, why more people in the country actually adds to your wealth. So in the midst of what's happening globally, and I'm going to circle back to the original point because I want to talk about the black wealth issue. What's happening globally is that somebody told us to stop having babies, and when they did that, we listened because we think that some of these idiots are experts, when clearly they're stupid because all these policies they were giving you were not actually going to be beneficial, and so you got to be real careful about listening to so-called experts. A lot of times they're just making a huge mistake. And so now they're like, oh, we need everyone to start having kids again. But now people are like, no, but we've already have a culture that is built around men and women staying away from each other. A lot of the surveys, when we talked about this briefly, but a lot of the surveys show that young men under 25, the majority of them have not even gone out with a woman in a year. A lot of them haven't had sex in a year. And a lot, and then on top of that, there's also, and I talked to a young guy about this, and he said, a lot of it's a hassle. I don't want to deal with somebody, mistreating me. He said, I'm worried that if I say the wrong thing, I'm going to offend somebody. So I don't step to a girl because I don't want her to be offended. If she likes me, then it's all good. But if she doesn't like me, then maybe I've offended her, or I'm going to get yelled at, or I'm going to get called a predator, or like these are real conversations I've had with young guys, and so basically, and I saw this in China when I taught a finance class in China. Um, I remember that it was really strange because they had that one child policy. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember when China was basically like telling everybody not to only have one kid? Anybody remember that? They did that for many, many decades. And they implemented that in terms of social interactions between males and females. Because here's something, you may or may not know this. But did y'all tell this is gonna really shock you. This is gonna blow your mind. So get ready. Are you sitting down? Are you sitting down? This information this is gonna just make your head explode. Y'all ready? Did y'all know that a baby requires both a man and a woman? How many of y'all knew that? And did you also know that if men and women spend more time together, they actually have more kids? Somebody gets pregnant. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And then they get together and they do this thing called sex, and then this baby comes out. What's the baby got to do with it? Like really, I know it's mind boggling. See, you already know that coming to class, you wasn't just gonna get financial stuff. You're gonna get the birds and the bees, right? That's crazy, right? So here's what China did that was really ridiculous. Because I give the Chinese government credit for the smart things they did, but one of the dumbest things they did was they implemented into the social policy rules that pretty much incentivize the girls and the boys to stay away from each other from an early age. Like one of my students, I never forget. Here's what. Okay, so I'll tell you why I asked her the question, then I'll tell you what her answer was. I noticed in my class that the boys were really shy, and the boys would all sit on the same side of the room, and the girls would all sit on the other side of the room. And the girls, would just sit there, and I think they kind of wanted the boys to say something to them, but the boys were like, "I'm not talking to a girl. Oh God, no, no, Lord, that's scary." Right? And I asked I think I talked to one of the girls. I said, I noticed that there's no like couples in the class. Like there's no boy sitting next to his girlfriend. None of that. I said, we had that in the United States. And she said, no. She said, when I was in high school, if you got caught holding hands with a boy, you would get expelled. Not suspended. She said expelled. I said expelled? She said, yeah. So they incorporated this. So now when it gets to the point where people are supposed to be together, when men and women are supposed to hook up and connect and start making kids, and typically in their 20s, that's actually ideal from a fertility standpoint to have kids. I know people say you should be having kids when you're 50 and stuff. That's to me, that's more of that social engineering. If you look at the science, the science does not support this idea of having kids super late, right? The sperm and the eggs are healthy up until really super healthy up until about 35, 34, 33, 34, 35 starts to kind of decline a little bit. So anyway, long story short, it made me really think deeply, not just about the wealth implications of a declining population, which is devastating. That's why they're concerned. I mean, you always got to follow the money. When you look at the things politicians care about, you got to pay attention to the money first. The money's what they're upset because if Japan does not have children, they know that their productivity as a nation is going to drop, which is going to kill their wealth. They're going to decline into becoming a third world country if they don't fight for some immigrants, right? And I know immigration is a politically charged topic. There are different types of immigration. There's legal, there's illegal, there's highly educated, there's low education. It kind of depends on how you view it. I don't want to talk about that part, but a lot of countries are fighting over immigrants because they're like, oh my God, these third world countries that didn't listen when we told everybody to stop having babies, well, they've got the kids. And so we want you to send your kids to us. And I want you to really process this for a minute in the context of Black wealth. For hundreds of years, other people have always wanted your kids. And in some cases, they wanted our kids more than we wanted our kids. I mean, if you think about how many times you have little children that could be assets to the family. I wrote about this in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk about how your children are an asset. But for whatever reason, we're trained to believe children are just a liability, that children get in the way, that having kids is kind of like, oh man, that's gonna mess up my groove. I can't go out to the club no more, right? But the problem, the thing that you got to remember if you are financially conscious is that youth is an asset. Energy, the energy that young people bring, the ideas they bring, the 40 hours of labor every week they might bring, that's an asset to a nation. That's a multi-trillion dollar asset. So countries are concerned about losing their youth because they know that that's going to lead to a loss of money. So I want you to process this as you look at your own children and as they get on your nerves and do stuff that's going to cost you money and all these things. I need you to really understand what kind of an asset they are. Like my father, when I was born, he was 16, my biological father. He didn't have interest in having a baby. That was going to get in the way of his heroin addiction, apparently, or him getting more girlfriends, right? That was not I was not of interest to him as a child. But there was another man that came along and met my mother, thought she was cute, probably checked out her butt or something, and then he saw that she had a son, and he said, okay, well, if I want the woman, I need to accept the child. And he made an investment in me. And so as a result, the second guy who made the investment got the benefit of having someone like me as a productive, healthy asset that's been able to contribute to his wealth for decades. I've been giving my father money for decades. I helped him pay off his house. I bought him a new truck with cash when he wanted a truck. If he needs something lifted in the house, he's tired, he's older. I lift it up for him. And I was with my mother all the way up until she took her last breath, right? So having young people in your life really is an asset if you train them properly, right? My mother invested in getting my sister through medical school. So up until her last breath, guess which medical doctor was standing right next to her bed, checking on her every 2 or 3 hours to make sure that she was okay. Right. If my mother had not invested in my sister, if she had said, you know what, I don't need no baby. I need to either run to the clinic, and if I can't do that, then I need to just drop the baby off at the orphanage, or I'm just going to ignore this little Negro so I can go to the club, pop my booty, meet another baby daddy, and live my best life. But she wasn't thinking that way. She had a different value system, so she invested in the children, and as a result, we became assets for her. Right. So this microcosmic example of what happened in my own family happens in millions of families when you play the game right. See, if you play the economic game right, you understand where your wealth exists, even if it does not show up in the form of money. Sometimes wealth does not show up as dollar bills in your bank account. Sometimes wealth shows up in a wonderful relationship. Sometimes wealth doesn't show up as dollar signs in your checkbook. Sometimes wealth might show up as that knucklehead little kid that's sitting there that's asking for milk right now, and you don't understand if you don't have any consciousness, and a lot of people don't have financial consciousness. If you don't have consciousness, you don't realize that little knucklehead asking for milk is going to grow up into a grown man who can protect you, defend you, support you, and help you, especially as you get older and you start to decline. Do you understand? So if you understand wealth, you can see where human beings are an asset. Investment in people is absolutely critical. And so what's happened in our society throughout the world is that the reason they are deeply alarmed about the decline in reproductive rates is because they know that they're losing trillions because they don't have enough people. If you look at most economic models, they will show you that young people are the ones who do the work. They're the ones who carry the load. They're the ones who provide the GDP that is invested into Social Security. So young people in a society take care of older people, and you've lost a lot of your young people. And then on the flip side of that, in addition to that, I want you to think about our community, and I want you to think about how many of our young people that they corrupt and destroy and ruin before the age of 18 by sending them through inferior educational systems where your best and brightest kids are growing up wanting to be rappers and thugs and don't want to be dope dealers, and because they're growing up glorifying all the wrong ideas, and then our poor kids come out and they don't even have a skill to do anything. They can't build anything, can't do, I'm not saying all of them are in this category for sure. There are lots of young people that are doing amazing things, but that should not be the exception. That should really be the norm. It should be the norm that 9 out of 10 black boys have some sort of marketable skill by the time they're 18 years old. That should be the norm. It should be the norm that nearly every single black girl can go into some sort of corporation or organization and be an asset to that organization immediately. Not the scenario that I've run into where some young people, you got to beg them to come to work. Some of them, you can't, they don't want to hear nothing about no saving and investing and planning for the future. They want to hear about twerking and partying and getting high, getting lit and getting drunk and living their best life. And I just really think that this is the kind of cultural phenomenon that leads to extreme discomfort and pain later on in life. Why? Well, because you're not investing. When you don't invest, then you have nothing. If you don't plant any seeds, you have no harvest. It's really that simple. It's very, very simple, actually. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. So the world is struggling right now. We're losing trillions of dollars in wealth throughout the globe because we did not make an investment in people. We did not do the simple things. Get the boys together, get the boys together with the girls, encourage them to make sure that they understand that family is an asset. Make them understand make that man understands that a good woman is an asset. Make that woman understand that a good man is an asset. Don't you mistreat that good man. You treat that man right. You make sure that you become a pick me. So by treating him well, they call them pick me's. They make fun of women who are nice to men. That's what they call them on the internet. In case you're not following the drama, no, you treat that man well because then that man's going to want you more, and that enhances your market value on the dating market, which is probably one of the most important markets you'll ever enter into. Same thing. You get you a good woman, you treat her well. You go out of your way to make sure that if she meets another man on the street that she maybe likes better than you or could like better than you, no, there's no competition because she knows she's got the best man on earth at home who really values her and loves her. These are basic ideas that actually enhance your wealth. They actually enhance your wealth because I explained to you that people in your life and relationships and the reproducing and having children is a tremendous economic asset, not just for the world. We talked about the declining population and how that's costing trillions, but it's really important for the family. Really important for the. Do you see the connection? Give me a yes in the chat if you're understanding the connection. Sometimes I repeat myself because I don't want. Sometimes when I get excited, I talk fast, and I don't want to talk over anybody's head. I want you to understand that key idea that it all goes back to having the baby. So some of you are doing that. Some of you are having 5, 6, 7, 8 kids. And I'm telling you, you have the right idea, especially if you're raising those kids right. Some of you are homeschooling the kids. You're giving them the right values. They're helping with the family business. And some of you, and even in our household, our middle child, who's very smart, she's 17 now. She runs my business. Our e-commerce business. I think we cracked $1 million last year. She did most of the shipping for that business. So she literally enhanced our family wealth, and she's only a teenager. So what I'm saying to you is that all these things are connected. All these things are connected. So don't throw your wealth away. Don't throw your wealth away. All right. So one other thing I want to talk about with kids. And before I do that, I want to remind everybody that tomorrow we're doing Stock Market Tuesday. In case you guys don't know, we get together at noon. And I talk about the stocks that I like the most. I answer your stock market questions. We talk about trends that are happening in the markets. If you want to join us in our Stock Market Investors Club, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. You can do a 30-day free trial, 100% free. See if you like it. drboycestockmarket.com. And also Mental Health Mondays with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is happening tonight. She's the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, where we break down the psychological barriers that block us from achieving Black wealth. So she works with the best Black therapists that she can find. So basically, if you want to join her for that, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. Since we're talking about kids, let me throw another idea out at you. And I don't know if anybody else is saying this. I've never heard anyone else really break this down and really discuss this on in a sort of repetitive way. And I've actually tapped on this idea before, but I really want to refine it today because I actually had another epiphany while I was on the exercise bike. That's what happens when fat people exercise. We start thinking of stuff. And so here's what came to mind. How many of you believe, give me a yes if you agree, that children should have a college fund? Give me a yes if you were to have a child right now, how many of you feel that it would be important to get a college fund for your child? Like put some money to the side so that when it's time to go to college, they got money, right? You got the 529 and not five, are they 529? Yeah. Why am I thinking the 529? Yeah, the 529 savings plans and stuff like that. Yeah, 529, that's what they are. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a little hack. I'm gonna give you a little insights, a little secret. Um, okay, so here is what a 529 savings plan basically does. And let me explain. And I'm not, in case you're wondering, this is not a pro or anti statement. This is just a clarity statement. Okay, so a 529 savings plan, what does that do? It's something where they basically say, um, you don't have to pay taxes on a certain amount of money, and you could use that money and put it toward paying for college for your child. And so in 18 years, they'll say it's projected that it's going to cost X amount of dollars for your child to go to college. If you invest this amount every month, then that money is going to grow into enough money for you to then pay for them to go to school. All right. I think that that's fine. Um, if um, there's nothing wrong with that at all, right? And I think that that's a great way to prepare for college, to prepare for the future, etc. And also, if you if you don't spend the money, you could do a lot of things. You can transfer and change the beneficiary to somebody else who wants to go to college. You can use it for your own education. You can withdraw it for non-educational reasons if you want to, but there's going to be a penalty and you have to pay taxes on that money. You can roll it over to a Roth IRA. You can do a lot of things with that. Okay, so I'm not against those plans at all. I think that they're absolutely excellent in terms of preparing for the massive expense of going to college. College expenses and medical expenses are the two things that Americans can't afford. Two things you can't afford in America are to go to school and get sick. You do those two things that can bankrupt you. So with that said, I want you to think about the 529 plan a little more broadly, though. Basically, it's a stock portfolio. That's what it is. It's similar to the $5 a day plan that we talk about in the Black Business School, where you invest small amounts of money every month, and then over time it grows into this massive amount of money. And we've talked about other little interesting things. When people tell me that Black people don't have any wealth and that we can't ever build wealth, I say, well, if you just bought $1,800 worth of stock in Apple in 1997, you'd be a multimillionaire. It's really simple. It's not hard. It's not calculus. It's not even algebra. But sometimes when you are brainwashed enough through repetition, you can believe something that's simply not true. But as a finance professor, I can tell you that that's just not true. Anyone can build wealth. The hard part is just simply having the discipline to do something that's different from what other people are doing. Now, with that said, back to 529 plans. A 529 plan, for the most part, is basically a stock portfolio. The reason your money grows is because that money's being invested somewhere, typically in S&P 500 companies and things like that. And the thing about a stock portfolio is that I don't want you to just see the 529 plan or any other plan as just a bunch of money that you're supposed to spend on a university. Why is that? Well, because universities are not as effective as some of us expect them to be, right? How many of you know a lot of people who have college degrees that they would love to just throw in the trash and get a refund on? How many of you, if you could get a refund right now on your college degree, like literally, like give them the degree and they say, here's all your tuition money back. Your student loans are canceled. Yeah, go have a nice life. How many of you would give that degree right back? Even if it meant you couldn't even work in the field that you got the degree in. A lot of people don't work in the field they got the. But yeah, I see a lot of the yeses coming through, right? So colleges are not as effective as they should be and they used to be. Also, they're much more expensive than they used to be. And this was driven actually by the student loans. When they started giving all the student loans, what that does is that creates inflation, similar to how the pandemic caused inflation because they increased the money supply. Well, when they started giving all the student loans, they actually increased the money supply within the educational space. That's why suddenly education became super expensive because money was easy to get. So we feel like they're doing us a favor, but really not quite, not quite. Okay. So long story short, here's what I want you to consider. This is an idea. I don't think anybody else is ever going to say this to you. And if they do ever say it to you, just know they probably got it here because I haven't heard anyone else really talk about this on an extensive level. I would argue that even though 529 savings plans are fine, I think that the bigger win isn't just to save up money so your child can go to college. I think the bigger win is to build them a portfolio that they can use for whatever they want. Um, and why would I say that? Well, because money that's specifically designated just for college, what does that mean? That means that when your child is 18 years old, all that money you've been accumulating is going to be given away to the university. And you're not really getting dollar for dollar value on that. You're getting like probably 20 cents on the dollar because they'll charge you, 80,000 a year for an education that really should only cost you 10 or $20,000. Do you understand? Right? And so basically, it's almost like if you come to me and you say, "Hey, Boyce, can you give me a $50,000?" And I say, and let's say I work at Wendy's, and I say, "Well, I can't give you $50,000, but I can get you $50,000 in Wendy's coupons." That's the same as $50,000, isn't it? What do y'all think? Do you think that $50,000 in Wendy's coupons is really worth $50,000? No, it's not. It's not. It's not as valuable as $50,000 cash because when I give you that $50,000 in Wendy's coupons, there's a constraint on what you can do with that money. It's a currency that only has value if you like Wendy's hamburgers. If you don't like Wendy's cheeseburgers or hamburgers, you're not going to see the value there. And then if you do try to sell those coupons, $50,000 worth of coupons, you might get 10 grand, maybe 15,000 for it on the open market. You follow me? So my point is to say that a 529 savings plan where you're specifically saving money, specifically so you can hand that money over to an overpriced university is just like somebody giving you $500,000 in Wendy's coupons or $250,000 or whatever the amount is. And it doesn't mean that Wendy's coupons don't have value. It doesn't mean college has no value. I've never been a person to say don't go to college. I have to repeat myself because sometimes in a world of simplicity, people like to take the nuance out of the argument and they love to say three things people say about me that are not true that just drive me crazy. That I have to repeat myself for is one, they say Dr. Boyce is telling everybody not to go to college. That has never been true. I've never said don't go to college. I've said think carefully about your next move. Number two, they say Dr. Boyce tells black people not to vote. I've never told black people not to vote. I've simply talked about why I can't vote for certain people anymore because I don't think that they're very effective, but I don't tell you who to vote for. The third thing that people say that is never ever true is they say Dr. Boyce believes everybody should quit their job and start their own business. I do not believe that. I believe everyone should have financial security, which could come through investing or at least having the ability to start your own business if you have to, because everybody's got to eat. Even if Massa says you can't eat right, or even if Massa don't want to feed you, you have to have a plan B. We have to have a plan B. We can't just be sitting here dependent on other people to take care of us, especially when those other people have a track record of not really coming through for us when we need them the most. Is that radical for y'all? Is that too much that I just don't want to be like dependent on white folks to take care of me? Does that make me a crazy Negro? Am I being mean today? Okay, so my point is to say that with the 529 plan, I'm not saying that you should not go to college. I'm not saying college is for suckers. By God, I'm a college professor. I love college. College is great. My best years were at Ohio State. I had some good years at Syracuse. There's nothing wrong with college, but college is overpriced and it doesn't always hit the mark in terms of giving you or your children what they need. But here's what does hit the damn mark. Here's what hits the mark. You know what hits the mark? Financial security. That's exactly that hits the spot. That bullseye. Bam. Do you know why I went to college? I had horrible grades in school. I was not college material. Do you know why I went to college? Because I wanted to have some damn money. That was it. How many anybody else do that? Where I went to college because I wanted a career, and careers meant money. Do you really think that I went to college because I'm like I really have a tremendous desire to work for white folks and wake up every morning and go to a job that I hate with people that don't even treat me right? Did you think that's why I went to college? Yeah, no, that is not. I went to college because I was broke, and I knew that education could get me access to a job, which in a good job could get me access to money. That was it. That was the criteria. So what I'm saying to you is that because you're economically conscious, if you've been, we did about 200 and about actually over 320 of these lectures this year. So if you've been with us almost every day this year, your economic consciousness probably exceeds 98% of the population. So if you're economically conscious, then you'll understand when I try to impress upon you the significance of getting rid of the middleman. Getting rid of the middleman. The middleman is this whole process. I gotta go to school for 4 years, and then I get a piece of paper, and then I go to an employer, and I fill out 8 million job applications, hoping that they'll give me a job. And then when they give me my little job, I'll make enough money where one day I'm going to be rich. No, you won't. Most studies show that people who go to work every day do not have financial security. Just go look at the data. Go look at the data. It's like you're following the yellow brick road, like Dorothy and the Tin Man and the Scarecrow and the Cowardly Lion, and just like in the Wizard of Oz. What you are chasing at the end of the golden road is not real gold. That's not the real success. What's really significant, what you really need is already inside of you. The lion already had courage. He didn't have to go to the Wizard of Oz to get courage. The Tin Man already had. He was missing a heart, right? He already had a heart. Right, the scarecrow. Scarecrow had the scarecrow. What did he have? The brains. Yeah, the scarecrow. They tell you you don't have brains until we give you a piece of paper. You don't have brains until we certify that you have brains. Until white folks say that you're qualified, then you're not qualified because by God, you're just a Negro. I mean, Negroes can't be qualified for anything. They don't have courage or brains or a heart. But and I can just tell you, just like the Wizard of Oz, you are cursed in a way where you're trained to believe that you have to go to other people to get the thing that I believe that you can get on your own. Do you understand? Now, this is not to say that education does not add value. I love education. I love being smart. I read for fun. I absorb information as a habit every single day because knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Thinking is power. All these things are power. So yes, I am addicted to learning. I learn, love to read, love to just listen and pick up. It's amazing. If knowledge was crack, I would be Pookie from New Jack City. It'd be calling me, man. It'd be calling me. So there's nothing. So knowledge is not an issue, and you know you can acquire knowledge on your own. Um, Education, college, all that is great too. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I had a choice between having a college degree that gets me a job versus having, I don't know, $400,000 in the bank as a 22-year-old, well, you know what I would pick. Oh, because my 400,000, I can get the information, I can get the knowledge. They got college professors teaching for free on the internet. I have a PhD in finance. I taught at Syracuse. You had to pay $80,000 a year to go to Syracuse and learn from people like me, but I talk to you all every single morning. So it's the money that you're trying to kind of get to. The money is what matters. So let me kind of give you a little bit of perspective on some of this. And by the way, Dr. Claude Anderson says hello. I talked to him yesterday, and he's actually I was talking to him and his wife, and he actually concluded we all concluded that it would be helpful to develop a powernomics training for children that as a benefit. In case you don't know, he wrote the book Powernomics, the most significant economic book in the last 100 years. And so I said, what about teaching the kids Powernomics? I think we need to teach our own children. What do you think about that? And he was in agreement. So he's partnering with the Black Business School, and we will develop a Powernomics curriculum for children. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. I'll bring it to you guys first. All right. So here's something that you should understand. First off, if you were to take $300 a month, which is actually less than half of the average car note in America, and put $300 a month in an S&P 500 fund for your child, by the age of 20, they'd have $176,706, give or take a few thousand. So a 20-year-old with $176,706 has already won the game. They've already done a checkmate on life. They're not struggling as a broke 20-year-old. They've got $176,706 in liquid assets that they can turn to if they ever have a financial problem. This means that they can sleep in peace. This means that they don't have to go beg for anything. This means that as long as they don't do anything stupid, they don't even have to get up and go to work every day if they don't want to. They don't even need a college degree. This is better than damn near not damn near better than getting signed to the NBA draft. And it's not the same amount of money, but in the NBA you got to work hard and you got to go to practice every day. They don't have to actually do anything for anybody. So this is the simple, straightforward formula for liberation for an entire community. This solves the black wealth problem. This solves the black wealth problem for one simple reason. If every single black child in America had a parent that loved them enough to put $300 a month toward their future, then imagine that. If every black child has $176,000 in the bank, most white kids don't have that kind of money. So that solves the black wealth problem. There is no racial wealth gap anymore. Now we've really actually manufactured black privilege. We've manufactured our own version of black privilege. And black privilege, I think I saw somebody say we should give each other black privilege, and I agreed with that. But she was talking more in terms of us being kind to each other and things like that, and I agree with that 100%. But sometimes black privilege also connects to money. Privilege in America, privilege is connected to wealth. Wealthy people have privilege. So we manufacture black privilege by making the $300 a month pledge to our children when they're born. Think about it. Some people may say, and this is the thing, I have to address, the people I refer to them as the Negro naysayers. The Negro naysayers have a problem for every solution. So the way I would address the Negro naysayer who would come to me and say, this isn't possible, you're being bougie, black people can't afford $300 a month, I would simply turn to them and say, what are you talking about? We will spend $600 a month paying for a car that will depreciate to zero in the next 3 to 4 years, right? We will pay two, $300 a month for our cell phone. We will pay the landlord $2,000 a month. We will spend, if you add up the amount of money we might spend going out to dinner, going to the club, doing whatever else we're doing with our free time, going shopping, we're spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month. So what do you mean we don't have $300 a month to invest in our kids? So $300 a month. Your child is 20. They've got 100. You give them a gift like a bar mitzvah, the black bar mitzvah. You give them $176,706 in their stock portfolio, or you at least let them know that the money's there. I told you we've talked about this. I don't believe in giving all the money away to the kid when they're young because their brains are not yet fully developed. But now they're good. Now they're safe. Now your daughter doesn't have to go and, turn tricks to go make money or these poor girls that are in Magic City stripping to get through school. Why the hell are you stripping? Whenever I would hear stories like that, I'd say, "Well, where's your daddy at? Did your daddy why what kind of man is he that he's got his daughter out here doing only God knows what to get through school?" I'm tired of seeing our people broke. This is a simple, straightforward method. The cool part about it is you don't even have to understand stock markets to even do this. You really don't. All you got to do is randomly pick S&P 500 stocks. I showed you all that. I've showed you that. When in this class, we've talked about Burton Malkiel's experiment in 1971 in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, where he talks about how he taught monkeys to invest. And all the monkeys did was pick S&P 500 stocks randomly, and they still made money. So if you want to know what that money grows into at the age of 30, it grows into about $447,108. That's $300 a month. Now, if you did $600 a month, if you have that kind of money, then you're doubling that. Now your 20-year-old has $370,000. And then if you add that with some financial knowledge and things like that, they're going to be fine. And I would almost dare to say that if I had a choice between giving my child a free college at the age of 20 versus $176,706, I'd rather give them the money. And then I'd say, well, if you want to go to school, you can. If you don't want to, I mean, people go to school so they can get a job. You've got money. So if you take care of your money and you invest it properly, then you're going to never really actually have to work for anybody ever. And that what that does is that enhances their well-being in a lot of different ways that have nothing to do with money. They end up being able to sleep better. All the financial stress goes away. I mean, I want you to think about how different your life would have been if you'd had, let's say I was your dad and you were raised with a father or mother that thought that took this class. and they executed on this for you. And so when you were 20, you had over, almost $200,000 in the bank. Think about how much differently your life would have been. Think about how many hard choices you had to make. I don't know, maybe everybody in here wasn't broke in their 20s. How many of you were broke in your 20s? How many of you struggled? Give me a yes if you struggled. Give me a yes if you had to make hard decisions. Give me a yes if you were just in stressful, tough situations because of money in your 20s. Like it was really hard. And a lot of your energy that could have been spent being creative and being and traveling and learning about yourself and live really truly living a fulfilled life, all that was drained. Thousands of hours of your life was spent going to some place called a job, doing work that you weren't even interested in, doing stuff you had no interest in that stuff. I spent hundreds of hours working at Arby's in college. Do you think I had better things to do as a young man with potential than to be at freaking Arby's making, beef and cheddar sandwiches? Like, I mean, so there's nothing wrong with hard work. I'm not saying hard work is bad, but who said hard work has to be meaningless? See, one of the types of black privilege that you can give your child by helping them to escape the rat race early is they get the privilege of having a fulfilled and purpose-driven life. And I get it. Some of y'all love your jobs, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with loving your job. I think the biggest question to ask yourself is this. If you had all the money that you needed to do whatever you wanted to do, would you go to work every day? If the answer is no, then that means that there's a higher level to the video game that maybe you haven't reached yet. If the answer is yes, like I would do this work even if they weren't giving me a paycheck, then I say congratulations. Good for you. You climbed the next ladder of self-actualization. You're rising up the ladder of fulfillment because most people are not in that category. Most people have jobs where if they had enough money, if they won the lottery tomorrow, they quit immediately. I'm one of those people that actually I love what I do. I did what I do even when I wasn't making any money. So yeah, so this is what I believe. This is something that I think is a simple, straightforward process. Any family could do this. That if you have any bill that's over $300 a month, then you can afford this because there's no bill more important than your own damn family. And also remember this: when you're building wealth for your children, you're not just building it for them; you're building it for yourself. Capital is powerful. Capital is the reason Elon Musk is one of the most powerful men on earth. If he had no access to capital, he would not be powerful like that. So when you give your child capital, you are giving them black power. You are giving them black power. Black power must come with black money. Black power must come with black wealth. Black power must come with black economics. If you do not give them the economics or support them in their quest to obtain that, they will not have power in this society because the language that America speaks is money. There we go. All right. So that's it for today. I'm going to let you guys have a get on with the rest of your day. We do have a training in the Black Business School called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. If you want to go take a look at that, you can go to kiddieboss.com, KIDDIEBOSS.com, kiddieboss.com. It's a template on how to structure your child's future, and it only takes about 2 hours to go through. And I think you guys would like it. Kiddieboss.com. You can also, if you're interested in some of our children's programs, we do have a Black Business School for children. It's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. And if you're interested in receiving information about that, just pull out your phone, text the word youth to 87948. Text youth to 87948, and we'll send you some information. So anyway, guys, have a great day. God bless you. And I'll check with you guys tomorrow morning for class. If you're not on the text list for this class yet, you can also, again, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you out a link to join us. So have a good day, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm so sorry that I was a couple minutes late. I had had some difficulties. I was all locked and loaded and ready to go and on time and everything. And then sometimes those computers don't be computing the way they supposed to. They don't be computing. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I feel almost like I have a little bit of a hangover, and I don't even drink. That financial slumber party, I had a blast last night, and I want to say thank you to everybody who joined us. It was so much fun, and I don't know, I felt like we partied all night, and it was a financial party, so it's the kind of party that makes money for you. Also, so I hope that you all gained as much value as I did and had as much fun. My wife joined us last night, which was pretty amazing. And it was just a lot of fun. It was just a lot of fun. So anyway, All right, so let's see here. So one thing that I wanted to talk about today, to kind of really just kind of finish up some stuff that we kind of tapped on yesterday when my wife came through. You know, my wife is a relationship therapist, and she looks a lot like my mother, who who just my mother just graduated to heaven. You guys know that, and but as you know, I'm sad about it. Like I miss her. I'm somber about it, but I'm not. I don't just my mama wouldn't want me just walking around here all broken down and stuff, because I just don't do that. But but at the same time, I love my mama. And one of the funny things was we were talking about this last night in the financial slumber party that that my mother and my wife are just almost like identical twins. So when I showed you all that picture of my mother and my wife together, it was kind of crazy. And I didn't even realize how much my mother and my wife looked alike. And another interesting thing too, just a little side note, before we jump into like the more financial stuff, is that when I heard my father share my mother's story, one thing my brother did for the family that I encourage you to consider is when my mother got diagnosed with her terminal cancer. He made a point to document as much family history as possible. So what he did was he interviewed my mother and my father together, and my father and my mother each told their story of how they met. They had just finished 50 years of marriage. They stuck it out for 50 years, and it really did a lot for us in terms of creating a type of stability that a lot of our kids don't get. It allowed us to build family wealth in a certain way without all the assets sort of being splattered everywhere. And so so one of the things that happened sort of during this conversation was my father and mother were talking about how they first interacted with each other, how they first met. And it was really interesting because it was kind of a magical sort of thing. It really was magical in the sense that my father um my father looked over at his friend when he saw my mother. He said she smiled, and then he saw her body. You know how we men are. You know how we are. And and he said at that point he turned to his friend and he said, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And then he went home and he told his mother, "I'm gonna marry that girl." And that's what he did. He married her, and that here we are 50 years later. And so my mother, as you know, she graduated to heaven on Christmas Eve, and my father was right there by her side, right there by her side, just like he was in the 1970s. And I thought that was really interesting. A lot of people fantasize about that, but I don't think they understand the depth of resilience it takes to do that, and how being solid in that area of your life also reflects the ability to be solid in terms of other aspects of your life. People that are solid in that way are also solid when it comes to business. They're solid when it comes to partnerships and wealth building activities, things like that. Solid people can do things that other people who aren't sure of who they are or what they want can't really do. Because if you know anything about entrepreneurship, um, if you know anything about entrepreneurship, you'll know that you can't really build an empire if you're not solid, because your empire is going to come under attack. Bad things are going to happen. Things are going to fall apart. Plans are going to fail. As Mike Tyson used to say, every boxer has a plan until he gets hit in the mouth. And a lot of people get hit in the mouth by life, and they can't stay focused. And so my parents, their marriage got hit in the mouth quite a few times. Each of them individually got hit in the mouth a lot. And they just sort of stuck to their core values in terms of just saying, no, this is who we are, this is what we do, and this and ain't nothing gonna change about that, right? So I want to just applaud all the solid people in the room. That's my point. A lot of you know a solid person. Some of you are solid. If you're not solid, I encourage you to consider that. And solid, in my view, part of it starts with just knowing what you want. And one thing my father talks about when he talks about my mother is he says, my brother asked him, he said, "How did you know that was a woman you wanted to marry?" He said, "Because I know what I want and I go get what I want." And I thought about that and I said, that's so interesting. And I think young women that are picking a man, I think that picking a man who knows what he wants gives you a lot more certainty than picking a man who changes his opinion the way he changes his draws. I don't think that men who change their opinions a lot and are sort of flimsy and inconsistent are typically as successful, nor are they as reliable. But the same thing can be true for women as well, right? So I think women also have to have a type of solid nature to them. And this is how you build healthy relationships and institutions, which also are key indicators for the ability to build wealth. Um, so even as we're dealing, as we sort of have dealt with aging and people dying and things like that, there's no sort of weird shenanigans going on with the family wealth. We know what the estate plan is. The trust is in place. The assets, we know where the assets are. There's mom and daddy's house. There's the bank accounts. There's the investment portfolios. It's not like everything's just kind of splattered and scattered and messy and screwed up. And I'm going to be honest with you, uh in compare, when I think about my biological father, rest his soul, he wasn't, I don't think he was a bad guy. I only met him like 3 times. His life was not structured. He had kids kind of splattered everywhere. Me and my two siblings. It seemed like my two siblings had some trauma from growing up in the house with him. There was all this. There was sort of nothing left in terms of an inheritance, no wealth. There was very little given in terms of the non-financial inheritance, like wisdom and guidance and support. And I'm not going to go too deep into that because I don't want to talk. This it's personal, it's family, and I'm hesitant to talk about my family in that way publicly because I don't want it to be seen as an insult to anybody. But it was a very different sort of reality to observe. And it is a funny little side note when my father told me the story about how he met my mother, saw her smile, then saw her body, and fell in love, and said, there's something magical here about this lady. And he was a handsome kind of guy. He had those green eyes. You know how the girls really like those guys with the green, like those Michael Ealy eyes. You know what I'm talking about. So he had a lot of, options out there. But for whatever reason, he saw my mother, and he said, "That's the one." And my mother's beautiful, of course. So she looks just like my wife. If you go to my Instagram, you can see the picture of my mother and my wife together. And I didn't even realize till I was 50 how much they looked alike. And I listened to his story and I said, "Wow, that sounds a lot like when I met Alicia." When I met my wife, I saw her across a crowded room, and I walked up to her, and she greeted me with the kind of smile that would make the sun come out on a rainy day. It was like, whoa. And really happy, like, hey, like she was happy to see me, and she says the same thing. She says, I just met you and I talked to you and I just felt like, oh, that's the person I'm supposed to know. So I think there's got to be something going on with this multiverse, multiple lives or something, because we both had that feeling like, okay, we're supposed to know each other. I don't know how, but this was supposed to happen. And then, of course, I'm a man, so you see the rest of the package, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna follow you around for a few days because you just too much right now. But anyway, long story short, I think that intentionality does make a difference, and that's just kind of a side note. And also, I never want you to forget the significant connection between wealth and family. If you want to understand why black wealth is disappearing, then basically all you got to do is look at what's happened to the black family. The disappearance of black wealth corresponds directly with the disappearance of the black family. Every single study, every single research study we did, when I was back at Syracuse about wealth and family pretty much showed that when your family breaks up and falls apart, it costs you lots of money. You're paying attorneys, you're fighting each other instead of building together, and it just becomes a big mess. And then on top of that, after that's done, you're supporting two households. You got to pay two sets of rent or whatever. You both have to get up and go to work and abandon the kids in order to pay the bills. So this is the mess that we're kind of in. And unfortunately, the majority of our people are never going to hear this message. The majority of our people are never, in my opinion, in our lifetimes, in my opinion, they're not going to respond to this message because there's so many other messages out there. There's so many other messages that are cooler to listen to than mine. I'm not cool. I'm just a 53-year-old college professor. Why listen to me when you can go listen to Megan the Stallion, who's being sued right now? Megan's being sued for something involving having sex in a car in front of her employees, and he sued her and said she made me watch her do this stuff with this person in the back seat. And it's just kind of like, well, and it makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, well, nobody ever trained you to understand that some of the shenanigans that they promote in hip hop, some of the goofball stuff that they get you doing in this in the corrupt part of hip hop. I'm not talking about the good rap. I'm talking about the crap rap, whatever that is. That stuff will lead to workplace violations. When you have workplace violations, you can easily be sued by an employee. And the same person who was cheering you on when you were in the back seat getting it on with that lady, I think it was like girl on girl type stuff, that same person can go back and file a lawsuit and say, "Oh, I was so traumatized. You made me watch, and it was horrible. Now I need therapy and $10 million. And I need to take sleeping pills to be able to sleep. And every time I see a person wearing green socks, I start to go into a panic attack because they were wearing green socks when she was in the." Come on, man, give me a break. Get out of here with that stuff. We know what it is, right? This is somebody who was became disgruntled and said, "Oh, wait, you're not supposed to be licking on another woman in the back seat of a car during work hours. You're not supposed to be doing that on a job. Like, UPS employees don't do that kind of thing." So if that were to happen at UPS or Ford or IBM, they would fully expect to be sued if they had these kind of shenanigans going on in the office. So long story short, I personally think that if our young people got more of this advice and information early instead of just being trained to follow what's cool and what's trendy, I think they'd be in much better shape. But instead, even if you get the bag, you're gonna blow the bag. I talked to a person who I really respect 2 days ago. He called me, gave me condolences about, my mama transitioning on, and I appreciated that. And we were talking for a minute. I heard from a few people in the entertainment industry. Ice Cube sent me a text, and I thought that was very nice of him. And we were talking about the stuff with Jay-Z and Diddy and all this stuff. And he said, "Oh, this is about a much bigger picture. This is a wealth issue. This is a wealth transfer issue. It's not as if anybody's surprised about the crazy stuff going on in hip hop. They've known about this stuff. They knew about the Diddy parties. They probably went to some. But it's a matter of positioning things in a certain way where they can come get your money and they can come get your power. And if you're not smart enough to understand that, if you're not strategic about it, then yeah, you all the hard work you put in, all you was doing was collecting wealth for somebody else. That's it. You're collecting wealth for somebody else. So anyway, let me move on. I'm going to move into another topic I kind of wanted to hit on today. Just a reminder, if you missed the financial slumber party, it was an absolute blast. I don't know how many of y'all were there last night. I bet some of y'all probably couldn't get up this morning because we were doing financial stuff and playing music and having fun. My wife came in from 11. I planned to go from like 11 Eastern to like 12:30 Eastern. We went from 11 Eastern to 2:30 a.m. and we just partied all night and it was a blast. And that's what I like. I used to think when I used to be in school, I would think of studying and partying as something you could do together. Like studying doesn't have to be boring. Partying doesn't have to be boring. Partying, going to did anybody notice like when maybe you were in college and everybody would go to the club and everybody would go to the parties and all they would do is just stand around and try to be seen or something and be bored to death. Like you can't have a conversation because the music's too damn loud. You're just standing there and you're seeing the same people you see every day and nothing interesting happens that night. That's very depressing for me. I was like, I'm not doing this goofy stuff. So to me, I think having fun should be done on terms that actually really works for you. And part of being, I think, a leader in life means do the stuff that works for you. Don't do stuff because everybody else is doing it. Do it because that's what you want. All right. So anyway, if you want to see the recording of the digital slumber party that we had last night, where we went through my training, stock market decoded, and we also brought in my wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and she talked about financial psychology on a real deep level. We link trauma and how that affects your wealth. That if you went through bad stuff when you were a kid or bad economic relationships as a child, that's going to reflect itself in your life today. A lot of people don't have money because they don't have a money mindset. And they don't have a money mindset because that curse was given to them when they were a child and they never ever grew out of that. And if you want to grow out of that, she's a therapist. She helps people grow out of things all the time. So anyway, if you want to get a recording, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. That's financialslumberparty.com. Also, if you want to hear more from Dr. Alicia, pull out your phone and text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. Now, let me talk about something really quickly in terms of relationships. I saw something the other day where people were having a conversation about older men dating younger women. Now, I want to ask y'all a question really quick. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that it's okay when older men date younger women? Like, and then when I say that, let's say you're talking about say a 45-year-old and a 25-year-old, 20 years apart. Do you all think that that's okay if both people can consent to it, or do you think it's just like, oh hell no, that's just bad? It's pretty much unconditionally bad. Okay, I see some yeses and nos. Okay, Cornita and Elizabeth. All right, and all right, so yeah, so this is interesting, right? This is something that I was interested in terms of the conversation. I was also interested in it in terms of just sort of what might draw a younger person to an older man in the first place, right? So let me ask you all this. If I was to ask you, what what reasons do you think that younger women might have for preferring an older man? right? We can't always write these situations off as just sort of manipulation of some dumb little girl who doesn't know what's going on. Sometimes women specifically will target and want to be with that older man instead of the younger man. So what do you think are the driving causes? And I'm gonna give you the answer based on the research in a second. But I want to ask you all, what do you all think are some driving factors? Okay, I see stability. Okay, the word stability and security pops up a lot. Mentorship, maturity. Okay, security and stability, financial security, money. Yeah. Okay. Somebody said daddy issues. Let's talk about the healthy reasons, right? And then we'll get to the unhealthy reasons, right? Because we know that there's a little bit of both. Right. Okay. I see fertility. Old men don't have as much fertility as young men, though. I don't know if I mean, for the women, the fertility would matter, but for the okay, all right, control. Okay, somebody say control. Ooh, uh-oh. Sound like you've been through some things. All right, so here are five healthy reasons younger women might be attracted to older men. One, according to the research, is emotional maturity. Older men often bring stability and emotional intelligence to relationships, which can be appealing compared to the drama or immaturity sometimes found in younger counterparts. That's true. I think I saw a study that said that men fully mature emotionally at 43. For women, it's about 32. And and so ultimately I will say this too, even as myself, I was single for a while. I didn't really decide to truly commit to something that was going to lead to marriage until I was in my 40s. I'd actually tried to I thought about I got close to getting married in my 30s. I did propose to a girl. Actually proposed to her on the Whitney Williams show. And it did, she was a wonderful lady. It just didn't work out. So I was supposed to get married in my mid 30s. But then the funny thing about life is that sometimes you have a plan and your plan doesn't match God's plan. And so you make a plan and then the plan doesn't work out. Then you're like, okay, now what? And I remember feeling like that with my life. I said, whoa, I thought that by my late 30s, I'd be bogged down with like a spouse and kids, but I've got all this freedom and I had a lot of freedom and a lot of money, which is a very dangerous thing. You know, I had plenty of money to travel around the world and do whatever I wanted, and I had plenty of free time. I didn't have anybody calling to say like, where were you last night? None of that stuff. I've always known though that idle time is the devil's playground, the devil's workshop. And I kind of felt like if I didn't find some sense of purpose, something to connect myself to, I would end up in all kinds of shenanigans or be pulled into tough situations. So even though I dated and it was an interesting experience and it was very easy to date, it's very easy to date when you're a public figure because women will come to you. They will already know you, they identify you, they will spot you. And there's some really pretty black women out there, and I think that's great. But I always knew anything that you do in excess is going to be bad for you. Anytime whether you're talking about food or drugs or anything, if you abuse it, I believe it's going to come back to you. I believe that karma is very real. And I think that gluttonous behavior, and you see this a lot. You'll see somebody who says, I'm going to sleep with every pretty girl I see. And next thing you know, something bad happens. Maybe they catch a disease or they end up being accused of something or somebody ends up taking their wealth. So my belief was in always in moderation, just the same way I talk about economics. That's how I talk about life because because economics is not nearly as important as life, and most wealth is not in your bank account. Most of your wealth is in your life. Your life, you have relationships that are of infinite value to you. If I could give every penny that I have to get my mother back for another 20 years, I'd do that in a second, right? So my relationship with my mother was a massive loss. For just so many reasons I won't go into. So same thing is true with health. How much money would it require for you to want to have somebody give you a bad heart, right? Most people wouldn't want a bad heart, no matter how much money you got offered, right? So really, I would say that experience, was kind of interesting. I was like, I didn't expect to be single when I was in my 40s, but what I was learning at that time was I was learning how challenged and damaged the black community is, and not including me, right? And I sort of I noticed at that time, that's when I started noticing little things like three-quarters of all black women don't even have a father in the house, right? And I thought, well, what kind of person would I be if I had no mother in the house? If my and we act like it's no big deal, but I think it's a very big deal. If I had no mother, my mother just passed. That's devastating, right? If I had no mother growing up, I'd be a completely different person, right? Because my daddy's different from my mama. My mama is the nurturer. Imagine me with no nurturing at all. I'm already rough around the edges, but imagine if I never had any nurturing. And so, anyway, my point is to say that I think that there's just sort of this weird imbalance, and I think that also relationships are something that does require some degree of training, right? You can't just wing it. That's one thing I know for sure is that building an institution of any type, whether you're talking about a business, a family, or anything else, or a house. It's hard to do it if you're just sort of guessing along the way, right? If I say I'm going to go build me a corporate office, I'm going to go build a building in downtown Chicago, but I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done this before. I have nobody in my family that's ever done it. I know nothing about construction. Am I going to be successful? Yes or no? Am I going to be able to easily figure it out? What do y'all think? No, I'm not. I can't do that. It's impossible, right? Or pretty much not I don't say impossible, but very difficult. I'd probably fail. So I think that when you're talking about building an institution like a family, and I think about my mother and father making it through 50 years of marriage, they had to have some type of guideline. And I know that for my father, his guideline was his parents. His parents were married 70 years. And so that kind of created like a sort of rigidity in the thinking or a specific way of approaching relationships where even though he was a very good looking man and he had those Michael Ealy eyes and all the girls were chasing him, he said, no, that's nice and that's fun for me while I'm a kid, but that's not something I want to grow old with. I don't want to be 55 years old still living the lifestyle of a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old. And that shaped his values. If he'd had a father who was a Rolling Stone, who never got married or maybe got divorced and lived the single life forever, or a mother that had no man around, he might have said, I'm going to go a different direction because this lady she has a kid. I was the kid, and why in the hell would I want to be dumb enough to take care of some other guy's kid? Like some people think like that too, right? So his upbringing shaped his value system. So really, generally speaking, when you're talking about building any kind of institution, again, whether it's family or economic, if you don't have the background, like if you're trying to be an entrepreneur and you have no entrepreneurs in your family, you got to get some entrepreneurs in your family, if you know what I mean. You got to go find some people who think like you do because entrepreneurs have to take risks. Entrepreneurs have a lot of ups and downs. Entrepreneurs have to find a way to make a way. Entrepreneurs have to have a certain type of resilience that regular people don't have. So if you're trying to do that in your first generation, well, get around some other people that can really give you a culture that's going to match your objective. Do you follow me? Same thing would be true just generally if you're a wealth builder. I mean, think about this. In fact, let me ask y'all, let's do this experiment. How many of you have families that don't build shit? I don't mean to cuss on a Saturday, but I just did. How many of y'all got families that can't build a damn thing? Ain't saved nothing, can't invest nothing, don't know what a stock is. If you hit them in the face, you say the word stock, they think you're talking about buying some socks. No, I got some socks yesterday at Target. Hey, how many of y'all got families like that? I literally ain't never thought about economics further than let's get a job and let's go spend our money. Anybody grow up in a family like that? Give me a yes. Well, a lot of us do. So if you're trying to break that generational curse and do something different, you're gonna have to really be very intentional about that. Intentionality is everything. If you're not intentional, then you're not going to succeed. You can't get there by accident. Just like my father met my mother and he was very intentional, like that's going to be my wife. He did not flinch. He did not second guess himself. He did not wonder if this was the right decision. He was clear. He put his eye on the he laser targeted his objective and he went for his objective. And that's again, that's when I talk to young ladies whenever they want to ask me about guys and whatever, I'm like, find a man who knows who he is and knows what he wants. If you don't know what he wants, that's very risky for you. That in literally in mathematical terms, from an investing standpoint, you're investing in a volatile, risky asset when you invest in someone who ain't clear about who they are or what they're going to do. Same thing is true on the other side, though. When you're picking a partner for anything important for you, you need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. You need to pick people that are solid. And if you're picking somebody who's solid, then damn it, you better be solid too. Because you're gonna attract what you are. Right. So if you flimsy, like, oh, you ever see that? Like where people be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it, man. We're gonna do it. Yeah, let's call. Okay, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna get on the phone tomorrow. Talk about, okay, all right, sounds good. Okay. And then nothing happens. How many times have you seen that? How many times have you seen that? Happens all the freaking time. All the freaking time. You can't build nothing like that. You can't. You need people that are solid as a rock. Ashford and Simpson. I saw that in the chat. You need if you are gonna be solid, you need to get solid people around you. If you get solid people around you, you must be solid for them. Because there are some people who will just match your energy. I'm one of those people. If I can smell flimsy people in a second, I can tell. I can smell a flimsy Negro. One young lady that I used to mentor, she wanted me to meet her boyfriend, and I met this guy, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? he's looking at the ground. He gives me this little whimsy little girl, like gave me a handshake like a 9-year-old girl and looking away. And she asked me, she said, "So what do you think? What's your honest opinion?" I said, "Do not ever have a baby with this man. This man will never take care of his kids. He probably does not have a father because everything that I saw reeked of the exact opposite of determined and intentional masculinity. I did not pick up any of that." And then she started telling me more of the story. She said, "Yeah, well, he's got two babies mamas and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course he does." Because he doesn't commit to shit, right? He's not because commitment is hard. Commitment is very, very hard. Most people, I believe, again, I'm old school. I'm kind of extreme about this. I believe most people don't know a damn thing about commitment. They don't because we base everything on feelings. Well, I was gonna do it, but then I started to feel bad, and then it started to get hard, and then I started to feel like it wasn't. And then they're just like, so then I did something else, and I get it because life provides lots of excuses for you to fail, for you to give up. Which, in my view, means that if you're one of those people that can get past that, they can say, "No, I'm gonna finish because that's what I started. I'm gonna do it because that's what I said is gonna happen." Like my father, I'm gonna marry that lady because that's what I just said is gonna happen, and ain't nothing gonna get in the way of that. Oh, and I didn't tell y'all this. This is funny. This is how gangster my daddy is. He said there was another guy sitting next to my mother, and he had just come back from Vietnam, and he said, "If you talk to her again, I'm going to kick your ass." He literally said, "Now that's toxic as hell. Don't get me wrong, very toxic, but it got him a full family and a couple of kids out of it, right? It got him me, and I think I've been a pretty good asset to my dad. I bought him a car and helped him pay off his house, all that stuff. So he got his assets in life, financial, emotional, and otherwise, because he had intentionality. He had intention. He had clarity, a purpose. So I ask you this question. I say to you, in what areas of your life do you have clarity of purpose? What areas are you intentional? What areas of your life are just non-negotiable? And that's something you're gonna have to ask yourself about. Because if you let a situation or a person or a barrier knock you off your perch easily, it's gonna be very hard for you to do anything or build anything solid because you're not even approaching things from a solid perspective. And this principle applies to business. This principle applies to relationships. This principle applies to socioeconomic politics, every single issue. The world doesn't really give you much if you're not consistent and intentional and solid about what the objective is. Now let me move on. Let's get back to this topic of older men and younger women. So let's get some healthy reasons why younger women might be attracted to older men. According to the research, the emotional maturity piece, I've seen that to be very important because women like I think the emotional vulnerability and ability to connect and understanding your being in touch with your emotions seems to be very important to women. Life experiences and wisdom. Some women want a man that they can learn from, right? Tell me if you agree. Tell me if you've seen this or felt this. Established careers and stability. Every single study, when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse, I became absolutely intrigued with the innate, million year evolutionary connection that women have to things that indicate security. Wealth is just a symptom, it's a symbol of security. Wealth, a person who has wealth and financial peace has the ability to enhance your emotional well-being. If you've ever been financially unstable, you know how that can really rattle you. And what I've noticed is that women tend to, not all the time, but tend to get more rattled with financial instability than men, like to the point where they get pissed off at you because you tricked off the money. If my wife wastes money or overspends at the mall, it wouldn't stress me out. I wouldn't be like, God, I can't sleep now because this lady out here. I get it, and maybe kind of, and maybe I'm biased because money's not really a big problem per se, but I've noticed that like when I started reading studies about women just literally not even being able to have sex with their husbands because the money was bad, I thought that was so interesting, and I did a lot of research on that, and I was like, okay, so if we can act like money ain't supposed to matter, but that's not gonna work. I think you're getting out of alignment with nature. I really do. I really do. When you get to the point where you want to act like money doesn't matter and that a woman won't care that the man that she selected is unable to provide for her babies and protecting her babies is literally the, if not one of the top priorities in her life, I don't know how that's gonna work. I talked to one lady when I was doing interviews for the financial lovemaking book. And by the way, you can have the book for free. You can have an e-copy. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, there, the e-copy of the book is there. So Boyce and Alicia, just me and my wife's name. I interviewed one lady and I remember she was telling me about how she'd been saving money, for her children to go to college by putting money under the bed or something in a bucket like, or like dollar bills and change and stuff. And by the way, that does add up to a lot of money over if you do it consistently. So they had hundreds, if not thousands of dollars saved up under the bed, right? But she was surprised. She was kind of confused because it seemed like it wasn't growing, like it was kind of staying flat or even going down, but she's putting all this money in here. And so she eventually finds out that her husband was going right behind her and taking money like $20 here or $10 there out so he could pay for his lunch. So he would let her save all the money and then he would take it and spend it on his lunch. And woo, when she found out what he was doing, and I remember listening to, I'd never forget her, the way she described it. She said, you literally ate and shit out our daughter's college education. I mean, she was like steaming mad. I mean, and she literally, I mean, at that point, I think they did get a divorce because at that time she was like, I'm sleeping with somebody else now. This man is a loser. And I'm not advocating for any of that. I'm just saying that some sort of ability to provide resources, but also to protect, preserve, and grow the resources is essential. I don't know how you get around that. I don't know how you get away from that. And so yeah, if you think that younger women like older men because of the money, yeah, they do. And I don't think it makes them gold diggers. Maybe there are gold diggers out in the world for sure, and I think that that's a problem. But really, the general idea of economic security is something everybody should want. The idea that you can be uncomfortable in an uncomfortable, or sorry, the idea that you're supposed to be comfortable in extreme discomfort is not even logical. So what else they said? They said that the younger women like older men for confidence and self-assurance. That's true. Years of experience bring confidence, and confidence always works. Every study shows that. Also, a different approach to relationships. Older men may prioritize meaningful connections and are often more patient, attentive, and intentional. There's that word intentionality. Intentional in relationships compared to younger individuals. So the young boy doesn't know what he wants. The older guy maybe says, "I want you, and I want this, and this is where we're going, and maybe put your coat on, girl. Get in the car. We going to eat at the steakhouse, right after. And after that, we going to the movies, right? Sometimes people like that, but it depends on the person. You can't generalize. All right, so here are the unhealthy reasons that some young women may want older men. One, unresolved daddy issues. Women with absent or distant fathers, which is actually, remember, the majority of black women do not have their father in the house. I know that there are all these studies about black fathers being involved when they're outside the house, but I'm going to challenge some of that a little bit in the sense that I kind of think that I just think again I just flip it and I say, well, what if my mother, says, hey, I'm still gonna be a good mom to you, but I'm gonna move across town and you're gonna see me twice a week. Do you think that she would be able to be as effective as a mother living across town and talking to me twice a week as she is by literally being in the house with me every day, all day long, talking to me all day about different stuff, little things like, put your coat on or I made you some oatmeal, right? I mean, do you really think that those two calibers of parenthood are the same? I don't think that they are. And I know that there's debates about this, but I do think that that missing father, especially when you have situations where the father was a disappointment, that requires intense therapy because I told you I didn't realize until I was 50 that I not only did I marry my mother. I showed you all the picture. If you go to Dr. Boyce Finance, Dr. Boyce Finance is my Instagram. I had a picture of my mother and my wife, and they look identical. It looks like she's her daughter. And it wasn't until I was 50 that I realized that not only did I marry my mother, but I've dated my mother 2 or 3 times. I really have. I did. I had a girlfriend named Robin, which is my mother's name, in college, and I didn't even like the girl that much, but something just had me there, and I was like, why am I even here? I was looking like Travis Hunter for a little while because this girl was tough. She was not fun to date. But anyway, with that being said, a lot. I argue that maybe sometimes when you see women that choose the wrong men, and they, next thing you know, you're pregnant by a guy who looks like your favorite rapper. I think that there's some deep daddy issues in there that maybe not so much because the men remind you of your father, but maybe because maybe you looked at these big hip hop guys who are absolutely terribly anti-family. Most of them are very anti-family because the culture is all about womanizing and balling out and being stupid, and definitely not tying yourself down with something boring like marriage and family. Um, I don't know. I kind of think that these rappers kind of become like these father figures in the black communities, men that we end up looking up to, and some of them, I know some of these guys personally, and I'm like, some of these guys are just complete total degenerates, like just absolute degenerates. It's unfortunate. It's kind of strange to me that we have, and I'm not saying all of them are. That's obviously not true. I told you Ice Cube is my friend. He texted me yesterday, and he's been married to his wife for 30 years, something like that. But also, let me tell you, in terms of Ice Cube, what I like about him, the reason that I can be his friend and I did not remain friends with Kanye West is because he has a type of logic and reasoning and intelligence about him that some of the artists kind of lose, in the sense that he understands. He has a song. I kid you not, and I'm going to go on a small little tangent on this, but it relates back to the wealth thing. He has a song from the 1990s. If you're a big Ice Cube fan, you would know this song. And I don't remember the actual name of the song, but the chorus was had it involved the term ass over cash. And what he was basically, excuse my French, but he's basically saying that these young guys get themselves in trouble because you don't handle your business. You're out chasing so much booty and chasing so many different women that you lose focus, and then you end up losing all your money. You end up ruining what's going on. You end up messing up your situation. You end up putting yourself in situations where you get arrested or killed or lose everything because you are so distracted by the sex, right? And so I thought that, and I remember hearing that song. This was years before I met him, and I listened to it as a 28-year-old, and I said, I get this. I understand this song, and because what it says is that part of manhood should be predicated on understanding. Yeah, there are benefits to being a man, especially when you're a successful man. You should enjoy some of those spoils, but when you do things in excess, you're going to pay a price for that. You're typically going to pay a price for that. And if you don't, hey, acknowledge that, and you don't have, this is why mentorship is so important for young men. When we lost our fathers, when they locked up all those black men, I told you I've been mad about that for 30 years. When they locked up all those black men, these little boys did not have any guidance. They didn't have anybody to say, hey man, look, slow down, stop that, don't do that, don't go shoot him, or no, don't. You got too many women running around. You got to focus, man. You need mentors that will do that for you so you can understand how to play this game strategically. Life as a black man is very strategic. If you are not a chess player, you will lose the game. You have to be a chess player. Some of these Negroes run around playing, playing checkers and tiddlywinks and dominoes and and crapping out every time or whatever. And you can't do that. You got to be a chess player. You have to be able to think strategically. And that I would say would be what Cube and I kind of vibed on. Is like, I get it. I was like, oh, I get it now. You're a solid guy and you think strategically, so we can have a conversation. If you're a goofball who gets caught up in anything that's popular, I don't even know anything about that. I'm not interested in that. So anyway, let me finish up. Let me read a few more things. All right, so they say that women like unhealthy reasons a younger woman might be attracted to an older man is again the unresolved father issues. Women with absent or distant fathers might unconsciously. This is the subconscious. This is not what you don't know you're doing this. This is the power of the subconscious. Unconsciously seek older men to fill a parental or nurturing role, leading to dependency rather than a balanced partnership. So they have a Freudian theory on parental dynamics that basically says that if you don't address that daddy issue, you're gonna be picking wrong. You're gonna end up in bad situations relationship wise for the rest of your life. My wife, who is a therapist and also a expert on the subconscious mind, talks to me about she kind of schooled me on a lot of this. And I'm telling you, if you really want to elevate yourself, elevate your life, either get the therapy, do the work, or whatever is required to deal with that subconscious issue. And my wife, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So if you want to reach out to her, feel free to do that. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Power dynamics. The older man's perceived authority or financial control can create a power imbalance. True. Which might feel attractive initially. So you're excited at first because you got this big, powerful man that, and you're attracted to his confidence and the fact that I don't know, maybe he's a big, tough guy. You think he might slap you around, but he doesn't actually do it. So maybe that's exciting or something weird like that. Initially, but so it feels attractive initially, but can lead to manipulation or lack of equality. So studies on power imbalances in relationships pretty much do say that, right? So when someone else has more power over you, you have to be very careful about who you give that power to. And I've actually even gone raw in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I tapped on this a little bit. I learned a lot more over time. But I learned the power of sex and how sexuality has different impacts on men and versus women. There are various chemicals that get kicked off when you have sex with another person. One was phenylethylamine. I remember that. Then there's dopamine, oxytocin, and one more, various endorphins that in which create three particular sensations when you have good sex. One is you get the high from the dopamine. Two, you feel very relaxed. And then three, and this really impacts women on a heavy level. Your oxytocin receptors are really opened up, especially when you have orgasms with a man. So when they talk about the spiritual connection that you have with that person, where suddenly this creepy, horrible person, you suddenly want to wash his dirty drawers and let him drive your car. That's what the oxytocin does. The oxytocin receptors are wide open, and you have this magical experience, and suddenly you're in love. And you might be in love with the devil. A lot of us have had that experience. But what happens with women that's different from men is that men have this thing called testosterone. And some men have more of it than others. Athletes have a lot of testosterone. That's why they're great athletes. That's why they're big and strong. And the testosterone partly neutralizes the oxytocin. So the effects of the sexual experience impact men differently from women. So that's why you have those scenarios where the man is like, okay, I gotta go to basketball practice now, and then I'm gonna go see my two or three other girlfriends later on, and the woman's like, oh, I hope he calls me today, And I'm not saying that that happens all the time. Obviously, you can't stereotype, and there are some women that I guess are working to engineer themselves to have that same sort of detachment, but I think it comes with a greater price. Comes with a greater amount of pain, to the point where it almost seems like sometimes I've seen cases where women are pretending like they don't care, but then there's like something that just happens where the soul feels empty because you've given yourself to so many different guys and stuff like that. So honestly, long story short, I think that I can tell you this. When I started understanding that, a lot of things made sense. And when I started understanding the power of sex, it really made me think about why things happen the way that they do. For example, black people have a high amount of trauma from things that we've gone through. So, my wife should be here explaining this better. She can explain it better than I can because she also teaches a class on addiction, a university class. So she's a lot of addictions are an outpouring from trauma. You have unresolved, unhealed trauma, which it's all over the black community. It's like the biggest STD in the black community, if you will, the biggest virus that's out there. And so the result of undiagnosed, unhealed trauma might mean leaning toward various addictions, which might be a sexual addiction. And we don't think of it as an addiction, but it can happen that way, and it just creates a lot of chaos. That's unwanted pregnancies, STDs are like through the roof. And if you watch like the Shade Room, you'll notice every other post is something sexual, right? Sex, 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 right? So I would encourage you to, in your own journey, if you're trying to accomplish goals, financial or otherwise, uh understand yourself, figure out like the areas where you're making mistakes and why those things are happening, and that a lot of times will come through a therapeutic process. And then not only will you understand the world better and understand yourself better, you'll be able to position yourself where you want to be, like, right, like you won't make a plan to go over here and then end up over there. Or like New Year's is coming. How many people do y'all see every year that have these big New Year's resolutions of all these things they want to accomplish this year because 2025 is new and fresh? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a different person. 96% of all people do not fulfill their New Year's resolution. 96%. So you're not going to fulfill the resolution if you just do what everybody else does. You'll be like the 96%. So the question to ask at that point is, if you're serious enough about it, is how do I become part of the 4%? Like what do I need to do to make sure I don't end up keeping continuously making promises to myself? Oh, I'm not gonna mess with this type of girl, or I'm gonna leave this relationship, or I'm gonna build this business, or I'm gonna quit this job. What are you gonna do to make yourself part of the 4%? What are you gonna do? And I can't answer that for you. I'm just encouraging you to ask yourself that question. So let's keep going. Other reasons they say that young women might be attracted to older men. These are the unhealthy reasons. Low self-esteem. They say younger women with low self-worth might gravitate toward older men who they perceive as out of their league, relying on their approval for validation. And again, this is where the whole daddy thing comes, right? Because the daddy is supposed to validate you. The daddy is supposed to tell you that you're beautiful and smart and capable and everything else. And at least where I come from, that's I'm thinking old school here. Maybe you feel free to disagree with me, but I remember even hearing my mother talk about when she met my father. And she said, I thought he was too attractive for me because all the girls were swooning over him because he had those green eyes. And my father said, though, I thought your mother was beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But my mother did not see that in herself. So my brother asked a really hard question for her. He says, so why did you feel like why do you think you felt that way about yourself? Why was your self-esteem low? And she said, well, because we had so many kids around growing up. Like, my mother's sister had 10 kids and we had five, and then her other sister had another six or seven kids. So kids never got one-on-one attention. There was not, and I can add this part. To my knowledge, there was no older man around to validate and love them without eventually meeting grown men who are like, yeah, girl, I think you're great, and I also want to sleep with you, right? That's what unfortunately a lot of girls go through. So that missing father is really part of the missing wealth in the black community because it's not just financial wealth, it's also emotional wealth, cultural wealth, social wealth, it's and political wealth, right? So ultimately, this is a big thing. This can happen a lot. So the daddy issues can lead to dating the older men because everybody needs a daddy at some point. So moving on, um, avoidance of peers competition. Some younger women might feel intimidated by competition with peers and seek older men, believing that there's less pressure to compete or meet certain social expectations. Interesting. And this comes from studies on social hierarchies and romantic preferences. So it seems like what they're saying here is that if I'm a young girl and I'm tired of trying to compete for the young guys around me by trying to have the nicest body or, perform the best in the bedroom, maybe an older man who's more settled might put me in a space where I don't feel like I have to be as competitive. And that might be true, right? I don't know. I mean, if you date an older guy who's a little more settled, who's kind of like, look, I'm not looking for a million women. I got stuff to do. I just want one good one. Then maybe that creates a less pressure-driven situation than try to date the guy in the dorm that every girl's trying to get with, and you're under this constant threat of competition. I'm not sure. And then the last thing they mentioned here is escape from uncertainty. They say younger women may be drawn to the perceived stability of older men as a way to avoid dealing with their own life transitions or uncertainties, which can hinder their personal growth. This is connected to attachment theory and fear of independence. Interesting. So you have, so maybe you're uncertain because you moved out of the house and you're afraid, or maybe you have these other areas where there's uncertainty, and you have this other older figure that's kind of like this pillar in your life that can provide the certainty that you're seeking. But unfortunately, I guess they're saying that in a toxic case, you're never going to develop independence because you are depending on someone else. So maybe it becomes a codependent situation. I'm not sure. But I will say this. Um, One thing I've noticed universally that to be universally true is that the economic piece pops up everywhere in relationships. I don't think it's realistic for a person, especially a man, to think that you can have no money and be as appealing as the guy who has, financial security. Again, sometimes there's exceptions, right? But but overall, I kind of think that we're kind of hard on people when we say, oh, all you care about is money, or why would you expect a man to take you to the Cheesecake Factory for dinner? He doesn't even know you like that, And I think that some of that really reflects the economic desperation that exists in the community. Like, right? Like the goal of America, in my opinion, has always been to keep the black man as a child or as feminine or as a clown. That's why your biggest most famous black men in America tend to be comedians, rappers, and athletes. All these are very childlike professions. They're not building rocket ships. They're not out, negotiating multi-billion-dollar deals with foreign countries. Those are not the black men that can tend to end up on the covers of magazines. It's some guy that's playing a sport like a child, some guy who is telling jokes like a clown, some guy who's rapping and disrespecting his community the whole time. N word this, B word that, right? Just really all these ridiculous, clownish, entertaining behaviors. And so, so ultimately, that it creates a power imbalance as well as a massive financial issue. And my belief in terms of what the solution is that black men who really want to be men and be human have to start businesses. If you want your humanity back, you're going to have to build institutions of your own. You have to be a builder. If you go up to knock on the white man's door and say, "Hey, I want you to let me have some power in your institution," the world does not work that way. It just doesn't. So a lot of black men that are struggling financially, um, rather than us sort of shifting the culture and confronting the culture and building on our own, and some guys are doing this, right? There are a lot of men who just say, well, let's just complain about the women. Let's just get mad because the women get better jobs, or mad because the women have more financial stability, or mad because the little girl, instead of spending her life dreaming about growing up and becoming an NBA player, she spent her time in the library, right? She wasn't thinking about trying to bust a rap and put out an album. She was thinking like, how do I become a medical doctor? How do I become an attorney? And what this has kind of done, and this is where racism does exist, on a major level, is it's created this weird imbalance in the community where we're trying to figure out like, how do you build healthy relationships when the male is in many cases incapable of providing the financial security that I innately need to have as a woman. Right. And there's all kinds of solutions. Some women say, I'm gonna go date the white boy, right? Because he's got money. Or and then some women, say I'm going to stay single, or whatever, or I'm going to date around, and it creates these weird ecosystems that are hard to kind of understand and explain. And I think one way to adjust that is I think we got to be really intentional about how we train our little boys. The big shiny crap, the big shiny shit, that's what it is. The big shiny shit is a distraction. When I go to a classroom full of black boys where they're all being educated by white people, by the way, and half of those damn boys tell me they want to be a basketball player or a rapper when they grow up, do you understand what that does to the structure of your families 20, 30 years down the line? I mean, can you imagine the frustration of trying to build a solid, mature family situation with a guy who's a broke ass 35-year-old rapper? I'm not making fun of I'm not making fun of you if you're a rapper. I know 35-year-old rappers. It's cool. But the recording industry doesn't have room for all of y'all. All of y'all can't get into the Diddy party. Right? And even if you do, what kind of man are you going to become at that point anyway? Like I just really think that um I would love it if black boys were trained to at least know about not just the plan B, but what should really be the plan A. The plan A should be build something of your own, build some wealth, get some stability, get some security, and then your plan B could be like, okay, I'm gonna try to put out an album in the meantime or whatever. I don't even think that the entertainment stuff should be the plan A anymore at all. Sports should not be the plan A anymore at all, unless you are identified as the next LeBron James at the age of 14 or something. In that case, I can understand why you're focusing on your basketball. But Lord Jesus, we got little 5'8" Negroes out here thinking they're gonna be in the NBA. You can't go to the NBA. You're 5'8". Sit your short ass down and go do something else. It's crazy to me, right? Like, did anybody watch Hoop Dreams? Remember Hoop Dreams where they had the poor kids that were, thinking I'm going to go to the NBA, and the whole family buys into it. Like, we're all going to get to the NBA. You're going to be, and anybody who knows basketball could have watched 10 minutes of that movie and said, neither one of y'all going to the NBA. You're too damn short. You're not tall. NBA players are big and strong, and like they're literally like abnormally large. I got a guy in the house upstairs. I'm his bonus dad. I got a guy upstairs right now who's 6'9". He could have had a hoop dream, and I would have been like, you know what? Let's go work. Let's go to the court right now. Let's work on the jump shot a little bit because he could have had a chance. And he is so abnormally tall that literally everybody looks up when he walks into the room. When he walks in the room, everyone's like, "Oh!" And he's good looking and smart. And I want him to have that confidence. I'm like, dude, you own the room until you give it away. So carry that, right? Because I'm like, man, do you know what I would have given to be 6'9"? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. Well, I got that. But anyway, yeah. But the thing is that that's really rare. That's very, very rare. So really, the thing that drives me crazy about the stupid hoop dream that they sell us when we're kids is that number one, that's not even the best way really to make money in general, in my opinion. But then number two, even to have a chance to win the basketball lottery, you got to win the genetic lottery. The genetic lottery means you got to be part of the point one. I think that the 6'9", I think that less than 0.1% of the population is as tall as our son upstairs. Like literally one in every 1,000 people or something ridiculous like that is that tall. So it makes no sense to to even talk about that, I would encourage you to make sure that your son understands these things. And I don't care if he feels like you are a dream killer. Travis, please stop putting your phone number in the chat, man. That's something we don't like for we unless we specifically ask for that. Let's try not to do that for security reasons. I don't want people, we don't want that kind of stuff. Just sort of like, so if you want to do some marketing or something, you could talk to our team. But I see you putting the phone number in there repeatedly. So please, I'm just asking you politely to not do that. All right. So the long story short here is to say that when we have these dreams that our children bring to us, I think we got to give them the right dreams. One of the reasons why I kind of liked what the Earn Your Leisure guys were doing, which I love those guys. I went to the Invest Fest. I had a lot of fun. There's a lot of great people there. Um, I like what they're doing because I like the fact that they're helping young guys really understand that there are so many different ways for you to be rich and successful. You don't have to be on stage. You don't have to be a basketball player. And the one thing that the next step in that evolution though is that we have to get to the point where that doesn't even become like the dominant part of our culture. Even then, it's like, when I was on the platform, when I was there, I went there because my buddy D1 was performing there, and I was really happy about that because D is such a great guy. He has the right ideas. He's one of the good ones as far as rappers go. But I'm there and I'm seeing all these entertainers on the stage, performing. And it's unfortunate that you need rappers to even get the attention of young black people. I think that you should be able to get their attention with things that are a little more beneficial to the community. Like, how about healthy families? How about that get the attention of our community? How about just generational legacy? That should get our attention. Financial security should get our attention. Intel education should get our attention. I don't know if I don't know how I feel about the fact that we're only looking when a rapper is talking or when an entertainer is speaking. Because right now, with what you're seeing with Diddy and all these people, all these Negroes about to go to jail, all these people losing all their money, and all these they're raping people. They think that we're getting all kinds of crazy shenanigans, drugs, and everything that you want to do to ruin your life was apparently happening at those Diddy parties. These people are becoming drug addicts. And again, I don't want to sound overly preachy about it, but I can tell you, in terms of wealth, all those things will destroy your wealth. But they won't just destroy your money. After they take your money, they're gonna take your soul. Like you'll experience a pain that like the pain of being completely flat broke. Take that pain and multiply by 1,000, and that's the pain you get when you realize your drug addiction caused you to ruin the lives of your children, or when your choices got you 80 years in prison, or you've got your doctor tells you you caught a disease that you can't give back. That's the other part in terms of the underbelly, in terms of what's lost. It's not just the money. The money is yeah, the money's a side note at that point. Yeah, they're gonna lose all their money. A Diddy won't be no billionaire by the time he gets done. And everything is alleged, right? We have to use the word allegedly. But come on now, you know what I'm talking about. You there's smoke and there's fire, right? And I can tell you that none of this is a surprise because for a very long time they went out of their way and spent billions of dollars promoting the most toxic, unhealthy behavior imaginable toward young black people. And it's not just causing them to be broke, it's causing them to be broken. And what this does to the community from a wealth generational trauma standpoint is that you have families that are headed and created by broken people, which means you're creating millions and millions of broken children. And it only gets worse one generation after another. So there has to be an intentional effort to go in and kind of address that. And if you're not intentional about it and draw clear lines in the sand, then nothing is going to happen. Nothing's going to be effective. So I honestly think that about 70% of that whole damn culture can be thrown in the garbage. That's loser culture. It's loser culture to talk about financial irresponsibility, where you give all your money right back to your oppressor. It's loser culture when you don't respect the power of sex as a vehicle for reproduction and building families, and you start to see it as an addiction, like a drug that you use to get pleasure with anybody who will open their legs for you. It is destructive and harmful when you are talking about your women, the people who gave life to you, who gave birth to you, My mother, there's nobody more important than my mother because my mother's why I exist. And you talk about your women like they're garbage, and then you train them to act like garbage. You train them to get on stage and leading booty first, and 12-year-olds wanting to twerk instead of actually growing their minds and their spirits. And then you're talking about, and then you're celebrating the murders of black people. You got songs where they're talking about killing black people, like the Klan. And we think it's okay. Why? Well, because they have lots of money. It's all about the money. All we talk about every day is money. Money, money, money. Why? Well, one of the reasons that you want to learn about money is so you can understand that you can make money and not make yourself look like a damn buffoon in the process. You can make money without embarrassing and jigabooing yourself into oblivion. You can make money without making your whole family and your community look like a bunch of idiots. There's plenty of ways to make money. So I believe that as a state of emergency, our community must prioritize economic intelligence among our children so that they will not do ridiculous, harmful, self-destructive things that destroy entire generations out of economic desperation. When they have an economic need, they will have multiple ways to fulfill that need without going out here and doing stuff that is gonna ruin their lives. So that's all. I'm done talking about this. I know people, some people get mad. They think oh, you're preaching and all this. Man, shut up. I'm serious. Like when people talk, I'm like, just shut up. You don't know nothing. You're full of crap right now. Uh, because you can't look at what's been going on in this culture and say, well, this is who we want to be. This is not who we want to be. This is not the outcome that we want. And also, you must connect the culture to what's been going on. Black wealth is disappearing, black families are disappearing, black people are struggling, and the conversations are just infinitely juvenile and immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward. You're not having the right conversations. You have to have conversations about how our kids are being raised, and we must give them the opportunity to be able to live healthy, productive, and prosperous lifestyles without following down the yellow brick road to nothingness. In fact, I went now up to the point where when I hear about somebody becoming a successful rapper, I feel sorry for them. I really do. I say, wow, not only are you going to probably have some sort of miserable failure at the end of the day, but it's going to be even worse because you think you're successful. Like you're 22 years old, telling everybody, that they can be like you and how great that is, but you're rapping about murdering black people and putting yourself in all these dangerous situations where at some point somebody ends up dead or in prison, and then you lose all your wealth, and they move on to the next Negro in line. That's how this stuff works. So anyway, I'm done talking. Let me stop before I just keep on preaching too much. And I apologize if I sounded preachy, but I really, really feel this way, and I cannot hold that back because I worry too much about our people. And for those of you that are trying to shift that, I encourage you to go back to the three key areas of success in life: health, wealth, and relationships. Health, mental and physical health. Are you working on your mental health? Are you getting the therapy? Are you healing the trauma? Or are you just swimming in the ignorance and the trauma and the self-destruction that's being so heavily marketed to you? When it comes to physical health, are you looking at the food that we're eating? You know that they're poisoning us. The FDA has been asleep on the job for a very long time, and corporations are putting dyes and chemicals and all kinds of crap in your food. Everybody's getting cancer. My mother just died from cancer. My father has cancer. A lot of you have relatives who've had cancer. That's because about half of all Americans at some point are going to get cancer because they are poisoning you. They're killing you, right? So are you going to address that or are you going to just ignore it? Going to the gym, eating better makes a big difference because health is wealth. If you lose your health trying to go get wealth, then guess what? They're going to take all your wealth to give you a little bit of your health back. That's what they do. They hold your health for ransom by poisoning you and then charging you money to help deal and manage the poison, the effects of the poison. When it comes to relationships, are you having healthy relationships with yourself and other people, or are you attracted to toxic situations, or do you end up in similar toxic situations over and over again, and don't know why? Well, again, that goes back to the healing, that goes back to fixing. Relationships have a toolkit. There are ways, there are specific skills, specific people that can say this is how you manage a relationship, especially with two traumatized people. It's very hard to build a business together. Two traumatized people have a hard time building families together. I heard the rapper 50 Cent, he said something really insightful one time. I heard him talk about his relationship with Big Meech. Big Meech was his big drug dealer up north, and Big Meech just got out of prison. And 50 said something like, he said, "Yeah, when I first saw those guys in the club back 20 years ago, I stayed away from them. And they said, well, why did you stay away from them? He said, because I know who I am and I know what I've gone through and the kind of person I am and I know what they are. And he knew that those chemicals, when you mix traumatized people together, trauma will lead to drama. And so his insight, and again, he's heavily traumatized. I mean, the man got shot 9 times. I was impressed with the fact that he understood that how traumatized people don't tend to do things very well because they're not built for cooperative behavior, right? So fix that, get that out of your system so you can really be the kind of person that you want in your life. And then the last part is the wealth. I mean, we know all about wealth. We've talked about it a lot. And wealth comes down to a couple of things. Do you have income and financial security? That's it. Do you have enough money in your bank account to tell your boss to kiss your ass because you're sick of his crap? Do you have enough wealth such that your children and grandchildren are going to be okay after you're gone? You could do that by getting an insurance policy. Just get one tomorrow or something. Do you have the financial security that gives you emotional peace? If you don't have it, start working on that, right? And then build it for somebody else in your family. The world does not have to be what it is. We are trained to expect that we're going to grow up and eventually have some horrible job and have to show up and work every day for somebody who cares nothing about us and then work until we die and all this other nonsense. That's BS. We've talked about the economy enough, and I can dissect that for you and explain to you that everyone should invest. If everyone invests consistently and that makes that a core value of their family, then you can really have children that never have to work for anyone. We talked the other day about how if you just bought $1,800 worth of Apple stock one time in 1997, that will be over $2 million today. There's no person on earth that has $2 million in the bank that has to get up and go to work tomorrow. No person anywhere. So if you go back, a lot of us spent $1,800 that year, but most of us did not spend $1,800 on Apple stock. And imagine if you instead put 1,800 every year, right? Then you'd be incredibly wealthy. You'd be perfectly fine. If your parents had done that for you, you wouldn't have financial problems. So unless you create them. So I would encourage you to do those little things, and that's going to make the difference for you. So anyway, I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. Quick reminder, if you want to be on the text list to be notified when we meet for class every morning, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, if you want a copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, I mentioned earlier, you can get a free e-copy. You just go to boyceandalicia.com, and at boyceandalicia.com, there's not only the book there, but my wife, who's a therapist, she also does stuff for couples and families and stuff like that. She has a 5-day Black Love Challenge, so she believes in Black love. And then thirdly, if you wanted to get the recording from the financial slumber party that we did last night, and because you couldn't make it, it's yours for life. Your family can have it. You can share it with whoever you want to in your family. And you can go to financialslumberparty.com, financialslumberparty.com, and you can get a copy of the recording. And if you guys like it, I'm gonna send you all a survey via text. And so if you all liked it enough and you thought that it was worthwhile and fun, which it seemed like you did, then we can do another one. And so I'm just gonna ask you guys like how you felt, what we can do more of, less of, and then also ideas on other financial slumber parties we can do. Because I had a blast. We were there from 11 p.m. until 2:30 a.m. And I went to sleep and I told my wife, I woke up this morning to go to the gym. I said, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I was drinking all night." But I had a lot of fun, and thank you guys for hanging out with us. All right, so have a good night, everybody, or good day, and I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye bye. Because one of the things that I didn't realize was that I forgot my team had canceled out of respect for my mother's passing. My team had canceled our book club meeting on Wednesday nights, and if you know how much I love our book club meetings, you'll know how how that kind of threw me off a little bit, But it's not their fault. They just did what I asked them to do. And also this morning, in Money in the Morning, in our financial consciousness training, our millionaire training camp, I actually went through the process of kind of eulogizing my mother and really talking about some of the ideas and the beliefs that she had and linking them back to finance and economics. So if you'd like to actually see that training I did a full financial training on money and life and success and everything else based on my mother's legacy. You can have that for free. Just pull out your phone and text the word mama to the number 87948. Text the word mama to the number 87948, and I will send it to you because it was something I put together that I said, I really want to remember my mother in a favorable way. And I also want to make sure that the community benefits from her legacy. All the things that she taught me are things that I teach you. I have a whole doctorate in finance. We've reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. So my thought was like, let's keep the party going. Just somebody passing away does not mean that it's over. And also, I appreciate your condolences. I see you. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, give me a yes if you can hear me. And I see Tony Brown, Jason Sear, Tony C, Tony Boutte, Maxine Guy. I appreciate your condolences. Thank you so much. I appreciate the condolences 100%. I want to make sure I'm clear about that. But also, as I mentioned earlier, I was saying to you guys that I really don't. After you give me the first condolence, I don't want any more condolences. I'd rather have two things. I'm asking for two things. Can you give me two things? Two simple things, very easy to do. Don't cost you anything. Can you give me two things? Give me a yes in the chat if you can do this. Number one, the two things I need from you that I would like to request is one, I'd like your attention. You have to pay money to be here. You just have to pay attention. And number two, I would like for you to congratulate me. I want you to congratulate. Give me your congratulations because my mother was such a superstar and I was so lucky to have her. One of the rules that I've always applied, and I actually apply this in things like our Black Keys to Greatness life class that I have in the Black Business School, and it's free, by the way, if you want to join it, blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. Is basically I just remind myself to always count my blessings before I count my curses. That's it. That's a simple rule. I count my blessings before I count my curses. And then it's not to say you can't acknowledge the things you don't have. It's not like you can't acknowledge the setbacks, you can't acknowledge the issues, but start by counting your blessings first, man. I mean, we live in America. We have so many things to be happy about. Why start the day off being sad? I don't want you sad. I want you happy, and I want you to also look at your opportunities instead of looking at your limitations. Do we agree? Does that make sense? Give me a quick yes. All right, so what I want to talk about really quickly tonight, since we didn't get to do the book club, but I do want to do this, I'm going to discuss the hidden history of Christmas. And a lot of you don't know that in Dr. Claude Anderson's book, which is called, the one we're reading is called The Black History Reader. All of his books are at powernomics.com. He actually writes about the hidden history of Christmas. He writes about the things about Christmas that you don't know. How many of you know, give me a yes or no, how many of you knew that the slaves celebrated Christmas very different from white people? I mean, you probably guess that. The slaves did not do what white folks did. But also, Kwanzaa was not the first alternative that Black people had in terms of how they celebrate Christmas. And nothing against Kwanzaa. I think that Karenga, when he created Kwanzaa, did a good thing for the world. I actually spoke at his bookstore twice in South Central Los Angeles, and it was wonderful. It was completely sold out. The room was packed with hundreds of people. And thank you to all of you who showed up. One guy that I met that was really interesting was a guy named Alonzo. And he has a book called NWA, which stands for Not Without Alonzo. And he sent me a copy of his book. And Alonzo is the guy. This is pretty cool Black history. Alonzo's the guy who basically introduced Eazy-E and Dr. Dre and MC Ren and all those guys, right? So his book is called NWA Not Without Alonzo. And shout out to Alonzo. I haven't talked to this brother in many years, but I have a lot of respect for him. So anyway, so let me just kind of now let me write. I'm going to write the URL down in the chat. It's Black Keys. Somebody type it down for me too. It's blackkeystogreatness.com. I'm going to put it right there in the chat so you can see it. And if somebody wants to help, just put it in the comments or something so others can see it. I should put it in the show notes or something, but maybe I'm too lazy to do that. But anyway, with that said, let me get into the real history of Christmas for Black people. This is something that may be of interest to you. One thing I want to mention before I even dig into that too is, I'm really begging you. I'm absolutely begging you to do. Actually, one more thing I'm going to ask you. This is my Christmas gift. Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy some stock for your kids? Can you give me a yes in the chat if you're going to buy at least one or two or three or whatever number of shares you can afford? Buy stock for your kids. I've mentioned to you all before, I'm a finance researcher. I'm a finance professor. As a finance professor, I can confirm to you in the research that it is determined that the number one wealth builder in America is the stock market. The stock market is the place that rich people put their money. And so I want your kids to be rich. I want your kids to be safe. And the reason this is very important is because if you go on TikTok or any other app, you'll see lots of 20-somethings who hate their lives. You'll see 25-year-olds who are stressed out, overworked, underpaid, mistreated, exploited, driven to depression because their economics are not right. If your money ain't right, it's hard for your life to be right sometimes. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying there. Money right, like my buddy Ash Cash says, money right, mind right. Well, if your mind ain't right, then your money won't be right. But if your money ain't right, then your mind can't be right sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? They connect, they're interactive. Mind and money are connected. That's why my wife, who's a therapist, she's a really highly super skilled therapist that trains other therapists to become therapists. That's how licensed she is. She's a full professor of social work. Very, very, very few of anybody becomes full professors. And one of the things that we talk about extensively is that there's sort of an interactive, recursive back and forth between mindset and money situation. If your money situation's bad, it's very, very hard to focus and to be productive in other areas. And so what I really want you to do for your kids, and this ain't for me, this is for your children, is I want you to just get in the habit of buying them a few shares of stock. Do you know that if you simply spent $1,000, if y'all, some of y'all got 20 broke 24-year-olds that used to live with you. Some of y'all got these 20 somethings that are struggling right now, and I'm not making fun of it, but it's true. Do you know that if you'd bought them, if you simply took $1,000 and bought them some Apple stock one time in 2000, that $1,000 would have turned into $365,000? Did y'all know that? And you might have heard me say this before. I've said it in class, but I really need you to understand this. So imagine if you bought them $1,000 worth of stock every year, right? $1,000 a year is about $83 a month. $83 a month. So a lot of you have cell phone bills that are bigger than that. A lot of you have car notes that are $500 to $1,000. So what I ask parents, and I don't know if it pisses people off or not, but it's true. I say, well, do you love your damn child as much as you love your car? And I'm not saying actually everybody loves their child, but my question, my deeper question is, do you care about them? Because loving somebody and caring about them are two different things. Loving them means, oh, I love you, I need you. If you go away, I'm going to be sad. I love my mother. My mother died, and I was sad that she was gone. But caring about somebody means that I need you to be okay. I need you to be good. Your well-being matters to me. I need you to be safe. I need you to be happy. I need you to be fulfilled. I need you to live your dream. So do you care about your kids? Because every parent most parents love their kids, but not every parent cares about them. Not every parent has the discipline to say, I'm going to do some stuff, even if it's a little inconvenient, even if it throws me off my game, even if I can't go out and, yeah, and club in or do whatever I'm trying to do. I'm going to sacrifice, or even if it makes you mad at me. That's a big one. A lot of parents want to be their kids' best friends. You know what I'm talking about? My mama was always clear. I don't want to be your friend. I'm not one of your little friends. She would say that I don't care if you hate me. I need you to be ready in case something happens to me. And she used to prepare us for her passing when I was a little kid, and it scared the hell out of me. But believe me, I was ready for the world, and I was lucky enough to have my mother for 71 years. So that was a blessing. So my point is to say, do you care about your kids? If you care about them, buy them some shares of stock. If you don't know how to get started, there is a free training that we have in the Black Business School that everybody can access at blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. Damn it, I did the wrong URL. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Scratch that. Forget I said that. Forget I said that. The one for the stock market for the $5 a day plan is blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's what it is. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's 100% free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And also, one thing we're doing on Friday night, if you want to join us, is we're doing a financial slumber party at 11 p.m. I'm going to do a training I have called Stock Market Decoded. And we're going to get together at 11 p.m. on Friday night and on a Zoom in our pajamas with some popcorn, play some music, have some fun. My wife is going to be there, and we're literally going to talk about the stock market. I'm going to take you step by step through how the stock market works. We're going to make sure you know how to buy your first share if you don't know how to do that yet. But on top of that, if you've already bought your first share, I'll talk about stocks that I like and ways we can move forward as investors and all these other things. So remember, I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. It takes a lot of expertise to get to that level. You can't just take a class or two. I took classes for 10 straight years, studied 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas. And that's the level of depth that my training was. And that's what I did 20 years ago. That doesn't include everything I've learned since then, which is 5 times more than what I learned up to get my doctorate. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do Stock Market Decoded in our financial slumber party. If you want to join us, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. And also make sure you're on the text list to join our morning class, which is free. Just make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. So let's go back into Christmas really quickly. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it yet. So with Christmas, Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book, The Black History Reader, talks about Christmas. And he says that he asked a basic question. He says, was Kwanzaa the first alternative to Christmas for Black Americans? So what Dr. Anderson says is this. He says, Kwanzaa, what many people call the Black version of Christmas, has Swahili and Arabic links and is celebrated by many Blacks in America. It was not, however, the first alternative Christian-like celebration that blacks devised. The Christmas season brought a suspension of field work and a period for slaves to make merry and enjoy themselves. Slaves observed that Christmas season was a joyous occasion for most Americans, but enslavement laws of 1665 imposed Christian humbug on black people in the American colonies. Christmas, largely a white Victorian invention of European society, excluded slaves, but they still had an emotional need to participate in the festivities, so they created their own Christmas traditions and Santa Claus. Pulling from their African heritage, they organized, this is what the slaves did. They organized a version of Christmas that was called Johnkannas, Johnkannanaus. Has anybody ever heard of Johnkannas? Anybody? Give me a yes. If you want to impress me, put a yes in the chat if you've heard of Johnkannas. I admit I've never heard of it. Dr. Claude Anderson is writing about it in his book, which, by the way, you can get copies of his books at powernomics.com. I've been telling everybody who supports Dr. Anderson, buy a bunch of his books if you have extra money and just give them away to people in the community. But John Connors, has anybody ever heard of John Connors? I've not heard of it. Give me a yes if you have, a no if you have not. So he says here, the celebration around a trope of gaily costumed slaves who on Christmas Day would get slave owners permission to travel to several different plantations, singing and playing on homemade musical instruments. The second tradition they created was Christmas GIF, GIF, like the GIFs that they have for memes and stuff. Christmas GIF. Slaves carried around small pieces of fruit or candy in their pockets like Halloween treats. Whoever said Christmas GIF first received a present. That's pretty cool. In 1966, Malena Karenga, PhD and author and professor of Africana Studies, created Kwanzaa, which injected African traditions into the Christmas season. Since Kwanzaa has become popular among blacks, mainstream businesses and advertising agencies have followed the money and begun to recognize Kwanzaa as the Black Christmas. So this is so what Dr. Anderson seems to be arguing. Nothing against Kwanzaa, of course. Love Malena Karenga, nothing against him at all. He's amazing. But he's saying that the commercialization of Kwanzaa is what pushed Kwanzaa to the front of the line. And truth be told, that's kind of a driver of a lot of what you value most as Black people. When they advertise something on television, it does affect your mind and your perspective. Television is a brainwashing tool. It's a brainwashing mechanism. In fact, it makes me think about the rapper Sexy Red. She actually made a post that was interesting where she said, I feel like some regular girl in the hood that they grabbed and just put on TV. And everyone was like, yes, that's exactly what you are. You are a plant. They just grabbed you, put you on TV, and suddenly you become famous because of that. So to some extent, the same thing happens when we have selectivity in terms of who was picked as our civil rights leaders. There's selectivity in terms of who gets to be the chosen Negro. So effectively, those in control of media, those in control of capitalism, didn't put their money behind certain people, certain horses, certain ideas, and then those ideas become readily adopted. That's why it's extremely important for you not to get caught up in just following what you see on TV. I think you have to be very conscious about the ideas that you accept and the ideas that you reject. And so to some extent, he's arguing that Kwanzaa was something that was sort of selected as something that fit nicely with corporations. I mean, think about it. You got all these different days that you can sell things, and it works. It really works. Billions of dollars are generated in sales due to Christmas, Kwanzaa, things like that. Nothing against Kwanzaa, nothing against Christmas, but I really also encourage you to consider ways that maybe you can keep some money in your pocket instead of allowing people to create artificial holidays in order to get sales from you. They do this all the time. Amazon's notorious for this. They got Prime Day, and then they got pre-Prime Day and all these other days where they say, let's make this a holiday so that people will feel like I have to go spend money. So in 1966, Malena Karenga, okay, let's see, I mentioned that. Even though there are still different philosophies among Blacks about how best to celebrate the holiday season, Kwanzaa is an opportunity for spiritual upliftment, a chance to assemble in a celebratory gathering, and an opportunity to consciously direct commercial dollars into Black hands and business coffers. I agree. I think, again, like I was saying, I think Kwanzaa is great. I'm not just because I'm pointing out the economic issue, that does not mean I'm anti-Kwanzaa. I am not anti-Kwanzaa. Okay, so I'm curious, give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you celebrate Kwanzaa? Give me the let me see how many of you celebrate. Do a lot of you celebrate Kwanzaa or just Christmas? And it's okay to do either one. I'm not, I don't think It's required. Well, let me give you some of the origins of Christmas really quick in case you're interested. First off, is Christmas has origins in ancient pagan festivals such as Saturnalia from Rome, Yule, which is Norse, which celebrated the winter solstice with feasting, gift giving, and merriment. So that sounds very, very white. No disrespect to white people, but it is. Early Christians adopted December 25th to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, aligning with the existing solstice traditions to ease the spread of Christianity. Now, what's interesting is, is that you all know my mother died on Christmas Eve. She graduated. She went to heaven, and me and my sister were just talking about that, and we said, isn't that interesting that as much as she loved her Jesus, my mama loved her some Jesus. That was it. I don't go to church. But Mama was definitely all about her Jesus. And she didn't go to church actually because she felt like churches were problematic, corrupt, that they're not truly connected to God in the way that they claim to be. So anyway, I said, my sister said, isn't it interesting that she died on Jesus, or that she went to heaven on Jesus' birthday? Technically, it was Christmas Eve, but we were like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of poetic, right? So anyway, also there was Roman influence on Christmas. The Emperor Constantine, the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, declared December 25th to be an official holiday in 336 CE. So a couple thousand years ago, somebody decided December 25th was the day to do it. People have been doing it that way ever since. By the Middle Ages, Christmas had become a mix of religious observations as well during, say, the Middle Ages and the Black Plague in Europe, things like that. They had a lot of rowdy celebrations with traditions like wassailing and feasts becoming widespread. Now, in the 19th century, figures like Charles Dickens and other cultural icons like Santa Claus helped to transform Christmas into a family-centered gift-giving holiday focused on goodwill and cheer. Now, let's talk about Kwanzaa. What's the origin of Kwanzaa? Well, we know Malena Karenga created Kwanzaa about 1966 during the Black Freedom Movement to celebrate African heritage and culture. Good for him. That's an amazing thing. It has a huge Swahili influence. The name Kwanzaa comes from the Swahili phrase Matunda ya Kwanzaa, meaning first fruits inspired by African harvest festivals. Okay, I like that harvest festival. The abundance, fruits, food is good. Right? There are seven principles. The holiday is built around Nguzo Saba. Just don't get mad at me for mispronouncing it. I'm sorry. I know y'all gonna correct me. With seven principles: Umoja, unity, uh, Kuchichila. See, I don't even want to say it because if I say it, I know y'all gonna clown me because I'm saying it wrong. But let me just say self-determination. And the word is spelled Kujichagulia. I'm not gonna say coochie because Kuji Chaguila. Kuji Chaguila. If somebody who knows how to say the word, tell me if I say it right. Kuji Chaguila. See, I'm embarrassed myself, but I'm gonna keep going because I ain't gonna quit. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Another great concept. I mean, unity, self-determination. Man, I mean, can you imagine how great our people would be if we had unity? Can you imagine how amazing we'd be if we had self-determination? Just said, we gonna do it. We ain't waiting for white folks. We ain't waiting for nobody. Massa ain't got nothing to do with what we about to do. We about to do this. We about to do it right. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. Responsibility, collective work. That's what made China great. That's how China established so much economic power. They work together and they also are responsible for the fate of their nation. Ujama, cooperative economics. Well, I mean, we talk about that every week. Y'all know that's what we about. That's the Black Business School right there. That's Powernomics right there. That's all of that, right? Collective economics. I've explained to you all that economics is a matter of gang affiliation. Economics is very gang affiliated. Most of the wealthiest people in the world tend to be affiliated with some economic gang. These gangs, you might refer to them as corporations. Apple Computer is a big $3 trillion economic gang. They all have the same code of conduct. They all wear the same little uniform. They got little logos, stuff like that. If you violate, then you get removed from the gang. The Black Business School is an economic gang. Y'all see my Panther right here, and I'm ride or die with the B1 community. We got our gang affiliation, and we're making it happen. We're getting things done. We pump millions of dollars into the Black community. We have pumped at least hundreds of thousands of dollars into Dr. Claude Anderson and the Harvest Institute and the Powernomics Corporation to support him because he's a person that every Black person needs to know about. Right? We've been able to get 1 billion views on YouTube. We've been able to really help millions of people may buy their first share of stock. So we've actually helped to instigate what I know for a fact will be a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer over the next generation and beyond. There is no other finance PhD kind of doing this kind of thing. I hope that there's more eventually. Maybe I can talk them into it, but there's nobody out there that can say, I got a doctorate in this stuff from a legitimate institution, the Ohio State University, and I'm putting black first, and I'm every single day for thousands of days in a row talking to black people about how to build wealth. I don't know anyone else. You tell me if you see that guy because I'm looking for him. I want some friends to do this too. But with that being said, at the end of the day, my point is to say, then when you talk about that cooperative economics piece, one of the biggest things to understand is that you don't really need anybody to give you anything else. You have everything that you need in order to do what you want to do. Like there's nobody that is going to come save you. We know this. There's nobody that really needs to come save you. What you have to do is save yourself. Because what happens, unfortunately, is that we are mind screwed. We're kind of cheated into destroying each other and harming ourselves, and then therefore we can't build on that. So we need a community of builders. Building does require skills in areas that go outside of finance, and where people miss it and where people miss the bigger picture is they think that it's all about the money. They think that it's all about the economics. It's all about getting a high paying job. It's all about affirmative action or having opportunities or having more NFL and NBA players. We got hundreds, if not thousands of millionaires that are professional athletes. But if they're not trained to build, if they're not trained in a certain mindset, if they haven't mastered all the tangential aspects of wealth building, then no wealth will be built. If you imagine this, let me give you an example. Imagine two guys, both have $100 million contracts in the NBA or the NFL. Both of them are making over $100 million. One guy doesn't know anything about institution building. He doesn't know anything about job creation. He doesn't know anything about making long-term plans, or hiring people, delegation, all the skills required to build an institution. Well, he's going to be one successful guy, and we've had a lot of one successful guy. We've always had that one Negro that's doing well. Like we've always had that one Negro with a good job. That does not scale. That is not contagious. That is contained success. Success that is contained does not affect the whole community. It affects one guy. And then we get to look at that one guy and say, wow, that one guy's doing really well, but I'm not doing well. And then the one guy dies, and then the whole thing's over. So imagine the second guy. The second guy also has a $100 million contract, but he's built to scale. He's been trained to scale. From the time he was a kid, his parents, maybe they put him through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow curriculum, and he learned things like the STURDY model, which stands for systems technology, systems technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. Right? He knows these things. He understands what it means to keep your poise, which we talk to our kids about in the school, which is producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. He knows these things. So he understands how wealth connects to relationships. He understands how wealth connects to mental health. He understands how wealth connects to physical health. He understands how relationships lead to delegation, which allows you to build teams instead of doing it all by yourself, working like a super slave where you're doing 100 hours a week. He says, no, I don't have to do 100 hours a week. I'm going to do 40 hours a week, spending my time delegating to 20 other people so that instead of working 100 hours a week, I'm now working 20,000 hours a week. Do you understand? Right? He has a certain mind space that's allowing him to take his money and make it contagious, creating a concept that we've talked about exclusively in the Black Business School, which is something called financial fertility. If you read my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about financial fertility. Your money must give birth to other money. Your money cannot be sterile. Sterile money is dead money. Dead money does not grow. It does not scale. It does not create opportunities. It does not elevate communities. So a lot of these Negroes that got all these $1 million contracts are sitting on a bunch of dead money. A dead money is a financial carcass. A carcass is not going to give birth to a child. So your money has to be alive, and that requires the person who controls the money to have a certain understanding of how money works so you can maximize the value of the asset in front of you. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. I know that I'm saying a lot. Give me a quick yes. Let's take a quick breather. I want to make sure you're getting you're digesting this. Because I know when I get excited, I start to go, and I just want to, I want to try to make sure we all kind of understand this on some level. And if you want tools that can help you with this, we do have a training I did called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. It's very easy for me to turn your kids into millionaires if you do what I say and you start early. And the URL for that is kiddyboss.com, KIDDIE, kiddyboss.com. So you can go to kiddyboss.com if you like, or you can also text the word youth on your phone to 87948. So if you text youth to 87948, I'll send you some information on children's programs we have in the Black Business School, because one of our core values is that we believe Black people should educate our own children. Also, we believe we should create our own jobs. Also, we believe we should support Black-owned businesses. That's what we believe. That's who we are. I'm not apologizing for any of that. So, so anyway, last point. Let's finish up with Kwanzaa here. So Kwanzaa has what are the other principles? We talked about cooperative economics, NEO, which is purpose. Man, I love this. Purpose-driven life. Purpose-driven life, having purpose and like, sort of having intentionality. See, if you've got purpose and passion and intentionality, then basically you've aimed, you've got energy, and you picked your target. Right? You're aiming at the target, so you got your purpose. Then you're giving energy to the target. You're going at it hard. That's intentionality, right? And then at that point, you've got your purpose as well, which comes from just saying, this is what I'm trying to do because I've got this purpose, I've got a goal. Now, because I have a goal, I know where to aim my rifle, and I've got a I'm putting power in it. I'm putting gunpowder in the weapon. That's where that passion comes in, right? So anybody who has a purpose, who's passionately and intentionally targeted where their energy is going to go, cannot fail. A person like that cannot fail. They're going to just go through life and kick ass and take names, and people are going to get out of their way because most people don't know who they are. They don't know where they're going. Most people are sheep. Sheep just follow other sheep. So the sheep could all be walking into the slaughterhouse, and a sheep will just follow the other sheep right into the slaughterhouse. That's the world. That's life. But if you have that person that has purpose, and then you've got that added with intentionality and passion, you can't be stopped. You can't be stopped. So let's keep going. Last, Kuumba, Kuumba, is creativity. I like that. Creativity is important. Wealth builders typically have to have creativity, but you don't use that just for wealth. You use that for any type of success, survival, whatever it is you're trying to do. And then Imani is faith. Oh, buddy, faith. Lord. Faith is big for me because this morning, when I was talking about my mother, who just passed away on Christmas Eve this year, I literally took the word fear and I talked about how my mother grew up living in fear and then she got out of that and it made her a much stronger human being. And I took the word fear and I said, let's take that word and let's make it mean something. Let's talk about this in terms of the fact that we all need some sort of vaccine against fear. We needed that during the pandemic because fear in the pandemic, fear was the biggest virus in America at that time. It wasn't COVID, it was fear. And I said, okay, so fear, let's make fear an acronym that reflects my mother's legacy. And so the word fear, I said, oh, it stands for faith, education, accountability, and resilience. Faith, education, accountability, and resilience. And that's what my mother represented. So we talked about that this morning. If you didn't get a copy of that, if you'd like to get a copy, just text the word morning to the number 87948 and I can send it to you or something like that, whatever you want to do. But anyway, the F stood for faith. And I think faith is really powerful because faith is, when it's used in the right way, can really allow you to have a type of resilience and power that you can't have, that may not necessarily be justified based on your current condition, right? See what faith kind of does. Faith is a type of consciousness. See, I want you to pay attention now. Faith is it's where I see the bigger picture. I believe everything's going to work out. Everything is everything. The universe will take care of it. I'm going to be okay. See, what you got to understand, pay attention. Now, listen to this. Faith is a deeply economic concept. It's a spiritual as well, but it's deeply connected to economic spirituality. Did you understand? Do you all understand? I wish I could take a piece of my brain out and hand it to you so you could just consume it. Because what I'm seeing is this. Do you understand how much of our economic system is built on faith? Do you understand that? After Elon Musk, let me find a simple example. Elon Musk puts out $250 million and buys the presidency. Maybe it was more than that. I don't remember how much it was. He suddenly is in a position of power, right? He's got the ear of the president. He's got the ability to support his space programs and EV programs. Everything he wants to do now is right at his feet. Well, even though Elon spent either between $250 million and $500 million to win the White House, that was an enormously profitable investment for him. Enormously profitable. Because do you realize that after Elon Musk won the presidency with Trump, Elon's wealth increased by about 70 to 80 billion dollars. Elon Musk at this point is now the richest human being, not just the richest man on earth. He did that a long time ago. He's now the richest human being that has ever lived in dollar adjusted terms. When you adjust for inflation, they believe that Elon Musk is the richest human being to have ever walked the face of this planet. Now, is that dirty, funky capitalism? Absolutely. Is it wrong, corrupt? I agree with you. I concede that point. You're not going to get any disagreement with me. He's a white boy from South Africa who grew up in apartheid. He's probably kind of a prick. So let's get that off the table and stop worrying about how people feel about you. Because if you love you and I love you, then that's all that should matter. If you love me and I love me, then that's all I care about. I'm not looking for Elon Musk to love me. I don't need love that desperately. So I'm not seeking approval from anybody. Can we please get that off the table? Let's talk about the specifics. Let's talk about why this is a great investment and why this links to faith. Well, it's a great investment because so he put down a quarter of a billion. He's now worth another 80 billion. He went from being tied for the richest man on earth to having more wealth than the number two and the number three guy combined. And and a lot of that was built on faith. How was that built on faith, boys? Well, let me explain. Well, most of his wealth came not from money he actually made. It didn't come from money he generated. It came from what? Answer me in the chat. Answer me in the chat. It came from an increase in what? The stock price. The stock price went up. Well, remember, you're talking to a guy who is an expert on how stock prices are formed and where they come from. And basically, I can tell you, his increase in wealth did not come from additional money he made. It came from the fact that his stock price went up because people had more faith in his ability to lead as an economic entity. People see these equations, and I've gone through a lot of them that explain where stock prices come from. These mathematical equations are very precise ways to say, I'm not really sure. You use really precise numbers, exact interest rates, and exact discount periods, and exact cash flow estimates, all to pretty much say, like, well, this is our best guess. And the thing about it is that if anything happens where the faith in the entity or the individual starts to decline, or the risk level goes up, or people just aren't sure about you anymore, or their fear goes up, which fear is the enemy of faith, right? You cannot have faith and fear in the same room. They don't work together, right? And so when those things creep into the market, stock prices do what? They start to collapse. They start to collapse. Well, why is that? Well, because when people are scared and the economy seems risky, they lose faith. They say, I'm not putting my money out there because I don't know how that's going to work out. See, so when I hear that word faith, I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's an economic statement. And everyone else thinks about going to church and stuff. And faith is important in church for sure. But I think faith can be your friend. And I encourage you to really meditate on faith and what that really means for you, right? Faith might mean an entrepreneur who's going into the abyss where they know they don't have enough money, they don't have enough skill, they can't get a bank loan, ain't nobody helping them, but they keep going anyway, believing to the core of their soul that there is something good at the end of the rainbow. That's faith. Cowards can't do that. Traumatized people have a hard time doing that. So if you claim to be a person of faith, then be a damn person of faith. Faith really means you can go in and say, gosh, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I think it's going to be okay. I live my life on faith, man. I live my life on faith. Do you know when I was the hardest time of my life was this week when my mama dies right on Christmas Eve. That was very difficult for me. The second hardest time of my life was when I was 28 years old and I hit rock bottom. Everything in my life was falling apart. The woman I loved told me she was leaving to be with another guy. My classes weren't going well in school. And my money problems were so bad that I had to move out of my apartment in the middle of the night because I could not pay the rent. And so um, I remember being at rock bottom at that stage. And I remember just crying at my desk because things were so hard and I couldn't figure out how to move forward. I didn't know what to do. And I think at that point, there's something magical about hitting rock bottom where you say, I ain't got nothing else to lose. So I might as well go for broke. I might as well go hard. So going hard for me at that time meant that I said to myself, I'm tired of playing this stupid game. I'm tired of pretending to be a white boy. I'm tired of trying to fit in with people who don't like me very much. So I'm gonna go full Boyce Watkins on them, whatever that means, full Boyce Watkins. So at that moment, I committed to being me. That was literally the moment where the Boyce Watkins that you know, the one where a bunch of people love me and a bunch of people can't stand me, that's when he was born. He was born out of pain. He was born out of misery. He was born out of failure, and he rose out of the ashes. And I committed to this guy. I love this guy. And I said, I love you. I'm going to stick with you no matter what. So faith meant that I said, okay, if I work my ass off and get skilled at what I do, highly, highly skilled at what I do, and I'm a good person, then I have a very high probability of being successful at something. Those are my three rules. Bust your ass, get super skilled, and then just be a good, help people. Be a decent human being, and it's gonna work out. Everybody ain't gonna love it. It's not always gonna be easy, but that was the strategy. It was really that basic. And that's what got me through everything. And that was me operating on faith. It's like, well, I know I'm damn good at what I do. I know I bust my ass, and I know I'm a good person. So it'll be all right. It'll work out somehow. It'll all come together somehow. So faith is powerful, and I encourage you to really tap into faith when you're talking about making economic moves, because you cannot build economics without faith. You cannot do black business without having faith in each other. That's a tough one, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You cannot build wealth for yourself. You don't want to invest for your children if you don't have faith that what I'm saying to you about the stock market growing over time is not going to work. If you don't have faith in yourself, then you're not going to jump out, start that business, make those investments, all those other things. So faith is, I think, such a powerful principle that all of us should apply in our lives. And the beauty of it is that you ain't even got to go to church. Just go to the church of you, whatever that looks like, right? Whatever that looks like for you. I'm not even here to judge that. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up for today. For those of you that were invited in from the weekly book club, just know what happened was the Zoom got erased by one of our team members. It wasn't her fault. I told her to do it by accident. And so I sent you all a text to let you all know that we were doing our book club meeting tonight. If you want to join the book club, you can go to blackkeystogreatness.com. It gives you free access to my life class, which is really good, and a lot of other resources. So I'm gonna put in the URL. I'm gonna put the URL in the chat, blackkeystogreatness.com. If you're watching the recording, it'll be in the description of this video. And also, I do have a podcast on Spotify, two of them actually. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, where I do stuff like this and I kind of talk about everything, kind of blending wealth with a lot of other topics. But then I have one that's focused specifically on the stock market called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So whichever one is most interesting to you, you can grab one, subscribe to both. It's totally up to you. And then the last but not least, if you want to join us for the Friday night financial slumber party that we're going to do, we're going to get together at 11 o'clock at night in our pajamas with our popcorn, and we're going to do finance in the middle of the night and just have a blast. It's like a big sleepover. I don't know if anybody remembers having sleepovers when you were little, how much fun they were. I think maturity is overrated. So I said, I'm gonna do something completely immature. So we're going to cover a training idea called Stock Market Decoded. So by the time you're done, you will be transformed into an investor. You will know, and if you're already an investor, you'll be leveled up. We're going to talk about stocks that I love, and why. We're going to talk about rules and principles for picking your favorite stocks. Also, if you're a beginner, we can show you how to get started, all that good stuff. So feel free to join us. The URL is financialslumberparty.com. So I'm gonna put that URL in the chat so you guys can take a look, and feel free to join us if you'd like to join. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go watch a movie with my sister now. As a family, as you can imagine, we're getting together to celebrate the life of my mother. And also, if you happen to be watching on YouTube or something, if you could hit that thumbs up button or something, that would really help. I hear that helps in terms of getting more viewers, but the algorithm hates me. I think probably because of the pandemic. I think they were throttling all these YouTube channels because I have over 1 million subscribers, but it's really, really hard to get the algorithm to pick up our stuff because I think that there's something about our content that makes them uncomfortable. I have no idea. I don't care. Doesn't matter. We're still reaching millions of people, and we're doing it under our own power, and I'm really proud of that. We're good. We're kicking ass, taking names. They cannot destroy us. They cannot slow us down. They cannot take us off the grid. It's too late. It's already out there. We're killing it. We're on top of the world. Let's keep going. So God bless you. Happy holidays. And I hope you all have a wonderful new year and everything else, but you'll hear from me before then. In fact, tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for Millionaire Training Camp, which we do every single day, 7 days a week. We've done this all year long. If you'd like to join us for that for free, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us tomorrow. And I just hope that you'll bring your family too, because I can guarantee you 100%, if you got kids and relatives that are listening to wealth conversations every day, they're gonna be black and proud and rich one day. It's only a matter of time. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get started. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I know that today is a really remarkable and special day for me and my family. My mother, Robin Watkins, she's passed away yesterday, Christmas Eve, and yeah, and I got a lot to say about that. So, so give me one second, guys, as I get us all set up, and we're going to begin on this special Christmas edition of our Millionaire Training Camp. So give me one second here. Um, let's see here. All right. So how are we doing today? I hope everybody is doing what we talked about in terms of getting ready for Christmas. That means that, if you love your kids, hopefully you'll buy them some shares of stock, get them ready for the future, give them something that's going to give them an opportunity to be successful and great. And I love you too, Errol. Thank you, man, for saying that. I appreciate that. Errol Simengal, he's a great one. He's been around for a long time, and he's got this amazing significant other who's a wonderful young lady. And I just have a lot of respect for both of you. And and also, some of you are listening in from other spaces. Decided to invite in some of our folks on YouTube and stuff like that. And and so you can actually check out my YouTube channel there. And also don't forget that we have a podcast called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Another one is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So if you go to Spotify, you will find the podcast on Spotify. Okay, guys. So give me one second as I get us started. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to mention too is that this year in the Black Business School, we have a lot of interesting things going on that you guys can follow. And I hope you guys will join us in the journey to this was an amazing year. A lot of great things happened. And as I reflect on this past year, I'm really looking forward to the future. And I want to say that I appreciate all of you, and every one of you is a blessing. So give me one second here. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So you may or may not have heard if you saw my Instagram. My Instagram is the real Boyce Watkins. Or sorry, I keep saying. Why did I say the real Boyce Watkins? That must be. I don't know. That must be. Maybe that's part of my grief is I'm remembering stuff that's no longer here. I used to have an Instagram called the real Boyce Watkins, and y'all know that they they took it down because I run my mouth too much. And but anyway, my new Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And so you might have seen where I mentioned yesterday that my mother Robin passed yesterday on Christmas Eve of all days. So that's gonna. I've determined to that we're gonna make that mean that Christmas Eve is gonna be a good time of the year. That's gonna be a special time of the year. This is a special and extraordinary Christmas. This is not gonna be any kind of Christmas curse. We don't do that kind of thing. That's not what I believe. And so I hope you'll join me in understanding where I'm coming from with that. And I want to also say that a lot of you who either reached out to me directly or indirectly or personally or otherwise. I appreciate all your condolences. I really do want to say thank you so much for sending those messages. I really felt it all, and it was so meaningful, and I'm so appreciative of that. And our family, and I speak on behalf of the family when I say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You all are amazing, and I want to, and in the spirit of my mother as well. I just want to say that this it really made me feel good. So I appreciate that very very much. Now, let's get down to business, shall we? Like as Ice Cube said, it ain't over, mother suckers. So it ain't over, right? So y'all know what my mother represented was I can't even put it into words, right? If you consider the Black economic revolution to be a movement, give me a yes if you are aware of the movement that's happening right now that we were a big part of. The Black economic revolution, where Black folks are taking over. We are kicking butt, taking names. We are lifting ourselves economically. We are training our kids on economics. We're getting ready for the future in a way that no other community is replicating. No other community is replicating. Give me a yes if you agree that this is a movement that's going to be remembered for the next 50, 100 years. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Okay. Now, if you agree that we are in the middle of an extraordinary movement, and also, if you agree that we have been a big part of this movement, because we've been down since day zero. We've been doing this since the beginning. We were doing this. We started doing this stuff online in 2006 when I was a finance professor at Syracuse University. I was writing about it in the 1990s when I was writing at the University of Kentucky. We have reached millions of people. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We got it in. We're getting it done. We have 159,000 students in the Black Business School. So we're elevating and educating on economics at a level that's never been seen before. This is what's happening right now. I want to make sure we put this into context. So if you agree that this is a movement, and if you've been aware of this, and if you've seen this, and if you consider this work that we're doing to be part of that movement, then I want to honor my mother today, and I hope you'll join me in this by saying that she's the mother of the movement. My mother, Robin Watkins, is the mother of the movement. And because without her, there is no me. Maybe without me, a lot of this stuff didn't happen. Not to say I'm the only one. I'm not trying to take credit for everything. Nobody can. We're done with the whole super Negro philosophy of black leadership. Let's just be clear about that. So I'm not out here trying to say I'm the man and I'm the great. No, no, no. But I did my part. You understand? I played my position. I hope we can agree on that. Right? Like Ohio State when they won their big game last week against Tennessee. No one player won that game, but the great players played their position. So that's all I need is just I don't need the Heisman, but we played our position. All of you played a role. Every one of you have been a part of this. And my mother played her position. She was the launching pad of all this. She was the mother of the movement. Not only did she give birth to me, which I can't exist unless someone gives birth to me. None of us would exist without our mothers. But also, she taught me a lot of the core ideas that I reflect to you in this space. You might think I'm a great guy. You might think I'm a prick. But I can guarantee you this. I bet you've never seen another finance PhD operating like this before. You ain't never seen nobody really talk like this when it comes to black economics and have the credentials at that level. Like so when I talk to you about things that have happened in this life and in this space, for example, when in 2002 when I got my PhD in finance, I was the only African American on the planet, male or female, to get that degree. I was, and my mother was in the audience, and she should have been in the audience because my mother was the reason I was there. Without my mother's support and encouragement and pushing me and training me on how to deal with the demons and the battles that exist in this life, there's no way on this earth I could have walked across that stage because you have no idea how difficult it was. You have no idea. So I hope you'll join me in. I'm gonna tell you. I told my father. I said, we live our lives with intentionality, and I said, I'm intending. I have full intent of making sure that this is not a cursed Christmas at all. Yes, my mother did die yesterday because people die. We're all going to die at some point. And it's not a matter of whether or not you're going to die. We know there's no if when it comes to death, there's a when. It's not about whether you died or not. Really, it's how did you live? We're all the walking dead. We all have a short time on this planet. What the hell are you doing with that time? In fact, write in the chat when we've met every single day. We did for an entire year, pretty much. We've done almost every single day, except for days when I couldn't make it. With 7 days a week, we talked about economics, and I've told you that the most valuable asset that you have when it comes to wealth building is not money. It's not money. What have I told you? Type in the chat. I said, remember, mathematically, I'm speaking mathematically here. When we used to do research and we would do mathematics behind what builds wealth, the biggest ingredient was not money. It wasn't whether you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. It wasn't whether or not you took a finance class. It wasn't whether or not you have relationships with billionaires. It was time. Time. Time is the greatest asset you have. So we all got limited time. The clock is ticking every day. Every day. If you want to know why I wake up every day with a lot of energy, almost sounding like a maniac, it's because every day I get up and I'm looking at the clock. I'm clocking. I'm saying, whoa, we don't have much time left, and we don't know how much time we have, but we know that the clock is ticking. So what are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time? My mother, just like every other mother, she had 157,680 hours of time to spend with me before I turned 18 years old, and then I was thrust out into the world. 157,680 hours of time. Now, if you think about it, it only takes a few hours to teach essential skills that any young black man or young black woman would need to be successful in life. But for some reason, we waste all that time. The schools have us from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. They got all this time, and they get this for 12 straight years, and yet 70% of our kids come out can't even read, write, or do math at grade level. So my biggest question to those institutions has always been very simple. It's been, what did you do with all that time? How did you waste that much time? You had 100,000 hours with the baby. The baby spent more time with you than they spent with their own family. So what did you do with that time? Time is precious. Time is valuable. So, to honor my mother, first thing I'm gonna tell you is that I hope that you'll walk away from here and ask yourself, how am I gonna be efficient with my time? I have time with my loved ones. That time's gonna run out. Am I using that time effectively? You're talking to a man who has no mother now, but my mother's in heaven now, right? But let me just tell you, I can tell you this: we didn't really waste a lot of time. When my mother passed, and I found out it was about 4 in the morning on Christmas Eve. There was nothing left unsaid because we didn't waste time. It wasn't like I was like, oh man, I wish I told her I loved her more. No, we didn't. We didn't waste time. Or oh, I wish I'd spent more time with my mom. No, I spent if y'all been coming to class every day, I have been spending. I for the last 6 weeks, I've been right there by my mama's bedside, talking about everything, covering everything. I said, this is what we did in the '70s. This is what we did in the '80s. This is what we did in the '90s. This is what we did in the 2000s. And I'm like, man, that's a lot of time, and we used it. I said, we did that, mama. I sat there with my mother. And I'm not going to try to talk about too much of that stuff because y'all know some of it's still inside, and I don't never know when I'm just going to ball out and start acting like a baby again. But I sat there with my mother, and I sat there next to her bedside, and I just, it's sad, right? The time is up. And I said, but we left it on the court, mama. We left it on the court. We used that time. We got it done. We did it. We started off, we talk about Drake saying started from the bottom, now we here. We started off with that scared little 17-year-old girl and that defenseless little baby with no father sitting in that hospital all by ourselves. It was just me and you. And we did it. We did it. And I told her, I said, let me breathe. If I stop to breathe, y'all know that means. That means I'm about to start being a baby again. I don't want to do that. This ain't the time for that. I said, the same way you stood by me and you were with me when I was by myself and I was a defenseless baby, I said, I'm gonna be right there next to you all the way to the end. We going full circle, mama. We going in for the slam dunk. We gonna finish this the right way. And so the first thing I'd say to anybody who's listening is after you're done, get on the phone, talk to those loved ones, and let them know we're not gonna waste time. I'm gonna get it out. Okay. That's the first thing. Let's move on. And if in case you're wondering today, I hope it's okay if we talk about my mother. And I promise you'll walk away with numerous financial lessons because you can't talk to me or with me without it somehow converting to economics. So don't think this is not still our regular finance class, but as you can imagine, this is a special Christmas Robin Watkins edition of our Millionaire Training Camp. And I hope that that's okay with you. Give me a yes if that's all right. I hope that's okay. I don't want to make it all about us and about me or as if we're better than nobody else. We're not trying to do that. I'm literally digging down, digging deep, and pulling out what I think my mother would want you to know. And a lot of this came from this morning. I got up this morning and I got blessed. And let me tell you how I got blessed. See, Planet Fitness lied to me. Planet Fitness, they just a big old pack of liars. Because I got on my phone app and I looked to see if the Planet Fitness around the corner from my parents' house was open. And it said open. I said, wow, they're open on Christmas. I said, wow, there's some serious people out here that really staying in shape. So I got in my truck, I drove around and to try to get in, and the gym looks empty. And I'm like, oh, maybe everybody's at home eating Christmas food or something. I must be a badass because I'm actually here. Ain't nobody else here but me. But then I realized there wasn't nobody behind the desk, and they forgot to turn the lights on. I said, watch out you got to turn the lights on so people can see. And then I realized that it was closed. So the blessing that I got today was that God made me. He said, "No, you're not going to the gym today. I need you in nature. I need you outside. I need you to go running outside." So I said, "Okay, all right." So I went out and I ran, and it was the best thing in the world, even though because it was cold. I didn't want to run in the cold. I'm gonna be honest with you. And but I'm running, and it was great because I saw the trees and you hear the birds chirping, and I saw a pack of deer and just a lot of things, So I ran around the neighborhood, and I started thinking about Mama, and I started to download Mama and bring her into my soul. And I was lucky because the funeral home that she's in is right around the corner from the house. It's about maybe less than a mile and a half. It can't be too far away because I'm fat, and if it's too far away, I can't run that far. But then again, you running for mama, so maybe I can run extra long. But I ran the little mile and a half around the corner to the funeral home, and I said, "Oh, mama's over there. I gotta go see mama." And so it made me think about a time when my little brother was 2. And me and my sister and brother, we were like preteen, and I'm 5 years older than my sister, so we would fight like cats and dogs. And I remember my brother wanted to see my mother, but Mama was at work, so he was looking for Mama, but Mama wasn't there. And I remember him sitting next to Mama's door, and he was like crying, just waiting for Mama. And he fell asleep, like a little baby. He just fell asleep next to the door, waiting for Mama, and to come home. And I felt like my little brother in that moment. I did. I was a 53-year-old big ass baby. And I said, I want to be next to my mama, even if I know her body's in this building, just know mama's there. So I said, I'm gonna go. I gotta go to this funeral home and I gotta go see mama. So I get over there and I'm wondering, I'm thinking if I just sit over here, they're gonna hopefully they won't think I'm robbing the place. But I went over and there was a little bench in front of the funeral home, and I sat in the bench and I said I'm gonna connect with my mother. So I listened to some music. I listened particularly to Walk On By. I think it's Isaac Hayes, Walk on by. Right? If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry each time we meet. That song, right? It's a great song, right? Very deep. So I just put that on my headphones and I used some of the meditation techniques my wife shows me because she's into the subconscious mind. And I said, I'm going to shut my eyes, play this music, and I'm going to bring my mother in. I'm going to pull her out, get her, because I need mama right now. So in my mind, I imagine my mother sitting right next to me. And I said, okay, if I imagine hard enough, I can have her here with me. So, because you're grieving, you're half crazy, you're trying to process everything, right? So I imagined her sitting next to me, and it worked. I really felt her presence and all this stuff. But obviously, this is all kind of coming from yourself. And so she sits down, and I grab her hand, but it's like her imaginary hand, and you can't feel something that's imaginary. And then I realized, and then I heard her voice, and she starts talking to me. Because you know how we all are connected to our mothers, where like you can hear your mother's voice, even if she's not there. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Where mama, like if you imagine mama talking to you, it's like she's there because you've heard the voice 100,000 times. So it's just in you, it's embedded in you. And I said, oh, I get it. And the voice told me, it said, no, don't hold an imaginary hand. If you want to hold my hand, hold your own hand. And that's real, and that's really me. That was mama. And when I held my own hand, I felt my mother. I said, "Oh, she's here." And I said, "Oh, of course, you idiot. She's here because you are her. Y'all have the same DNA. She is attached to your spirit at an infinite level. So she'll never be gone. She's here. She's with you. What do you need?" So when I had my mother with me, I started to just really think about everything and thinking about what I wanted to talk to you all about. And the first thing that came to mind was I started processing what my mother's all about and who she is. And I wasn't planning on talking about her today. I'm going to speak at the funeral, but I'm not doing the eulogy, and I have like 10 minutes. And I said, I don't think I can explain who she was in 10 minutes. That's not doable. And then I said, no. And then the voice said, well, Boyce, you can talk to hundreds of thousands of people. Like you have a big platform, Boyce. So let's do it there. That would be just as effective, probably more so. And I said, oh, that's right. That's what I'm gonna do. So the first thing that I realized I wanted to do is I want to create a scholarship in the Black Business School in my mother's name. We're gonna call it mama's. It's something with the word mama, like mama scholarship or mama's something, right? But I like the word mama rather than just Robin Watkins. I'll put Robin Watkins in there, but also the word mama is kind of universal and powerful. And so if you want to be made aware when that's available and other things that we're developing to honor her legacy in terms of things that will benefit you, honoring her legacy means honoring you, just so you know, because that's what she was about. Um, Lots of people would come to my mother for advice on how to raise their kids. They would come to their mother for advice on how to get through the educational system. They would come to my mother to talk to her about things the same way people talk to me. So anyway, if you want to be notified, if you want to receive any of this, pull out your phone and text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So just pull out your phone. I'll give you guys a second to do it. Text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So, so if you do that, then you can be made aware when the scholarship's available. It'll be for kids. And then second of all, I'll just send you stuff to kind of remember mama and what she kind of did and things. And again, the goal is to support you. It's not to just sit here and me talk about just my family or just me. I really want to talk about you. So that's the first thing I want to mention. The second thing is I thought about what my mother represented as a human being. And it made me think about the pandemic. The pandemic was terrible, right? Do you agree? Like, how many of you still feel like we're gonna just be scarred like because of what happened in the pandemic? Like, we got problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. How many of you agree with that? That literally we have economic problems that will never go away because of the pandemic. It blew inflation out of the water. Prices don't go down. You don't get deflation. Deflation is when prices go down. The best you get is disinflation. That means less inflation than you had before. So think of disinflation like less inflation. So you're gonna have economic problems for a very long time. The poor little babies that missed 2 years of education have not recovered educationally. They have not recovered socially. A lot of children are very awkward now because they don't even know how to talk to people because they lost 2 years where they were sitting in their room by themselves. Did you know, in fact, they shut down dozens of nightclubs in London, in central London, because they said young people don't want to go out anymore. They just want to sit in their house and sit by themselves. And that's in conjunction with the fact that the global population is dropping precipitously. Not in Africa though, because Africans are smart. They didn't listen to Bill Gates and all those people that would tell them that the population was growing too much. So we're smart. We have God consciousness. But in a lot of these other countries, whether it's Europe or Asia, populations are plummeting, and they're like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?" Africans are like, "Please, we gonna be good, right?" So with that being said, the pandemic brought a lot of problems that are not going to go away. And during the pandemic, when there were lots of issues, lots of health related issues in particular, people were providing these solutions, right? And the solutions mostly consisted of these shots. Hey, I got a shot I can sell you, right? These pre-existing conditions. You black people have so many pre-existing conditions. Here, come get this shot, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, well, why didn't you fix the pre-existing conditions? If you cared about us so much, why didn't you stop all the diabetes and the obesity and everything else that's giving us the pre-existing conditions? But we know how capitalism works. Capitalism says, I'm going to create a problem, and then I'm going to charge you to create the problem. I'm going to sell you the donuts at the front of the grocery store, and then I'm going to sell you the diabetes medication in the back. So I'm going to make money creating the problem, and then we're gonna make money pretending to solve the problem, not actually solving it, but managing it, right? That's why healthcare CEOs got to run with more security than 50 Cent, right? Because people are like, I'm mad at you, and one of us gonna come get you, right? That's why the healthcare CEOs they gotta roll like rappers now because you got people out there that want their heads, right? And this is a reality, right? So what's interesting though is that the biggest virus during the pandemic, it wasn't COVID. The biggest virus during the pandemic, in my opinion, was actually fear. Fear was they need a vaccine for that. Fear was causing people to not talk to their relatives. Fear was causing people to do things that were irrational. Fear caused people, it caused the country to divide in a way that was very problematic. And one of the things that made me think about coming back to my mother is that I remember talking to my mother, and when how you get older and you start talking to your parents about things that you didn't talk about as a child because you were a child, and now you're both adults, and they tell you about things they were going through when you were a kid, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't know you were dealing with that," right? Well, my one thing my mother told me that was really interesting was she explained that when I was younger, she was very depressed. And she said part of it was because she lived in fear. She lived in constant fear. And I said, but that doesn't make sense. Like, how is it that you lived in fear, but you seem so courageous? You did a lot of amazing things. You fought the school system on my behalf. You chose to give birth to me. You could have aborted me or something. That would have been easier, but you stuck with that. And I did. I said, that doesn't make sense to me. And then I figured it out. I said, okay, I understand. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. Her faith helped her overcome her fear. So what I did was I said, okay, let's do let's do some medical research here. And since they were talking about vaccines and stuff during the pandemic, I said maybe there's like a fear vaccine that my mother can help us to sort of understand and appreciate that will help us to achieve things in multiple areas of our life. So what I did was I took the word fear. This is all happening while I'm out on my run and I'm processing this. And I said, we're going to make it into Mama's acronym in a way that it reflects who she was, what she was all about, and why she was able to have the impact on the world that she was able to have. So the first, the F in the word fear stands for faith. And when I think about faith, I think about when I was a kid, when I was 5 years old, or let's go back before that. I'll tell you that in a second. So imagine it's 1971 and you're 16 years old and you're pregnant and you're from a poor black family. That's got to be one of the scariest things in the world. Even though mothers are these amazing people that do literally the most important job on the planet, it is literally the most important job on the planet because none of us would exist without our mothers. It's the most important job on the planet because if mothers all stopped doing their job, we'd have a whole nation full of serial killers. That's what we'd have. A mother's love is something that's irreplaceable. And even though that's the most important job on the planet, for some reason, we have this habit of beating up on mothers when they are blessed with pregnancy at an inconvenient time. Right? We tend to be you know what I'm talking about? Like we call them names and oh she's a blankety blank and oh she's out here, she's fast and this, that, and the other. And it's absolutely terrible because what it does is it causes us to lose our consciousness and our ability to see the big picture. We're unable to look at the value of human life. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. We don't see how precious newborn children are. We don't understand the value of our youth. Think about this. Entire societies are on the decline for one big reason. The birth rate's going down. They're panicking now because they're like, oh my God, in order for us to accomplish things, we need people. Well, guess what? You need mothers to produce people. Do you agree with that? Do we agree that mothers are an essential ingredient to making people, or have we gotten so wokety woke crazy that we literally think two daddies can get together at a Diddy party and make a damn baby? Y'all can make a whole lot of stuff. You can make some liquor, you can make some baby oil, you can make some pink cocaine, but you can't make a baby, dude. That's what you can't do that. So no babies were made by any of the dudes getting with other dudes at the Diddy party. So my point is to say that mothers are critical, mothers are essential. And so my mother's 16 and she discovers this thing that a lot of people know about called sex. And unfortunately, it ends up with her having this little Boyce inside of her body. So she's mortified. She's scared to death. And now I'm sure there were some Planned Parenthood clinics around that would be happy to help her. We're your friends. We're your allies, right? I'm sure there was somebody around that would have said, just come by, you poor little black girl, and we can just terminate the baby. We're just gonna get rid of the little Negro, and then you can go back to partying. You can go live your Cardi B life if you want to. And for whatever reason, my mother didn't do that. Who knows? Maybe a lot of us would have done that. I'm not blaming people that make other choices, but she didn't. So here's what happened. Here's where faith kicked in. So she goes to church. Some of you have heard this, some of you haven't. I'll share it again though. Um, And she's sitting there and she's just scared to death because my grandmother's very strict and very stern. And she's thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? I got this baby. I don't know what to do next. And so the pastor, when the pastor's like, does anybody want to come to the altar to say something personal to God? And my mother's up there and she walks to the altar and she's just praying and praying and praying. And when everybody got up and walked back to their seat, she was still on her knees praying, praying, praying because she had just this stuff heavy on her heart. And at that moment, that's when she told me something that I've never forgotten. She said, she said, the conversation I had with God was, she said, I do not know what to do with this baby. I don't know. I don't know how to I don't know what to do. And so she said, at that moment, and every time I tell the story, I would get choked up. So let's do the test here to see if boys can tell this story without crying like a baby. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, I gave you the guide. She said, God, I'm giving you this baby because I don't know what to do. And she also says that God told her, you have to have this baby because this baby is going to do something important. And I was like, really? I was like, oh, mama, you just say that to all your kids. She said, no. She said, I did not have that feeling about all my children. My brother and sister, very good people, successful in their own right, amazing human beings, taking nothing away from them. But she said, I felt like I had to give birth to you because I had an important job to do. And that to me was an extraordinary example of faith that I never let go of. Because what is faith? Faith every day. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat if you have heard me talk about things like financial consciousness? How many of you have heard me talk extensively about consciousness in this space? You know, that's all. In fact, when we first started this whole class, which we've done almost a year of this, almost meeting every single day, I initially said, yeah, this is financial consciousness class. And I wasn't just trying to find cute words to describe this. I said, that's what's missing sometimes in the world is a consciousness. And what is consciousness and how does it link to faith? What does that mean? Well, consciousness is nothing but being able to see the bigger picture. Consciousness is where you're not trapped in the moment and you realize that this ain't all that there is. This too shall pass. If it's something bad, this too shall pass. If it's something good, this too shall pass. That's what consciousness is. And faith is consciousness. It's a connection to something bigger than yourself. So when Robin Watkins didn't feel strong enough to get something done, she grabbed onto this thing called God. And God said, that's all right. You ain't got to carry the load. I got you. We good. And really, again, you can have whatever opinion you want. I know people in the room, you have different types of faith and different kinds of religion, and I'm not getting into that part. I'm not even talking about religion. I'm talking about faith. Those are two different things in many cases. But I'm telling you that when you have consciousness, when you have faith, when you have the ability to rise above, connect to something bigger than yourself, you will feel more powerful than you could ever feel trying to do everything alone. At the end of the day, I'm not telling you what to believe in. I'm telling you that you have to believe in something. What do you believe in? Because that is what will carry you through the storm. That's what led this 16-year-old scared little girl to give birth to a baby, even though she had no idea how she was going to take care of the baby. She had no idea what it meant to be a mother. She had no idea what kind of hell she was going to go through when the world maligned her and attacked her the way we do to mothers in this country, which is absolutely pathetic. So I'm a child of faith. When I say I'm a child of God, I mean that. I don't even go to church and I'll say I'm a child of God. Because if God had not been there for my mother and my mother had not had that connection to faith and God and the bigger purpose, oh, she would have went right down to see the Planned Parenthood people. They would have made the problem go away. So sometimes we replace our faith in God with our faith in the white man. Now I know some of y'all are white, and I'm not this ain't anti-white at all. But I'm serious. Sometimes we put other people in the space that our God and our faith is supposed to be. And then next thing you know, you end up going down a road you did not anticipate. You end up passing up on opportunities, possibilities, and blessings because you love your oppressor more than you love yourself, and more than you love your community, more than you love God itself. Let's move on. So the F in fear in my mother's antidote, the Robin Watkins, we can call this the Robin Watkins vaccine, if you will. The F stands for faith. Faith in consciousness will guide you. Faith is what's necessary for investing. When I tell you all little things, like I say, did you know that if you had invested $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000, it would be worth $365,000 now, which effectively means that if you have a 24-year-old child who's struggling financially, you could have solved all their financial problems by literally just buying some Apple stock in the year 2000? That requires faith. You have to kind of have some faith that investing works. You have to have faith that wealth grows. If you plant seeds, then you'll have a harvest. If you plant no seeds, you'll have no harvest. A lot of people have no harvest and they don't understand why. And I'm like, all you got to do is say, well, what seeds did you plant? Did you plant any seeds? They're like, no. Well, what makes you think you can plant no seeds and have no harvest? That doesn't make any sense. So let's move on. The E in my mother's life and the word fear for her vaccine stands for education. Um, Here's the thing about education that's really interesting. First off, if you ever wanted to pick a fight with Robin Watkins, all you got to do is bring up the tragedy of what they're doing to our children in the public school system. Like really, if you ever want to have a fight with my mother, just talk about the schools and what they're doing to the black kids, and she will talk your ear off. She would fight you all day. If you, it's crazy, and that's because after spending many years in the educational system and understanding how important education was for us, she became very passionate about it, even into retirement and beyond. She's listening right now somewhere saying, yeah, that's right. What they're doing to these kids is wrong, and these kids need to learn skills. And da, da, da. She would talk about the days, and tell me if y'all remember this. She would talk about the days where kids could go to school and learn skills, right? It wasn't just Mexicans and Ukrainians coming in and doing all the construction work and all the work in electrical and everything else and plumbing. It was us. We had those skills. We would go to school, and if the kid didn't want to go to college, well, they'd say, okay, well, go to auto shop, go to whatever. We had skills, we had education, we were learning things, and the kids today, unfortunately, aren't getting that. And I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do in the age of AI. What the hell are they gonna do in the age of AI when you got entire McDonald's restaurants that can be run with a freaking computer now? When Amazon factories are hiring thousands of robots every day just so they can replace their factory workers. So education is critical. We know these things. And that was something that my mother valued, even when she didn't have as much as she wanted herself. My grandmother is the starter of all this. She's the panther behind me. She's always with me. My grandma's always with me. And she had an associate's degree. But she always knew that more education was going to give you more success because education can be linked also to an important ingredient for success, which is knowledge. Education and knowledge are not the same thing. Lots of people go to school and don't have any knowledge, and they may not even have any wisdom. So, education, knowledge, and wisdom, three different things. And the other thing about education is that we should understand. If you don't understand it, take it from a college professor. Most of the education you receive does not occur within four walls of some building. You don't need a building to learn, just like you don't need a church in order to connect to God. God can connect with you anywhere. He has great cell phone service. So stop thinking that you got to go into a building to find God. Sometimes you go into the building, you don't find God. You find Satan sitting at the altar saying, "Oh, I'm God's replacement," and that's what you get. So at the end of the day, we know education matters. We also know that education is something that our ancestors valued. It was something that our ancestors died for. You could die during slavery for teaching a slave how to read, right? We know these things. And we also know that for whatever reason, the culture, they always talk about the culture, dog, you need to connect to the culture. No, any culture that does not value education, that puts ignorance above education is not my culture. So you can just take that, put it in your pocket, and walk away from me because we know that a lack of knowledge causes tremendous amounts of pain and suffering in our community. We know these things. And so when you consider the fact that there are dozens of schools in the city of Chicago, as well as Philadelphia and New York and other places, where they don't have one single child that can read, write, or do math at grade level, this tells us that we are in a state of emergency. We are in a state of crisis in this particular area. So what I would say is I would say imagine if our community, again, we could talk all day about oppression and racism and the white man did this and the white man did that. Yeah, yeah, the white man, he gonna keep being white. He ain't gonna stop being white just because you're complaining about it. But imagine if we had a community where we valued education as much as we value sex. I see a whole lot of conversations on the internet about sex. Well, 50-50, and what if should she sleep with me on the third date and all this other. What if we valued it? What if we valued education as much as we value sex? What if we valued education as much as we value, I don't know, the new iPhone? What if we loved education as much as we love sports? What if we spent as much money on education as we spent sending that little boy to football camp? You send his ass to football camp, but he ain't gonna be no football player. That's not when he's 30 years old, he won't make a nickel playing football 99.9% of the time. So why would you spend more money on football camp than you spend sending that boy to learn the things he needs to learn to survive in this society? They prey on your ignorance. They feed off of that. So why in the world would a parent that loves their child send their little girl out in the world with ignorance in a world where ignorance leads to death, ignorance leads to suffering, ignorance leads to struggle? Education, imagine if we valued education as much as we value, all the silly stuff, by getting new Air Jordans or whatever. Imagine if education was just the thing. Imagine if education was more important than anything some goofy rapper had to say, or it was more important than any material stuff, the Gucci and the Louis and all the other luxury items that they sell. Imagine if people wanted to go to the library as much as some people want to go to the club. There would be nothing that could stop us, nothing that would stop us. But for whatever reason, we have values that have to be addressed. And I can tell you that again, when I talk about my mother, one of the biggest things that she did in her life that allowed me to have the life I have and the life, my siblings have and everything else is that she did not play when it came to education. She would take me to this group called Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, and she would have me involved in spaces where even if I wasn't getting education right away, or even if I wasn't trying my best, I always knew education should be a core value for any successful person. Let's go to the A. So the F in the fear vaccine, fear, F-E-A-R, the F is faith, the E is education. The A, this A is something that's connected to, again, my mother's legacy. This is something I want to give to you, and I hope that that's okay. I hope that this is helping you, is something called accountability. Now, I know accountability for some people is a cuss word. Accountability is not something that's very popular. Because what does accountability do? Well, accountability is very painful to embrace because you're kind of letting go of all your natural easy defense mechanisms. You're letting go of your crutch. They're taking away your wheelchair, so you're gonna actually have to learn how to walk. And some of us got wobbly legs, right? No, I need the wheelchair. I need to be able to blame the white man for every problem I have. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my parents. I need the wheelchair. I gotta blame my last relationship. But no, the word accountability is powerful. And this was something that was very, very big in our family. This is no, accountability is powerful and painful at the same time because it's really hard to take responsibility for all the crap that's happening in your life. Like it's easy to take accountability for the good stuff. Like we all want to brag about the good stuff. I did that. Look at what I did. Look at how great I am. But can you also take responsibility for the bad? Can you also look in the mirror and say, man, this is messed up. I gotta fix it. I did this. Right? Can you do that? And I'm gonna tell you, it's very hard to do, not just because it's hard to do, not just because the culture doesn't support accountability, but also because psychologists basically say that human nature is not to accept accountability for any bad thing in your life. They call that self-attribution bias. A guy named David Hirschleifer, a wonderful short little white guy that was on my dissertation committee, wrote a research paper about it and introduced me to the idea. I've been fascinated ever since. And what he said is that according to psychologists, human beings are very quick to take responsibility when something good happens, but they deny accountability when something bad happens. That's why if you watch your favorite team, and everybody does it. Everybody does. Let me give you an example, real life example. This involves me to tell you that I'm a victim to this too. When my Ohio State Buckeyes kicked Tennessee's ass this week, did anybody else see that? Anybody else a football fan in here? I shouldn't be a football fan because y'all know football is bad and it hurts brain damage and all that stuff. But I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy watching a good football game. So so my Ohio State Buckeyes, Ohio State's where I got my PhD. They when they whooped Tennessee's ass, I was saying we won, we won. That was amazing. We did a great job. We threw the ball down the field. We were aggressive. I do that. I internalize it. But when they got their ass whooped by Michigan last week, did anybody see that? A lot of Buckeye fans were very unhappy about that because Michigan came in and kicked our butt in our stadium. Well, when they lost, I was literally saying exactly what I just said. I said they lost. They got their butt kicked by Michigan. Now, sometimes I might use the word we, right? But mostly it was like they. Gosh, they need to fix their team. They need to stop. They need to stop trying to just run the ball. They need to throw the ball down the field. Maybe they need a better coach. It became they when they were losing, but it became we when we were winning, right? So a lot of us have this tendency, and I want you to be aware of it because part of consciousness is just awareness. And I'm going to tell you that one of the things my mother believed in very deeply, sometimes maybe you could even say to a fault, who knows? Because she got criticism for this, is she just believed in accountability, personal responsibility. That your best chance of success in almost anything that you do is when you take responsibility and say, I got this, I'm going to fix this. Instead of saying, well, they're doing this wrong and they need to stop doing that. I get it, I understand, but that doesn't really help you. Like if I'm mad about my condition as a human being or as a black man, and I say they need to stop this, white folks are doing this and the government's doing that. Yeah, they're gonna all do these things. Yeah, capitalism is the reason. I understand these things. I totally get it. But my question would be, how does that really help you? If I say, I don't have a lot of wealth because white people they didn't give us reparations. I agree with you. I talk about that all the time. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a whole book about it called Black Labor, White Wealth, which everyone should read. But how does that help you to sit and just consistently put all your problems on the back of the white man? I'm not saying that white folks have been good to us. I'm not saying that I'm not a racism denier. But what I am saying is your solution to say that we're just going to sit and wait politely until white people decide to be nice to us? Is that your solution? Because that's a very stressful solution. And it's very depressing. In fact, studies show that depressed people are people that tend to not feel like their lives are in their control. Did you know that they did the study with rats? I've told you all about this. That rats that were put in a painful situation who were convinced that they had no ability to fix it became very depressed. Their serotonin levels would change. They could measure that. Do you understand? So if you ever want to be depressed, or if you ever want to understand why the black community leads the world in depression and anxiety, a lot of it is shaped around this idea that from birth, we are taught that our whole condition is predicated on what white folks choose to allow and not allow. That's what we're taught. And that you cannot be successful as a black person until you get the approval of whites. That's why you got entertainers out here buffooning and cooning. You got people out here bowing and scraping and selling out like crazy. You got people just sitting here and thinking, gosh, I would be successful if white folks would help me, or they would, or why I would remember when I first started doing black wealth related stuff and I started speaking on this publicly. I literally would have people tell me that you're not going to succeed by doing wealth related stuff in the black community alone. And I said, well, I really like talking to black people the most. I don't hate white. I never did. See, people think that because you love black people that you have to hate white folks at the same time. This ain't about you, man. You're not that important where I got only so much energy, and all the energy I want to spend is going to be spent on loving my people. It's not going to be spent on hating you. Hate takes energy. So stop that, right? That's silly. So I remember I would get people that would just tell me like, well, black people don't care about wealth and really, white people, you're not going to have a successful business if you don't appeal to white folks. And I'm like, why does every road to success, wealth, power, opportunity, and possibility have to go through massa? It ain't going. I don't give a damn about Massa. No, I'll fight Massa if I have to, as long as Massa don't want to fight. Just don't be blocking the door. When you block the door, oh, I'm kicking that sucker down. I'm going through you, around you, over you, under you, whatever it's gonna take. But you're not. No, you ain't stopping this train, sucker. That ain't happening. So my point is to say that while I understand that we have to acknowledge all these things that have happened to us, all these things that people have tried to do to us and everything else, and I think it's very important to understand, number one, the greatest power that you have to change your condition starts with you. And then secondly, um, if you spend so much energy thinking about the obstacles that are against you, you can't spend time putting together solutions to get around those obstacles. And I really will tell you, I believe that unfortunately, a lot of the culture, what they call this civil rights culture, but I don't think it's really civil rights. I think it's something else. Um, the Negro management culture, that's what we might call it. There are so many people that build entire careers and entire industries on the idea of convincing you that whatever energy you were going to spend building for yourself is better spent with you wiring into some pre-existing infrastructure that other people have created. That means that if you are a talented and intelligent young black man or young black woman, you're better off looking for a job than you are looking to build an institution. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Do you get it? Like you're better off just look, hey, we already got it built. It's already here. The house is built. Don't worry about building your own house. That's hard. That's above your pay grade. You people aren't that smart. That takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of patience. Instead, just come live with us because we're your allies. That's what we get. Like just come into our economic house. You'll be cool. And then you come in and you say, okay, all right, well, this is the easy route. And what you don't understand is that God does not give you the easy route to real success. He doesn't. Just like wealth. When I told you about time and how important time is in wealth, if you ever want to either have no wealth or have fake wealth, just go through life thinking that you can get a whole lot of money real fast. And look at our kids. Look at how many of our kids are have embraced the fast money culture, thinking everything's supposed to be fast and easy. And then you get it fast and easy, and you think that it's real, but really you find out it's an illusion. You find out that there's a puppet master that's controlling all this. You find out that the Wizard of Oz has created a false sense of security for you. And then when they take it all away, you're like, wait, what happened? It was racism, y'all. Well, that's because you didn't build your building on a solid foundation, damn it. Nobody taught you that you have to have that accountability, you have to have that patience, you have to have that consistency, you have to have that courage, you have to understand that there's no shortcuts to real meaningful success, power, possibility, and wealth. There's really not many shortcuts to that. What I explained to you that investing $1,000 in Apple stock in the year 2000 means you'd have $365,000 today. That whole methodology consists of one essential ingredient. The essential ingredient is that thing we talked about earlier called time. If you think you can do that without 24 years being involved in the process, then you might as well go buy a damn lottery ticket. And most lottery tickets do not grow your wealth at all. You got to be real with yourself. You got to learn how to keep it real. So we all do. We all have to embrace this as our culture. So let's go back to the accountability piece. Last thing I'm gonna say on that is this. I remember when I was 19 years old, and this tells you how hardcore my mother was when it came to accountability. See, I had no money like a lot of college students. I was broke. And I did get a lot of money sent to me in school and stuff like that. I was kind of jealous of the kids whose parents would send them, checks every week and stuff. My parents did not do that. And I remember I called my mother when I was 19 and I said, hey, mama, I need some money. And she said, and she said, okay. And I said, because I don't have any money to eat. Like, what am I going to do? And I went into like little kid mode because you're talking to your mama, like, mama, I don't have no money to eat. And you know what she said? She said, so what are you going to do about that? And that was really like, whoa, wait a minute, that's cold. That's what, and maybe we can debate that, right? I'm not saying everybody should approach it that way. My mother was very young at the time. I was in college. My mother was still in her mid 30s. That's how young she was. So she's learning, right? Maybe there's a different way to approach it, but in her world, it was like, you're a man. You're a man. You can go out and work and get money. You can go out and make things happen in your own life. You can be a playmaker in your situation. You don't have to be a baby anymore. And I want you to sit here and I want you to look at the world right now. And I want you to look at how many man boys we have in our community. I want you to look at how many men never learned how to be men. They never went through harsh experiences that challenged them to grow. They expect something to be just given to them. They don't know what it means to lead and protect and provide and all these things, right? They didn't go through manhood training. You have to manhood doesn't just happen naturally. Doesn't just happen just because you got a little hair on your chest and your voice deepens. No, there's a process. You got to learn how to just like becoming a chef or becoming a mechanic or becoming a becoming a surgeon. You got to learn like you have to go through so really here's what happened. If you want to know how that ended, and I'm gonna tell you, my feelings were hurt. I was like, damn, I'm like, that's cold, you know. It's like, right, and maybe she could have sent me a little something, something. And I'm not gonna disagree with you if you think that was extraordinarily harsh. But here's what that did for me, and I want you to write this down as you're dealing with your own kids. Check this out. I told you how I was jealous of the kids whose parents would send them money every week. They get like maybe $50, $100 a week, and I would be like, man, I wish my parents would do that for me. Well, when my mother put down the gauntlet and forced me to go out and make money on my own, well, what did I do? I went out and I got a job. And then because I was already a straight A student, I started getting scholarships. And I studied harder than the other kids because I knew that I could get more money that way. I knew that I'd get a better job when I graduated. I also knew that I was going to get more scholarship money. So I got all the scholarship money. I would get thousands of dollars in my refund check every semester and then because I had a study system down where I learned to manage that other powerful thing I talked about called time. Like at 19, I figured out there's 168 hours in a week. That means that if I sleep 8 hours a day, that's 56 hours. That's 112 hours left. If I go to class 15 hours a week, that's 97 hours. So I could probably study 50 hours a week and still have 47 hours left to work a full-time job or do whatever I want to do. So when I did it that way, I said, okay, I got it now. I figured it out. So I'm making money from the scholarships. I'm getting money from the first job, and then I had time to get a second job. So check this out. Not only did I have as much money as the kids whose parents were sending them those little $100 checks, oh, I had more money than everybody. I was making thousands of dollars a month and it wasn't a burden on my parents. They didn't have to worry about sending me money anymore because I had it. I could get the money myself, and also I got to do the things I wanted and live the way I wanted because I learned, wait, I can actually go out here and make something happen in my life. And and again, as harsh as it might have been for my mother to do it that way, right? I'm not gonna say it wasn't kind of cold. It was. My mother actually apologized for that later on in life. I'll just say that. Um, I thank God that she did that for me. I'm so happy. I'm like, thank you, Mama, for not solving my problem and giving me a chance to solve it myself. I don't know if you did it because you were mean. I don't know if you did it because you were being lazy. I don't know if you did it because you just had this extraordinary wisdom. Maybe it was a combination of all three, but either way, it worked. I became much more mature than most of my friends. I had so many friends in college that flunked out and disappeared and got pregnant and went off and got on drugs and wasted time, low GPAs, blew their opportunity. Oh, I didn't do that. Why? Well, it was because that word. Let me circle it. I'm circling about 5 times. Accountability. Robin Watkins believed deeply in accountability. And let me tell, when I tell you that that's not common in a lot of families, and that's one of the reasons why this little 16-year-old girl with no money and no understanding of the world was able to raise 3 kids that became successful. Accountability is right at the core of this. My parents are aliens. They are not normal people. When we were being raised, my mother had to deal with a lot of criticism from people who said, "Oh, you're being too hard on him. You're doing this, you're doing that. You know, oh, you should. It's okay. It's all right if he does this." And my mother just had a different standard. She had a different standard. See, you don't understand. Most of the boys that I grew up with did not turn out so good. Let's just say that. I'm not their family, and I got family that might be listening. I'm not gonna try to. The family knows. Family knows. You know my cousins, right? But for everybody else, I'm just gonna say it was less than ideal in terms of the outcomes. Some of the stuff involved drugs. Some of it involved just being in the struggle, unemployed, not taking care of the kids, just whatever, right? Whatever. Again, not disrespecting anyone though. I want to be very careful about that and not trying to put anybody on a pedestal. But my mother, this little girl, this little lady, and when I was born, when people jokingly and they say, "Oh, you've been rich your whole life, so you don't know what it's like to struggle," I'm like, "No, I was born in the projects. We live. That's where we live. My mother paid $50 a month in rent. and it's called LaSalle Place. You can actually find it in Louisville, Kentucky to this day. They're still there. That same unit is still there. And so this little girl who had her baby and she was living in the projects, was able to raise a son that was a college professor, a daughter that's a medical doctor, and a son that went to Cornell University that's now, doing business with billionaires. So that doesn't happen by accident. That doesn't just happen because, oh, you got lucky and you got blessed and somebody did you a favor, or the white man hooked you up. No, it happens because you have a plan and you execute the plan. And you also have to have the courage to be a little bit different. It's okay. She was different and she got ridiculed for that. And so that led to the last piece. Now remember the word fear. We're building the Robin Watkins vaccine right now. This is what, again, if you have any appreciation for what we do in the space, or we're connected on some level, I hope you'll think about this a little bit. And this is the blueprint. This is the blueprint. That leads to the last part of the word fear. So the fear vaccine is where you take the word fear, and the F stands for faith, the E stands for education, the A stands for accountability, and the R stands for resilience. Resilience. Resilience is a simple idea, but it's not readily implemented very often. And it's not implemented as much in the Black community sometimes because we have a heavily traumatized community, and studies show that people that are heavily traumatized have a hard time sticking to things. They give up easy because you are thinking about failure. You're looking at your current situation as nothing more than confirmation of what you already knew, which is that you're not worthy, you're not capable, you're never going to succeed. And I think that this is a problem for our community because we are fed so much depression about our condition. We're constantly being told that we can't accomplish certain things because certain people won't let us, or that we have all these problems because we're just incapable and inferior. And the resilience thing matters. And in fact, it's going to be hard for me to really collapse all this into a short statement, but I'm going to try to do that. Resilience matters because resilience, sometimes that's really literally all that matters. Resilience matters because there are so many situations where that's all that matters. It's not that it's on the table. Resilience is the damn table. It is. It is. Has anybody heard this? Where they talk about how millionaires are basically regular people who just didn't give up. That there are so many people who were gonna be millionaires, but they gave up on the 10th try, and if they'd gone to the 15th try, they would have actually gotten there. Resilience is everything. And so to sort of remember this with my mother, one thing I can say in terms of resilience, in terms of the way it manifests itself, is that to this day, my sister is the only person I know who actually went to medical school, flunked out, and then went back to medical school again and finished. She did that. And that was because of resilience. That was because my mother just said, keep trying, never give up, keep trying, never give up. My grandmother at my graduation read a poem called Don't You Quit. You might get tired, but don't you quit. Blah, blah, blah. But don't you quit. So that resilience piece was absolutely essential. Um, she was married to my father for 50 years. A lot of people joke. It's fun. It's really actually quite poetic in the sense that she had her 50th wedding anniversary a month before she passed. So they made it to the 50-year mark. And what's interesting about that is that there are so many people out there who say that they want the same thing. There's so many people who admire that. They say, "Oh my gosh, that's so romantic. That's so beautiful. I wish." And we just kind of giggle when we hear it. I'm like, oh, so you think it's romantic, huh? You think it's all just peaches and cream, don't you? You think y'all just gonna be cute and in love every day for the next 50? Is that what you think it is? You think it's a Disney movie, don't you? And it's not a Disney movie. It's not cute. It's not some beautiful, smooth little process. It's a hell of a grind. It's a hell of a, it is one of these things. It reminds me of running a marathon. If you remember back in 2019, me and my wife ran a marathon together, and I was very proud to have completed a marathon because I never thought I would ever do one. And even though in the pictures I look comfortable, confident, happy, and just complete, like just glowing because I just did this amazing thing, the reality was I felt like complete shit. I did not, there was nothing fun and joyous about running a marathon. It was hard as hell. I was tired. I was mad. my body was like, what are you doing to me, you crazy man? Like it was not a romantic process. It was hard. It was really unnaturally difficult and very painful. And but resilience made me say, okay, let's just keep moving one foot in front of the other until we get to the finish line and until we achieve this goal. And when I crossed the line, I didn't feel the way I thought I'd feel. I didn't feel just energized and excited. I was like, man, I'm so tired. Oh my God, I can't, I can barely walk. And in a way, that's what I think about when I process the 50 years of marriage with my parents, is that um, it was amazing and just powerful. But the thing that makes it hard for most people is that in many cases, the people that benefit the most from your commitment, when you make a commitment at that level, the people that benefit the most are not you and the other person involved. It's really all the people that benefit from the fact that you sacrificed to create a stable institution in a black community that's lost its institutions. You created a stable family in a community that's lost most of its families. Do you understand? You've given just this amazing gift. And I want to say, I want to give a shout out. If you've been married, everybody who's married, shout out how many years you sacrificed. Because I want to applaud you. I want to really applaud you and commend you because you are to some extent you're unfortunately you're kind of becoming these unicorns that actually care more about family and community than you actually just care about your personal happiness every moment of the day. I'm not saying you can't be happy after 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's hard. And when I think about my father, I think about this man who chose to take care of me when I wasn't even his real son. He was handsome. The ladies loved my dad. My mother was a young mother. She could have just gotten rid of me and then spent her weekends twerking and drinking for the next X number of years. She could have literally, wiping me away before birth would have been a great way to get rid of her problem. She wouldn't have had to confront my grandmother, who's old school. You know how old school grandmas are. She didn't have to deal with being chastised by the community. She didn't have to deal with all the knowledge. She could have easily just said, "Let me just make this baby go away so I can get back to being a teenager and living my best life." But she didn't do that. She made a sacrifice, and she also used resilience to say, "I'm going to make sure that my kids are not going to end up like a lot of these kids out here." I remember when I was 5 years old and we lived in Texas. My father's a military man, and we lived in Killeen, Texas, on the military base. And my mother says she told me the story. She said that that there was this young white girl who was my school teacher when I was 5, and she said, "I got to tell you about your son." And she said, okay. And the lady said that your son has a lot of energy. He gets up, while I'm teaching, he'll stand up, sit down, walk around, he'll be singing, he'll be talking, playing with the other kids, and just doing everything except doing what he's supposed to do. And she said, so one day I decided to play a trick on him. And the trick I played on him was I was going to let him just do his thing and ignore him, and then I was gonna basically embarrass him. So she says that so one day she's teaching and I start doing what I normally do. I'm standing up, sitting down, walking around, talking, playing, whatever. And she then says, "Okay, Boyce, so tell me everything that I've been teaching on the board for the last 10 minutes." And she goes, "Do you know that your son recited back to me every single thing that I was teaching? And I didn't even think he was listening." And she said, so here's what the lady said. She said, and this was God bless this young lady. She said, "I have to warn you," because my mother was very young at the time. She was about 22 at the time, maybe 21. And she goes, "Black boys like him, they want to put them on medication." She says, "Your son does not need medication. Your son is fine. He's very smart. So do not let them do that to your son." And so my mother stuck with that. And so for many, many years, she would just fight with these school systems. They would come back and say, "Well, your son's test scores, your son made all F's on his report card, and his test scores show that he's got the intelligence of a mediocre monkey." And so if you look at the chart, ma'am, the other kids are here, your son's down here, right? And she didn't go for any of that. She said, "Okay, we're gonna get him some extra help." We're good. I don't care what they think. Like literally, they wanted to put me in the special ed programs. They wanted to put me on the medication. Who knows? Maybe I needed the medication. I don't know. I told you I think I do have ADHD, but I've managed it. I think I've done okay in life. And so what my mother did also for many years was, in addition to saving and protecting me from the very system that we know destroys millions of black boys every year, she eventually became a counselor to other young mothers, many of whom went through the teenage parent program in Kentucky, like my mother did. And she would talk to them about their children, about their sons, and about their daughters, and how to get their kids through the system in the best way possible. She became kind of like an educational Harriet Tubman, if you will. She would talk to them about special programs, tell them like, no, do not do that with him. Make sure you do this. She literally could have made this into a whole institution. She was that kind of a person. She would talk really lovingly about Marva Collins. Anybody remember Marva Collins? The teacher in Chicago who used to educate kids in one room, and she would just educate them at a higher level than the Chicago public school system. She talked about Marva Collins a lot. I remember her talking about Marva Collins' speech, and she said, "I like that lady because she's no nonsense." She came to the Black Achievers Banquet, and she said, "How dare you sit around and eat your fancy meals in your fancy clothes when our kids are going through hell right now, when our kids are not being properly educated, when they're being mistreated by this system, when their lives are being thrown away. And you're sitting here at this fancy dinner like it's no big deal." And so my mother was that kind of that's the type of energy she connected to. So that sort of resilience was really, really important in terms of our development and her life. I remember last point I'll share, last story I'll share about my mother, and I thank you all for hearing me as we went through this, is I remember when I was 27 and I was in graduate school, and I was very I was a little demoralized because because I didn't have a family where a lot of people went to school for a long time. We didn't have doctors and PhDs in the family. So a lot of people didn't understand what I was doing, right? So I would go to I would go to family reunions, and they would be sitting there trying to figure out something to talk to me about. And they would say something like, "So you still in school, huh?" And that was because I'd just been in school for so long, and people were like, "When's this gonna be over? Is he lazy or what?" And what was going on was I was trying to get a PhD, but I kept struggling. It was hard. It was really hard. And I had to go back and retool and get better at my math or whatever. And I remember, I'll never forget. I remember the exact moment I was in the car with my mother, and I was talking to her about it. I said, "Yeah, people make fun of you because you're in school for a long time, but I really want to get my PhD." And what she said was really interesting. First off, she said, "Well, you got to keep going. You keep going until you finish. You got to finish the job. Don't stop. Don't quit. If you never quit, then you'll never fail." And just little things like that stuck with me. And then also, what she said is, she said, "Right now, what you're doing is you're laying the foundation. You're laying the foundation for the rest of your life." It's hard to build a foundation. A lot of people don't won't have a foundation. You're laying a foundation for the rest of your life. And little stories like that, or little statements like that, is what kept me going. So through many years, my mother was my greatest cheerleader. That's why the loss is so hard, right? Because she really cheered me on, and when nobody else did, when nobody else understood, she did, and it was pretty powerful. And so that resilience is something that I want you to hold on to when it comes to what you do in life. Because, for example, they have studies that say that resilience is the difference between the successful entrepreneurs and the failures. All the successful people really have, 9 times out of 10, is this sort of relentless desire to keep going no matter what. And so I'm going to encourage you, as you're trying to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, just know if you can gain that resilience, you can do anything. And by connecting to the other pieces of that model, the fear vaccine, if you go back to faith, the belief in something bigger than yourself, the belief that this too shall pass, the belief that I'm connected to something bigger than me, the belief that there is a bigger picture, that will give you resilience, because resilient people can see the bigger picture, whereas small-minded people who only see what's happening right now, what just occurred 2 seconds ago, people like that do not succeed. They do not get to the finish line because they can't see past mile one. So resilience and faith go hand in hand. Well, education also helps. That's the E, right? So you have faith, and then you have education. When you are skilled, when you have knowledge, when you have wisdom, when you have expertise, when you have experience, when you pursue knowledge, You are 100 times out of 100 times going to be better off in this world than somebody who sits and swims and gets comfortable in the middle of ignorance. We have a problem with ignorance. We have hip hop culture honoring ignorance. We have people out there that want us to be ignorant. We have school systems keeping our kids ignorant, and you see what that's getting them. So education has to be a tip-top priority for our community. Every study out there shows that communities that value education are more successful than those that do not. So ignorance is literally should be like treated like an illegal drug. Oh, you on that dope, boy. You on that dope of ignorance. No, we're gonna get you in rehab, and if you keep making other people ignorant, we're gonna lock you up like we do the dope dealers. We got drug dealers, we got ignorance dealers, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick. I want to declare a war on ignorance. I want to lock them up. Get your ass up out of here. This is not where you're supposed to be. We don't honor this. We're not going to celebrate somebody who wants to just dribble a basketball more than they want to pick up a book. I don't want to sit around in the darkness of not knowing who I am and what I'm trying to do. No, you go get that knowledge. Stop waiting for the damn school system to give you Black history books to read. Well, they won't give us no books in the schools to read. You got a phone in your pocket. There's more knowledge on your cell phone than there is in all the books in every library on the entire freaking earth. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You need massa to hand you a book and read to you? Well, how dare you dishonor the ancestors by acting like you can't learn nothing without the oppressor? No, you can learn. You have to just value knowledge, and your values and your culture shapes what you pursue. That decides what you're going to do with your time today. And since this is Christmas, I'm going to keep this short. The A, remember the A. The A stands for accountability. Accountability is also connected to fear and resilience, and education is connected to all those things. A person who is accountable, who's responsible for their own success or failure, who understands that the buck stops with me, that I'm going to get this done, that this is up to me, I'm the one who's going to make this happen. People like that tend to be more resilient. But the thing is that resilience and accountability, to some extent, also links to self-esteem. Right? If I don't have self-esteem, see, this is the basic stuff, man. This is the foundational stuff is what does it all. So if I have self-esteem and I love myself and I believe in myself, which might come from faith, then I have the capacity to be more resilient because if I'm a resilient person with high self-esteem, then any failure I have, oh, that's temporary. Oh no, failure is not for me. That's for other people. So that you must be making a mistake. Like you ever think about that? You imagine you going to a store and you know you're rich and you know you paid down your credit card and and they run the credit card through and they say, I'm sorry, your card got declined. Well, what do? You say, well, no, that must be a mistake. No, run it again. You gotta run it again, right? Because that's not me. Other people can, but no, when it comes to success and I'm swiping the credit card of success, oh, I know God gave me an infinite bank account. I know that oh, God blessed me with a massive credit limit. So clearly you must be making a mistake because that's not who I am. That's for you, but that's not for me. So my point is to say that self-esteem piece is critical. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, like you need to know who the hell you are. People that have high self-worth and know who they are, they tend to be more resilient because they know the success is meant for them. And they also tend to be okay with accountability. Because yeah, of course, the buck stops with me. I am powerful. I am great. Here's the thing. This is interesting. My mother was not an arrogant person, but she was a powerful person. She is a powerful person. She's so powerful that she's never going to die. She's so powerful that she's right here in this room. She's so powerful that everything I'm sharing with you came directly from her. So, so she was a powerful person. She wasn't arrogant, but she was powerful. Well, why was she powerful? Partly because of the F in the fear model. She had faith. She's connected. She's wired into God. Nothing's more powerful than that. So I don't always have to be powerful. I just have to be down with the power source, right? So when the power source is something bigger than yourself, this circles back to consciousness. Consciousness means that ability to see the big picture, connect to something bigger than me, right? I'm connecting to God because I have God consciousness, right? That consciousness is critical in terms of the fact that it will give you things like the faith, which feed into the self-esteem and the accountability and the resilience. Like I'm not afraid of taking accountability because I know I got this. I'm not a loser who's going to spend my life blaming other people when I lose. I'm not a person who's destined to be broke and struggling because the white man won't let me do it. No, 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 no. I know who I am, right? I don't, I just, and we all should. Think about this, right? This is what's powerful about being black. You are special. You're the only people who can say, Black Americans, and I love everybody around the world, but I'm going to talk about that for a minute. We're the only group of people who can say that we survived the slave dungeons, which were absolutely horrible. You got to go to Ghana to see it. We're the only people on earth who can say we survived the Middle Passage, even though half of the people died. We're the only people who can say that we survived 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man. We're the only group of people who can say we survived 100 years of horrific Jim Crow and the nightmare of everything they did to us after that. We're the only ones who can say we survived the war on drugs, where they dropped crack cocaine into our communities just to dismantle our families. We're the only ones who can say we survived the mass incarceration epidemic of the 1990s and still came out shining. Like, we're the only ones who can say this. Nobody else can say this. So to some extent, you need to understand the superhero that lives inside of you. You need to realize that your ancestors were not just survivors, they were a pack of badasses that could do anything that they wanted to do if they put their mind to it. You have to understand that the weak part of our bloodline didn't survive. Only the strong survived. Like when they go in the hospital and they say that the bacteria, you don't want to get the bacteria in the hospital. Now, y'all know what that is, right? When we were in the hospital with my mother in her last days, there was an infection kind of around, and I had to really protect from that infection because why? Well, why do we know this? Why do we know? Well, because hospital bacteria are the most gangster bacteria that there are. These are the bacteria that survived all the sanitation and all the disinfecting that they did. So the bacteria that survived is the strongest bacteria. So to some extent, that is who we are. We are the survivors. We are the ones whose ancestors made it through all of this. And so ultimately, what that means is that if anybody has a right to be a little cocky, it would be you. If anybody has a right to have high self-esteem, it will be you. If anybody should know that they are the chosen people, it's you, it's me, it's us, it's this. So to summarize it, and let's bring it all together, the nation, we live in a country and a community where sometimes fear becomes the default state of existence for a lot of people. Fear is used to control you. Fear is fed to you on a regular basis from the time that you're born. Fear was used heavily during the pandemic to control people. My mother talked about when she was young and how fear kept her in that state of depression and made her less than the person she wanted to be. So, to honor Robin Watkins today, for those of you that didn't get to see the whole conversation, we have created the fear vaccine, FEAR, and we've taken those words and we've flipped them into words that fit her legacy. The F stands for faith. If you have faith and a belief in something bigger than yourself, the fear goes away. I'm not scared no more because I ain't got this, but God does. Nothing's more powerful than God or something bigger than yourself, whatever you're connected to. Connect to something bigger than yourself, and I guarantee you nothing can stop you. The E stands for education. Educated people have less reason to be afraid of the world than uneducated people. We are entering into the age of AI. Those who understand AI are like this, rubbing their hands like Birdman. They're excited. Oh, look at the future. It's going to be great. People who don't understand it are in fear. Oh my God, the AI is going to take my job. Oh my God, the AI is going to ruin society. Oh my God, the AI is going to kill, right? So education, people that know their way around this world, and you're in that category, by the way. Again, most people can't say I sit and I listen to a finance PhD every morning. So just if you've attended more than 10 of these classes, you're already in the top 20% of all Americans. If you've gone to more than 100, then you're probably in the top 5%. I guarantee you, there's no other place you can go where people are talking about educating your 5-year-old on the stock market or explaining to you how Burton Malkiel showed you in 1971 that even monkeys could invest and make money. Most people don't know this stuff. No, so you are educated. I don't care if you went to college or not. I don't care if you didn't finish the classes for your GED. You are in an elite class, an elite space, just by the fact that we're here. So the E, you educate yourself, you have less reason to be afraid. The A, accountability. A lot of us fear accountability because accountability is a scary thing. But once you accept it, you have less fear because you know that this car that you're in, called life, that you're the driver of that damn car. Don't you dare go through life thinking that other people are going to decide whether you're going to win or you're going to lose. Don't go through life hoping that other people decide that they're going to come around for you. No, no, no. You come around for you. You come, if you can't change the people around you, then you got to change the people around you. If white folks ain't acting right and they're not giving you what you want, go find some black folks who will. You cannot go through life without being accountable. And even if it's not true, even you're always better off taking accountability, even if you can't control everything. So what does that mean? That means that, okay, look, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't make everything happen the way I want it to, but I can control what I do every day. And that's the most I'm going to do. We talk about this even with investing. I tell you, I say, look, the market's not going to be consistent. The market's going to be a drama queen. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. So the variable of consistency has to be you. Accountability must stop with you. The buck stops with you. Accountability will go a long way toward being successful. And it was that those lessons of personal responsibility that really made the difference that my mother taught me. My mother was like, no, you're responsible for that. You're the one that can get that done. Don't be blaming other people. Don't be, in fact, one time I got into a situation where I had a friend I went to the store with and he stole a candy bar and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be a snitch. And then this little sucker, let me tell you what he did. He went to his mama and told his mama that I stole the candy bar. And so his mama calls my mama and says, "Your son is a thief." My son told me, because my baby don't lie to me, even though he's a big old liar. My baby told me that your son stole a candy bar. And I remember I got so mad about that. I was like, oh, I was livid. I was like, this is an injustice. This is an outrage. I was 9 years old just screaming about this. And I remember my mother just kind of said, well, you still have to take accountability. And I said, well, what? I didn't do it. He did me wrong. And she's like, yeah, well, maybe that means you got to be careful about who your friends are. He just now showed you that he's not really your friend if he's out here lying on you. So you still have some accountability in this. Maybe you could have said something about it first. Maybe you could have disconnected yourself from the situation, whatever it was, right? And it's still not fair. It still sucks. It's like, man, but that ain't right. I was trying to not be a snitch, right? But no, there's always accountability in everything. And that was one of the things my mother taught me. And that's something I think is universal that we can all benefit from. And then the last piece, the R, remember, is resilience. Never give up, never give up, never give up. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, a lot of you in here are trying to build wealth. A lot of you in here are trying to break generational curses. A lot of you in here are trying to build legacy with family. A lot of you are trying to get that business off the ground or whatever it is you're trying to do. Resilience, that is not just an essential ingredient. That is also the essential ingredient. And in many cases, it might even be the only ingredient that makes the difference between success and failure. And the reason that resilience is so important for us to understand as Black people is because sometimes, because the world teaches you to forget who you are. They teach you to forget how special you are. They forget to teach you how worthy you are. And nobody teaches you that. We'll give up very easily because we have a pre-existing expectation that we're going to fail. Like in the pandemic, we talked all day about pre-existing conditions and all that. Well, one of the biggest pre-existing conditions in the Black community is low self-esteem. That's a pre-existing condition. And let me tell you why that matters. If you're talking about building this wealth thing, let's end on wealth, because this is what I promised you, and I told you I wanted to connect this to. Thank you for allowing me to share my mother with you, but also I want to make sure we walk away with our economic lesson. One thing you have to understand about risk is that risk doesn't mean the story is always going to end well for you. Risk, we talk about risk a lot. I studied risk extensively under Professor Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. He's one of the leading risk management experts in the world. So I meditated on risk. I had to understand risk from a deep mathematical, probabilistic standpoint. And the thing about risk, and you know risk too, you know it because you know when you're in a risky situation. You know when you're taking a chance, right? You've known these things, right? So the thing about risk that people forget when they're telling all these feel-good stories about, you can do it, go start your business, is they forget that there's that even though there's a lot of sunlight at the top, when you achieve the success, there's like this deep canyon, this deep dark abyss called failure. And many of us don't succeed. Many of us, when we start our business or we go out here and we try to conquer the world, we don't always make it. And the thing is that when you're assessing whether you're going to take a chance or not on yourself, you're seeing a little bit of both. And what you see is determined by what you're conscious of. Oh, there's that word consciousness. See, what you got to understand is that we've talked about this. This is why my wife, Dr. Alicia, who's a therapist, that's why we created that Black Financial Therapy Department. We're the first ones to ever do this. No one's ever created a Black Financial Therapy Department. We developed the Black Financial Therapy Department for one major reason. She helped me understand how deep our trauma goes and the effects of that trauma. And so here's what trauma does to your risk consciousness. A non-traumatized person, when they see a risk, they say, oh, look at all these great things that'll happen if I succeed. And a person who doesn't have the same consciousness or who has low self-esteem or low self-confidence, all they're going to see is the negative. All they're going to see is like, whoa, if I quit my job to start the business, I might lose my house. I might be unemployed. I'm going to be homeless, right? That's what they see. Why? Well, because the trauma is like, it's like bright lights. The bright lights take all your attention. You can't see nothing else because the trauma is screaming in your, it's loud and it's obnoxiously sort of violently in your face, right? So your consciousness is affected by your fear. Your consciousness is affected by your low self-esteem. So you have this fear that makes you, what does it make you do? It makes you not take the risk at all. And so when you look at studies that show that African American people are the least likely to start businesses, well, trauma is a big part of that. Fear is a big part of that. And it's not just you, it's not just a virus that affects you. It might be a virus that affects all your damn relatives. That's why when you say, hey, y'all, I'm quitting my business, I'm quitting my job to start a business, all your relatives, first thing they do is they're like, are you sure you want to do that? You know, the jobs at the post office is paying good. Why would you give up a good job at the post office to go start a business? But that little business, girl, you crazy. What are you talking about? You don't get a lot of encouragement. You have people that are infecting you with their virus of fear. So that leads to an inaccurate perception of risk. So even though your probability of success might have only been 10%, it actually drops to 2% because one of the things about success is that even though you have a probability of failure, that probability of failure is only minimized if you do your best. And you're only going to do your best if you have self-belief. You're only going to have self-belief if you have reasons to be confident. And there's nothing there to be confident about because you're already broke. You already aren't sure what's going to happen next. You already have all this confirmation that you don't know what the hell you're doing. And then you got your damn relatives, the people that are supposed to love you, who are pushing you further down into the abyss of fear and failure. So it doesn't tend to work. Either you don't do it or you do it and you half-ass do it. You don't have resilience because the first 8 times you fail in the process, you're gonna say, oh, I tried 8 times and I guess I wasn't supposed to succeed anyway. So do you see give me a yes if you, I wanted to hammer this point home so we could walk away with something. How many of you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? The connection between self-worth, self-confidence, and resilience, it all fits together. It fits together. So when you have love for yourself and then you have faith in yourself, then you are never going to give up on yourself. Do you understand that? You have to value you. If you value you, we invest in things that are valuable. We protect things that are valuable. We cherish things that are valuable. And I'm going to tell you, every time you end up in a situation where you don't feel protected, supported, loved, or you're unhappy, well, the question you have to ask yourself is, do you value yourself enough to know that if you valued yourself, you wouldn't have put yourself in that situation? I will tell you, a young Black boy who's raised to know that one day he's supposed to be a multi-millionaire is never going to put him in a situation where he's slaving away for massa. He's going to say, no, I can't do this. This is going to be temporary because I'm supposed to be up there with the Elon Musk of the world. Do you understand? That a little Black girl who values herself is not going to be out here just messing with some man who bought her a bag of potato chips, right? She's not going to do that. She's going because she values herself. So the same thing is true in terms of resilience and confidence. When you love yourself and you value yourself and have faith in yourself, then you're going to have the resilience to keep climbing to the level that you feel you deserve. Do you follow what I'm saying to you? This is my mother talking. This is her giving a gift to you because I want you to just understand that basic lesson. I love myself, therefore I value myself, therefore I believe in myself, therefore I never give up on myself. So whatever it is you're trying to do, and I'm going to finish up right now. Whatever it is you're trying to do, I do not need you to live in fear. I need you to take what I'm going to call right now the Robin Watkins fear vaccine, faith, education, accountability, and resilience. And you go climb that mountaintop and you keep going until you get what you know you deserve. Do the work internally to acknowledge and to convince yourself that you deserve the best and then have the resilience to pursue that. That is the difference between people that have what they want out of life and those who do not. I'm finished. I want to say thank you for hearing me out and spending time with me today. I'm honored by that. Also, thank you for your condolences. I appreciate that. I have to admit to you that I don't really need condolences anymore. I need congratulations right now. I need congratulations on the fact that I was blessed with the most wonderful woman in the world is my mother. I was blessed with the opportunity to sit next to her and talk to her and reflect on the fact that we took on battles together and we conquered a lot and we won. And I sat next to her on her deathbed, just like in a movie. And I just said, Mama, we did it. We did it. And I had tears, you know me, I'm a big baby when it comes to my mama. So the tears coming out, and I said, Mama, we did it. We did it, Mama. We didn't let fear stop us. We didn't let no haters stop us. We didn't let society stop us. We did it. So you go to heaven. You just know that we left it on the court. We got it done. We made it happen. You have my back, and I'm going to say thank you so much. And so just like we came in together by ourselves, nobody else was there in the hospital. Not one other person was in the room. She had to wait on the corner with me for somebody to come pick her up after they let her out of the hospital. That's how isolated we were. I said, just like we started off together, we're going to go out together. Just like you have my back and you chose to give me life, I'm gonna have your back and I'm gonna take care of you to the last minute. I'm gonna take care of you beyond. And just like you were with me before I was born, you're gonna also be with me and I'm gonna be with you after this is over. So do not give me condolences anymore. I appreciate it though. Thank you. But no, thank you. No, I want congratulations. Because this lady was a gift, and I just have to thank God that I had a chance to share this life with her. So thank you all for listening. It was great talking. I'm gonna let go before I become a baby again. We are gonna create a scholarship in my mama's name, and we're gonna do some other things around things that she taught me because I want to incorporate that in what we do in the Black Business School. If you'd like to be notified on any of those developments or your child would like to apply or something like that for the scholarship, just text the word mama to the phone number 87948. So text mama to 87948. And also, if you want to get on the text list to join us for our Millionaire Training Camp that we do every single morning, 7 days a week. We did it all through 2024. We're going to do it all through 2025 and beyond. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to that same phone number, 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you notifications every morning when we go live, and you can join us every day. Anybody who's new, you're certainly welcome, because we're getting this thing done, and we're going to do it unlike it's ever been done before. We are better on earth. We're better at this than anybody on the planet, and we are winners. So God bless you. Thank you for sharing your Christmas with me. If you're listening live, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. This is where we talk about what's going on in the stock market every day, as well as some other financial tips and information and news that will help to improve your life. Well, today we had a great conversation this morning in the Prime program about the stock market and what was going on. A lot of your stocks kind of dipped a little bit, but then as I mentioned this morning, there's a strong probability that when the market declines in that way, that it's going to recover. And surprisingly, it did. Today, we had a wonderful day in the market, which reverses a big chunk of what was lost before. And that's what I mentioned to you all during our Money in the Morning class, is that if you can keep your cool, then you will find that the stock market giveth and it taketh away. And sometimes when it taketh away, it giveth right back. And if you're a cool, calm, collected investor, then you understand these things. So anyway, don't forget, if you want to join us for class every single morning, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I guarantee you that you will learn more from me for free than you learned in 4 years of college that cost you $250,000. I guarantee you that much. So anyway, come on in, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Hey, Rain and Relaxing Music and Beverly Jones, I see you. I want to share something with you all that's really, really important for you to understand in terms of protecting your money in case something happens. Now, give me a yes in the chat if you know that you're going to die at some point. Give me a yes in the chat. Everybody who is going to die at some point, give me a yes in the chat if you understand this, if you've thought about this, if you've realized life is short, if you are willing, if you are interested in doing the absolute best you can with the life that God gave you while you're here. Give me a yes. If you're going to max out that time, max it out like a credit card, go hard, go 100%. And also you are fully acknowledged and you understand that humans don't live forever, right? That there's a point where we die. And sometimes the thing about death is that death doesn't always make an appointment. Sometimes death does not fit into your schedule. Death does not let you know, hey, I'm going to be there Tuesday at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're well dressed and pack your suitcase because that's when I'm going to come get you. Death don't always do that. Death just sort of pops up like surprise. And then next thing you know, you're in the pearly gates and you're screaming like, hey, wait, the bank account number is this and the login for that is that. But you can't do that. You can't go back and fix anything because once it's done, it's kind of done. That kind of sucks. And what happens is what people don't think about is that when you pass, there are all these little things that have to get done that you were doing because you were Superwoman, you were Superman, you were doing everything for everybody all the time, but you didn't tell anybody else how to do it. You didn't give anybody else the passwords. You didn't tell anybody else how to get into the bank account so they could pay the rent by next Tuesday. You didn't tell them anything. So unfortunately, you got a bunch of people going through all your stuff, trying to solve problems, trying to figure things out. A lot of people can't get your stuff because they're not you. They're not you, right? So here's what I wanted to share with you that's really important. If you stick to the end of the video, I'm also going to I'm going to give you a stock that I like right now, a stock that I'm going to buy. I told you I was going to give you a profit alert. I'll do that as well. Well, there are these things that imagine this. Imagine if we all died right now. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have somebody that depends on you to pay some bills? Anybody, give me a yes if there are people that depend on you to come up with some money to help support the household, or maybe you are the loan provider for the household. Give me a yes if the money in your account is the money that's going to be paying a bunch of the bills in the house. How many bill payers we got? Okay, so and me and my wife, we both pay bills. I pay a lot. I send her money. She pays some stuff, and it's cool, right? It's not 50-50 because we don't keep tabs on each other like that. But it is a joint effort. Running a household is a joint responsibility, in my opinion. I don't know who taught us that we want to have a house, a community full of broken families. That's not a key to wealth. That's actually a key to poverty. So that's why you see so much poverty out here. So all right, so if you are paying the bills, just ask yourself this question. If something happened to you right this very second, who would be able to get that money out of your account so they could pay the bills? Can anybody do it? Well, for many of us, nobody can come get your money. Nobody can get the money quickly. They would actually have to go through something called probate. And probate is terrible. It's like getting your teeth pulled out of your neck. It's really, really painful and irritating. And it takes a long time. And there's a timeliness to money. Money and time are deeply connected. There's a deep, meaningful, heavy-duty relationship between time and money. And maybe I just think of it this way because I'm a finance professor, and all of our math equations always that explain money always had time in those equations. Time is a really important factor when it comes to wealth. They have a really powerful connection to one another, almost like Kool-Aid, good Kool-Aid and water. Like imagine trying to make some really good Kool-Aid, but you have no water. What would that taste like? Imagine what that would taste like if you had a bunch of powder and threw in even some sugar, but you have no water in the Kool-Aid. Can you make Kool-Aid without any water? The answer is absolutely not, unless you're crazy. Black people don't do that, right? And maybe some people can eat it out of the packet, but it's real nasty. Well, building wealth without time is a puzzle to me. I don't understand when people think they're going to make that fast money, that quick money. And I'm like, but you're trying to make Kool-Aid with no water. That does not work. What you going to do, spit in it? You're going to pee in the bucket? Like, how you going to get water for your Kool-Aid? Either way, it's going to be some nasty Kool-Aid. You got to just put some water in that jug, and then it'll be all right. But Without water, you're struggling. So time and money are deeply connected. That's the point. We talk about the relationship between time and money a lot during stock options class, things like that. Because in the options, actually, you can sell time and you can buy time. It's pretty powerful. Now, with that said, the timeliness of money comes into play when you talk about what's going to happen to your account if something happens to you. And so where timeliness comes into play in that space is that if you passed away, someone may need money from you and they can't wait to get that money. They may have to pay a bill by Tuesday, or they may have to pay the credit card by the first, or it's going to ding the credit report, or they have to pay the rent, or or they're going to get an eviction notice. They can't wait for probate to happen, which might take weeks or months to get the money. They need the money now. They need it tomorrow. Okay, so here's what solves that problem. Write this down if you haven't done this yet. Banks have something called payable upon death, PODs, or sometimes it's called a transferable upon death, TOD. All that is you designating a beneficiary on your bank account such that person can come into your bank and get your money out in case you die. They can show up with a death certificate or some proof of death and an ID, and they can get access to your money right away. This will be a lifesaver for a lot of people. This is extremely important. Also, this allows easy transfer of funds without having to go through probate. In fact, I believe that this wealth transfer will be exempt from most taxes, not all taxes. Maybe estate taxes, if you're talking about millions of dollars, or sometimes different states may tax that person. But at the very least, they have quick access to the money. Also, your brokerage account. A lot of you are investors. How many of you are buying stock? Please, everybody, raise your hand. Please, everybody, give me a yes that you're buying stock. If you're not buying stock, then I need you to start investing in this market. There is so much opportunity out here. How many of you own stock? If you own stock, most brokerage accounts also have a POD, payable upon death, or it's called a TOD, transferable upon death. So just remember that. Just ask for POD or TOD, and just talk to customer support. Say, hey, I just want to make sure that somebody can come get this money in case something happens to me. And then maybe you can even designate more than one beneficiary. That way, if you're in a car together and something both happens to you, tragically, because these things happen, you'll be safe. Remember, I'm gonna tell you like this. I told our youngest child, I said, my job as your bonus dad, she has a dad, and her dad is a great guy. We work together to protect the kids. I said, my job is to protect you in life and in death. I said, my goal is to make sure that if I'm gone, you're still going to be protected by me long after I'm gone. And really, I extend that to anybody who leans on the things that I've taught you, the things that I've shared with you, the things that I've helped you with over the years. Some of you have been around for many, many years. I'm going to be here after I'm gone. I spend most of my life thinking about what happens after I'm here. And part of the reason that I'm so eager to make sure we share as many ideas as possible is because I know that Black men die all the time. And if I go, I know that I could go tomorrow with a smile on my face, knowing that this stuff is the stuff that we've done will be available for the next 100 years for anybody that wants to understand economics and finance at the highest levels, which really should be everybody, because money is extremely important. Money really matters. The protection of money, the building of wealth can make a difference between life and death for some people. It can make a difference between happiness and misery. So take these little steps, make these little decisions, and I guarantee you that will make a huge difference for your family. So it's called a TOD, transferable upon death, or a POD, payable upon death. Very similar, almost interchangeable for the most part. All right. Now, if you have an interest in things like estate planning, we do have an estate planning club in the Black Business School in the Dr. Boyce Academy. If you want to go and give it a try, feel free to go to drboycelift.com. LIFT stands for Legacy Investors for Tomorrow. And it's for any and everybody who has an interest in preserving their generational wealth, preserving the generational legacy, learning all about estate planning. There's a full curriculum in there. We bring a guest in once a month, and we get together and we fellowship and talk about how we're going to build for the next generation. So if you have an interest in joining Dr. Boyce Lift, feel free to go to drboycelift.com and give it a try. All right. Now, I told you guys I was going to give you a stock that I like right now. So let me go ahead and do that. And I'm going to go see my mama. And the stock is Micron, M-U. That's the tick. So M as in M as in McDonald's, U as in university. Somebody type MU in the chat. So Micron is the stock that I like right now. Micron actually makes these chips. It's really cool. They're kind of all up in the AI stuff. It's like a really great AI company, and they make these chips. I don't understand everything about these chips. I just know it's a good company at a good price. They invest a lot in R&D, and they're one of the largest manufacturers of what are called DRAM chips, which is dynamic random access memory, and NAND chips, which is flash memory, which are essential for devices like smartphones, computers, and data centers. So you will be invested in the AI revolution. You ain't just got to worry about AI possibly taking your job or something. You actually will be an investor in AI, which means when the AI people start making money, you'll make money. They also have a lot of R&D investment where they focus on things like 3D NAND chips. I don't know what that is exactly. HBM, high bandwidth memory. Whatever it is, I know that they work for me now because I'm going to buy some shares of the stock. So feel free to take a look at Micron. This is not investing advice. You guys know I don't give that ever, but that is something that Dr. Boyce is going to buy. And if you want to dig deeper into stock market stuff and join us in our stock market investors club, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. We're going to meet on Tuesday for Stock Market Tuesdays, and we'll continue the conversation there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. It was great to see you. I hope you guys have a great day. And I will reach out to you very, very soon. So if you get a text from me, feel free to hit that text link, and I'll send you stuff, and we'll talk. And in fact, if you're not on the text list already, and you want to know about stock markets and stuff like that, or you want to be notified, text the word stock to the phone number 87948. So text stock to 87948, and I'll let you guys know when I have a profit alert. So have a good one. I'll see you soon. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye.
It wasn't my idea, it was actually Boyce's idea, so I did not know what to expect. It was something I think that had been on his mind. It was like a seminal trip that he wanted to take. I was a little hesitant because I wasn't sure about what is this, and it's not a cheap trip at all, according to my my view. And I will have to say he was right. Like, it was something that we should have done. I'm so happy we did it. It exceeded my expectations, whatever those were, like the chef was there. We had a chef and we had a crew. So the chef cooked all of the meals as exactly how we asked for them to be cooked. The captain took us very interesting places, all of the games and the activities that we did. It was just never boring. It was always interesting. The scenery was just beautiful. Like, I just could have just sat on the yacht and just looked at everything. It went by fast. and the kids had a good time. All of us had a really good time. And I think Boyce kind of had a moment there in reflection mode. There was a really nice picture of both of us on the last night of the yacht, and we were just kind of looking out, watching the sunset. And it was romantic. It was fun. We danced, we partied, we ate good, and it was yet another bonding experience with the family and his sister Tangi.
The flight to Florida was it was a good flight. It's always chaotic, like traveling with the kids and Alicia and everything. But it was uneventful, and I think traveling during COVID is interesting because we got a lot of flack from her mama about, going down there at this particular time. Her mom is not too happy about that. But we went down there. We're not stupid about COVID. We wear our mask. We do what we're supposed to do. We don't go down there just acting a fool or anything. But we felt safe, and we had a good time, and the hotel was nice. And so it was like a nice beginning to a trip. I think the thing that was like a point of curiosity for us is that we had never chartered a boat before.
I took a big step in dental health. I had to go and get some dental work done, and Alicia's been pushing me to do it. It wasn't something I didn't want to do. It was just something I was going to do eventually, but not right away. But she kept pushing me. So I said, okay. Dental health is really important, you know, for your physical health. So I went ahead and just surrendered to the process, and they had to do this oral surgery. And I told them I wanted to get some implants to really tighten up some stuff, and they did. So they put me under, and it turned into like a little bit of a shit show. My blood pressure spiked during the procedure, or like way over 200 or something like that, and that became kind of an issue, and I didn't even know about it till I woke up. So it's literally like 14 hours of being in a dentist chair. It was only supposed to be 7 hours. It was pretty fucking terrible, but you know, but it was almost like it wasn't. It's like, as I tell the story, it sounds terrible, but going through it, even as I was going through it, I was like, this is really terrible. But it was just like, okay, you know, I'm just here. Like I really I wasn't as uncomfortable as I actually feel like I should have been just describing the story. It sounds terrible, you know, but because they gnawing on your teeth and all that for 14 hours, but it wasn't that bad. It was just like, okay, all right, well, let's do what we got to do. I gotta blend my food while I got my dental work going on. It drives me crazy because I want those wings. But that's how I got these shiny teeth.
We had a little issue, his blood pressure. As soon as we put him under, his blood pressure shot up, and they said it went up above 200. And I was like, okay. And they said, we're gonna bring him up. It's gonna take him a while, and then we're gonna finish the rest of it while you were awake.
How long was I under?
So they put you under around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. You did not come to till 1.
Oh, really?
PM, and then they would not let me leave.
What time did they tell you that they had to bring me up?
Probably around 11 or noon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and so I had to sit there and wait for like an hour or so.
I don't feel any anxiety about that whole, you know, it's like something about dying in your sleep, possibly. Like, I don't want to die. I wouldn't want to die, but it's like it just doesn't. It's like, well, you know. I wasn't ready for you to go.
I will be. Hold on, dental surgery that I pushed you into because I was being.
Oh, you were. I told you.
Pushy and I can be sometimes, and so I tell Boyce to just tell me, Alicia, you're being too pushy. We have just started this property search. We have found a builder that's awesome. So we were looking at homes with our realtor, and we knew exactly what we wanted, but we didn't see the house that matched what we wanted. But we found a house that was pretty close, except the neighborhood that it was located in, it wasn't a type of neighborhood we wanted. So we reached out to the builder and we met the builder yesterday, and we like what we put together.
We should look for a property that's a little easier to work with.
Now our challenge is just to find property. So our realtor found a couple of pieces of property. We're looking for something that's close to water, something scenic. Boyce is a little over the top. So he wants like all this land and this big old house. And me, I'm trying to think like, okay, how are we gonna clean this and heat it and cool it?
We just started and found out that this property it sucks. It's not a place we're going to build anything. So we're going to look at some other properties, and John is going to work with Carmen. So Carmen, we told Carmen what we wanted, and
Carmen's gonna pick some stuff out, run it by John. John, will take a look and then let us know if he thinks it'll work. And I told him that I wanted 2 to 4 acres, and because I want some land, and there we go.
I said, Boyce, I am not going to talk to this man about 8,000 square foot house. There's no way. What do we need this house for? Who's going to be living in this house? Now, Boyce has a point because he said that eventually he'd like for our parents to come live in this house and stay with us. That I can wholeheartedly agree with. But other than that, why do we need all this? Now, I will say that Boyce needs a nice office. He does need like a green room studio. It's totally soundproof. He does need that for his business.
Put this shit on the door. So you shut this all the way in. And then, well, how about this? We'll take a look. I mentioned 2 to 4 acres, right? And then we'll take a look, and then we'll look at the price and have a conversation and decide. I want a yard. I want a yard. I don't like this place. Felt cramped. It felt like there wasn't supposed to be a house back here.
Okay.
And then check this out. I think you said that the front door would have to be most likely facing the water. And didn't you say that's bad for feng shui?
No, that's actually good. You do want water.
Oh, the water
you want
shouldn't
a
be in the
water
back of
feature
your
in the
house.
front. Well, yeah, sometimes in the back your chi could run out in the back.
Oh.
But you can put shrubbery to